Good morning, everybody. Thank you all for being here today and welcome to the Covington City Council Annual Summit for 2025. In compliance with state law, City Council special and regular meetings are held in a hybrid format with in-person, telephonic, and virtual options for public viewing and participation. You cover the goals, but I will just say again, it's always an honor to work with each of you and sitting through these annual summits. I personally learned a lot. I know everybody hears things and it helps set the foundation for where we're moving for the next, not just for 2025, but for years into the future. So it's always good that we do these to help us stay on track. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Sailors facilitator. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. I'm happy. I'm delighted. I always tell you, I don't think you believe me, but you're my favorite clients. Just don't tell that to people in cans or black.
Oh, I'll tell. Don't you worry.
They're lovely people, but I've been with you the longest. So, but I'm so glad to be here. So thank you. I won't go through the whole agenda today, but our goal is for the council members to reach consensus, not making decisions, but just reach consensus on the direction that you want to give to staff so that they can take your direction and begin to implement it under these big issues. I think that the issues we're talking about today are ones that are of most importance and urgency to all of you. I won't go through the entire agenda. We'll go to each section and talk about them before we start. But the biggest issues, obviously, that you see here on the agenda are transportation. Under that umbrella, there are 3 issues. And then parks and recreation, there's a couple issues there. And then the climate action plan, which I found very interesting as I looked at all 180 pages of it. But in fact, I was so impressed, I couldn't get over it. I thought, who writes these things? But so those are the biggest issues. And then we have some other issues to talk about too today. So we're expected to go till about 4:30. I think last year we knocked off a little bit early. We're so efficient, but we'll be managing the time today. I just wanted to say something about roles, and I'm kind of trying to address this a little bit to anyone in the public who might join us today. But I mean, I consider you all equal, and I want to make sure that you all have kind of equitable opportunity to speak and to contribute to the discussion. We're looking for kind of a consensus direction, and you know, you all play different roles, but one thing I so admire and so enjoy is that you as council members really respect the staff. They're welcome to jump in. They're making presentations. I think they're keeping them concise so that there's time for your questions and comments and discussion too. So I like the way this all flows. And then just again, we are not taking public comment today. If anybody from the public is joining, that is terrific. That's a way for them to listen and watch you all in action. And I don't know that there is anyone at the moment, but I'll repeat this maybe one more time too. Retreats are an opportunity to explore ideas. And so in some respects, I want people to give you all as elected officials the grace of being able to like throw ideas out there and even float trial balloons and not necessarily be held to or criticized for things that you're trying to jumpstart conversations with. And so that's what I like about these retreats. And I do respect that under Jeff and Sean's and Regan's leadership, we always end up talking about the things that are big picture and more interesting. We'll get into a few things like council operations, and actually the ones that we're talking about today are important, but this is still a retreat where you're really trying to talk about some of the bigger issues and get down into a little bit more depth. So, and I just want to say again, I just so respect all of you. It's just so fun to talk to you before the retreat, and you're so gracious to me and giving me your time, and I get to meet with the leadership team. And so I'm just delighted to be here, and I really want to do a good job for you today. So with that, we have kind of an unusual, interesting new presentation. I'm not even so sure what it is. It's been a secret, but
well, Debbie said that meeting going to get 1% better than last year. So I'll try. No promises.
And just to let everyone know, John will be joining us online when he can get connected.
Did I not send it to you? let's move on
Okay,
and I'll send that to Kristen.
okay, great. So, okay. Then we will start as we usually do, and that is to take a quick look at the year in 2024. So reviewing the year, and as you see here on the agenda, we're gonna do what we've been doing for about the last 7 or 8 years. I would like to ask the council members first, what is one major achievement of the past year that you think is particularly noteworthy? After you've all spoken, then we'll go around one more time for councilors, and then we'll open it up to the leadership team. And so Joe, I see your hand up first.
The passing of the TVD. Something we've been talking about for years and it finally happened.
Oh, sure. You stole my thunder, and I think it's as much about building that trust with the public that we're gonna do what we say we're going to do. So the trust piece.
The widening of 272nd by Home Depot. I know it has more particular detail than that in street names, but I'm a landscape person, or a landmark person. That has changed dramatically the traffic flow in the city as people that live here, and obviously that's how I did not used to get to and from. Now I'm actually driving that piece, which I know I've always told you guys, I avoid Kangley. I took it home from Fred Meyer the other day. Like, it's changing the patterns in the city. It's remarkable, exciting.
I would say that we passed the B&O tax and we got all the businesses on board with that to help build our police department.
So I also believe that it was, from my standpoint, the fact that we were able to gain the trust of our community that listened as we went around and spoke with them to get that positive vote. And then the ability to take that tab fee away that was burdening the Covington residents, but now we'll be doing the TBD tax that spreads that out amongst everybody that comes in our community. So I see that as kind of a win-win.
Just gets harder and harder, right? But ditto to everything that's been said. I love that we've incorporated the new town center, the lawn, that we have a plan. And I think more so overall for everything, instead of feeling, for me anyway, instead of feeling like we're underwater trying to scramble for some, for that TBD tax, I was a huge proponent of that. We have that figured out. We have the B&O with the police figured out. We have a lot penciled. It's not in stone yet, but it's a lot penciled, but there's a clear future and a clear plan for the future. So we have a little more work to do, but I'm excited.
Okay, probably seems like it came around faster because Sean's not here yet. Joe?
Even though it's not open, but we've got everything's almost ready for the new entrance to Jenkins Creek Park. So that people are now aware more of where Jenkins Creek Park is, and we have that. And I keep passing every day in hopes that somehow that while I'm at work, the fence will get taken down and cars will be parked there. But I have a strange feeling I'll get an email before I see the fence come down. But that we're getting that there, and that people are going to be able to use the park better now.
I was going to say my second one was the Kangley widening road. I know we're still fine tuning things, but to be able to see that come to fruition, and the hardest part of that project with the fish habitat and going over the creek and so forth. Hopefully things will be a little easier.
Related to Joe's, but also bringing in Founders State Park to that, the continued momentum on providing park space and a commitment to open space and its relevance to the community. It's wonderful to see all of these things continuing to unfold rather than just build it and move it.
I like the partnership that Regan and staff have built with Valley Medical to help build a potential blue zone in Covington. And speaking with Janine, the new CEO, when she took over, her vision for Valley Medical here in Covington is going to be very good. I know Margaret always said that Covington should be known as South County Pill Hill, and well.
I don't know if I love that name.
No, but I mean, that's what you've got up in Capitol Hill up there in Seattle, but South King County, you know, the health and if Lake Point, when Lake Point comes in and the potential for more space there, this will be very good. I had a nice conversation with Scott Jones yesterday about Lake Point, so there's some nice things coming.
Do you have anything more you wanted to add?
I think also the widening of 516, we had so many positive comments come out of that. So I think everyone appreciated the work that was done. I know it was painful in the process, but I think again, we're continuing to gain trust when they see that we're spending our tax dollars in the right way and our grant money in the right way and making improvements.
I agree with everything that's been said, and I'm a huge proponent of the health industry, and I'm grateful for all the partnerships that we've built. And if I could have jumped, I would have when I heard about the health partnership with Valley. Just escaped me. Oh, Covington's becoming more walkable. At least, again, plans in place. We've talked. We haven't. It's going to be laid out in concrete, but even through like Jenkins Creek and or Founders Park, but we're becoming a more walkable city, which is exactly what our residents want. And yeah.
Okay, I'm opening it up to the leadership team. I'm looking at you, sir.
All right,
You wanna start?
I have a couple, actually. I think our Ready Set Play program was a really cool, innovative thing, and that was recognized by, we got the Innovations in Local Government Award for that in 2024. I think that's a really cool thing. We kicked off with CETUS, our business to business program, and that's been a really wonderful way to engage for the city, to engage with our local businesses intimately by walking and visiting them multiple times throughout the year. And then Business View Magazine named Covington Best Managed City in 2024. So I think that's a really cool thing. It speaks to the work everybody does here. So, hey, Bob. I saw him right over Ethan's shoulder there. Snuck in. Anyway, those be some that I mentioned.
Do we just go on, Casey? Do you want to?
Just kind of piggybacking on the, that people have brought up. I've probably talked to 50, 60 people in the last couple weeks, and they may start out a little grumpy at first, but by the end of the conversation, they're like, okay, I'm on board. Like, yeah, okay, we're moving forward. Like, they're happy. And that makes my conversations a lot easier. So that's been great. We've received about $66,000 so far, so not a ton of money has come in, but I haven't gotten any money from the big ones yet. And I've talked to most of them, and they're all about postmark on the 31st. So I'll be able to update you guys in a couple more weeks. But that's been a massive accomplishment, I think, for the city, at least for this last year.
Mark, do you want anything?
Sure. Two things. One, the council's commitment to reliable revenue sources, whether that's the B&O or the passage of the TBD, is really incredible for a city to be prioritizing these things and making them happen. The other thing that I think is an incredible accomplishment is the continuity of leadership in this room, because I was looking around, there's not a single person here who wasn't here last year. And many people have been here for 20 years. Council has had wonderful continuity, and I think that's an incredible accomplishment, and it shows in everything that you get done and the city is able to do.
Thank you.
I think Jennifer Leeden's work in our city is something that can't be recognized enough. We arrested a shoplifter yesterday who told me, you know, Covington's really clean.
We like it here.
And they even said like, we kind of felt bad shoplifting here because it's so nice. So I'm not kidding, like I'm not making it up. So
I want to see the body cam footage on that one.
so that I can't tell you enough how much that helps with combating crime. With it being so clean and so well cared for, it's really obvious and people notice. Even people who, you know, you don't necessarily want to be here, they're noticing and they don't want to do bad things here. Cause it's like, yeah, no, it's nice and I know people care. So I think it's an amazing accomplishment. She does.
That needs to be turned into a public service now. Yeah, have a shoplifter.
I know.
Maybe you can give us some money. and maybe
Can we put the body cam footage on YouTube and just have that shown? It's like, it's really clean here. Feel bad stealing from the place.
Do you know where he or she is?
In jail right now.
That's good. Maybe we can find them.
And that was the other thing. She was like, you know, you guys are gonna take me to jail. Yes, we are. So they don't like that. So they're like, we're just not gonna come here anymore. Like that. That's a good idea.
That's the point.
We're fine with that too.
Hi, well,
Oh.
I have a different microphone, that's why I'm not that enthusiastic. Well, that's a hard act to follow, but I was really impressed with the way the community care program gained structure and picked up momentum. And Darren, with Julie's support, is actually getting people off the street, and it's something I never thought would be able to happen. So I'm very proud of that, and I think it's wonderful. I look forward to it just growing and accomplishing more in the future.
Thank you.
Everybody already said all the good stuff, so just a couple smaller things that I was proud of, that the recreation department team and I redesigned the rec guide this last year. So kind of brought that a little more current and a little more professional looking, I think. We also hired a permanent karma. So that was nice to be able to have that scheduled out for all of the events all summer, and not have to worry about finding somebody to do it. And yeah, I guess that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
I'll just mention the CCP field retrofit that we were able to do. So it was great to be able to have grant funds to do that, and just setting that up for just better use and stuff going forward. So.
The two that I have down are just, I mean, overwhelmingly getting our comp plan accomplished on time, along with all the things that went into that, the climate, the housing work. I mean, the work plan for that planning commission this last year was incredible, and they are delivering on it. I think that's a real testament to just the health of the planning commission right now. And I think they've got clear direction from this council, which makes our job a little easier. And then the last one that I have on here is just that Lake Point is making progress. We're actually seeing it come to fruition, and I just have to commend my permit and planning team on that. They are exceptional, and they are working tirelessly to meet the demands of Burketown. So yeah, it's exciting to see that road with curb and, you know, infrastructure coming in. So
good parks ones, I feel like have already been mentioned, but I'll add to things on the recreation side. We did a few different things with events. We did pop-up parks, I think is what we called it, which were wildly popular. So we're going to continue with those this year. And then also activated the town center site with a couple different events that also were very popular. So big team effort. Everybody worked well on those, well received by the community.
Thank you. Sean, it looks like you may have joined us. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wow, it worked.
You might have picked up on the fact that we were going around and talking about the primary accomplishments of 2024. Council members, your colleagues have gone, so now has the leadership team. Do you want to add a couple things from your perspective?
Yeah, thanks for accommodating me. I'm calling in from chilly Spokane. Yeah, it sounds like a lot of the things you've already mentioned. Or yeah, I was going to mention, but just a couple things. I thought the creativity and ingenuity we showed this last year was outstanding, especially like the use of the Covington lawn for things like the drive-in movie night and the makers market. And then I also like the progress we made on Founders Park and Jenkins Creek Park. I just drove by Jenkins Creek the other day and saw the new sign there. It looks great. Excuse me. And then the widening of 272nd. I really like that ribbon cutting and just the progress we're making on all the fronts. So that's what I'd like to highlight.
Thanks and welcome. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to add anything that you didn't hear mentioned?
Can you guys hear me? I would like to just mention that the City Hall customer service has improved because of translation services.
Did you want anything else?
No, that's all. I just couldn't formulate my thoughts.
Thank you.
What was the last, you said the customer service improved because of the
Translation services?
or translation services?
We have improved our customer service through translation services, which also affects our equity
Sure.
efforts.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on to a big reveal. Are you ready for this now?
I think we are. Yeah.
This better be good.
Oh, no, please don't put that kind of pressure on me. That's.
1% better, but
It's only
10
six,
minutes.
it's 6 slides. Come on now.
I know, it's not long, it's not long. That's, brevity is my middle name, so. I read this story and I wanted to share bits of it here today because I think it correlates with what we've done as we've looked back over the last years at our annual summits and what we do here. So I'll share that with you quickly. So for over a century, the British cycling teams were really the laughingstock of the cycling world. They had managed to only win a handful of gold medals in 100 years. And the marquee cycling event, the Tour de France, they had not won anything in 110 years. So really kind of this laughing stock, the Brits can't get cycling right. So much so that cycling manufacturers wouldn't sell their bikes, some of them wouldn't sell their bikes to the Brits because they feared it tarnished their reputation as a cycling manufacturer. So that all changed in 2003. A man named Dave Brailsford was hired to coach the British teams. And his strategy was not come in and change everything right away. We need these big overnight improvements like previous coaches had done. Instead, his approach was the aggregation of marginal gains. And I think that's so crucial to really everything we do in life. And I think of it like this. There's times, well, an example, when you walk into a dark room and flip a light on, right? It happens immediately. It's a big change. But really the most impactful changes that happen in life are more like a sunrise. When you watch the sunrise early in the morning and you see it gradually and slowly come up and illuminate everything in its path, it's really beautiful and wonderful and has tremendous impact. So that aggregation of marginal gains, he said the whole principle came from the idea that if you broke down everything you could think of that goes into riding a bike and then improve it by 1%, there's 1%, yeah, you will get a significant increase when you put them all together. I mean, they did everything. They looked at the pillows that the riders were sleeping on and changed those. They looked at how they stored the bikes. They looked at how they loaded them on the trucks as they're in races. They looked at the seats, the pedals, the uniforms, helmets. They went to everything and said, how can we make each of these just 1% better? So I think that was crucial. So the results, these myriad of micro betterments that they performed were pretty astonishing. So in the past 2 decades since implementing this philosophy, they've won the Tour de France 6 times. And in the 5 most recent Olympic Games, the Brits have been the most successful cycling country in the world. So it's pretty exceptional, but you don't always see those right away, right? You fix a pillow that someone's sleeping on, they're not a better biker the next day. But over time and with all these different micro betterments, you really look back and see exceptional changes. And when I read that story, I don't know if you've heard the book Atomic Habits, but okay. Oh,
I'm totally.
Okay, yeah. So it shares this story, but a lot of really other great things that really it's the systems, right, that get you places. It's the systems that bring you where you need to be. And so as I read through this and I thought a lot about Covington and what we're doing here. We've gone in, we've assessed, we evaluated over the years, all of our programs, our processes, and they were good. A decade ago, they were good. But we, in these annual summits, we make these action items and we go throughout the year and we make these little micro betterments throughout the year that I think as we sit back and look back, what we've done, there have been monumental gains and really sustained betterments in the community. That they weren't that flip the light on, right? They were things that happened, the aggregation of marginal gains. And I think that's a result, Christy, I think you might have mentioned it, just the focus, right? There's this zeroed in focus that we have. We're aligned in what our mission is. We've got an amazing council, amazing staff, and our community is really exceptional. And so you can look back and see those things. So as we kicked off another annual summit, I just felt it important that a big thank you goes out to everybody, including you, Jim, because you're a big part of these as well. It's just really exceptional that everybody in this room, every day, we're assessing how we can incrementally be better as an organization collectively. And I just think that's a really beautiful thing, and it works beautifully. And so I just wanted to say thank you and kind of tee that up as we move into our 2025 annual summit. So thanks for letting me do that. Great story. You'll love Atomic Habits.
Yeah, I'm like about
It's
2/3
so
of the way
good.
through. It's so good. I
Yeah.
actually shipped it to my son because he will appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
So to tag onto that, I think that like having that framework for moving forward, well, we've had it and in continuing it, I think it's also important to figure out like how we can track that and present that to residents so that they see, because they don't always see it. Like it takes years for stuff to happen, right? Just because it does take time to build up. And so sometimes it's the impression that things aren't happening quickly or not as fast as people want. But having them know that we know what we're doing and that how we're going to get there and trying to help manage expectations.
Yeah. I think that's a really great point, Beth. And I think as you were talking, it reminded me of, this gentleman who was putting a lot of garbage on Facebook on our post. And so I told Kyle, like, tell him I want to meet with him. And so he came in and it wasn't, the messaging we put out there is good. The problem is with a lot of our residents, there's not a connection point with one of us. And when we made that, he walked out of that room saying, our council is great. Like, way to go, city. You're doing great work. Because I didn't share any information that he didn't already have on Facebook. He just had this connection point all of a sudden, and we were human. And so I think the more we do these things and tracking and sharing those messages, the better that'll get out there and people understand what's happening. Yeah.
It's so lovely that you mentioned the sunrise, because in the 20 minutes we've been in this meeting, you see how it's affecting outside. So yeah. Sean, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. One thing I'm just gonna ask is that people get closer to the microphones. It's a little tough to hear here, but I want to echo and underline what Beth just said. I really think the context is important going forward for our decisions, and I appreciate what the city did related to the shopping cart program. As Regan just mentioned, if they get that context, they understand the thinking that we put in, that we're not doing these things randomly, that there's real rationale behind. And so it means taking a little more time to explain why we're doing what we're doing, but we can't just put out, we made this decision without some of that background. So it's just some, obviously, like a proclamation or, establishing a day for a certain person, that we probably don't have to provide context for some of these other issues that maybe would benefit from a little more explanation. I appreciate and encourage the city to continue to do that. So thank you, Carla, for all your work answering those questions. And Regan, I really appreciate you reaching out and having that person come in, because I found that as well, that if you make that offer, most people are acting in good faith and will come and listen. And then once they understand the rationale, they'll, I think if maybe not agree with us, they'll understand how we got there. So thanks for doing that.
And isn't it true that just in the last few days, you've celebrated your 10th anniversary as a city manager?
Yes.
Here,
Yes.
have a chaos board.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I was bored. But thank you, that was cool. Good. And we're still gonna let you have the floor because you want to report on 2 different items, and one of them first is the summit of 2024, the action plan.
Yes, we will cruise through those. Sean, can you hear okay? Is this good on the mic?
Yeah, that's great. Thank
Okay,
you.
you bet. Do we have that to pull up, Krista? The summit action items or? I can. I guess you have them in your packets, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that's good. I'll cruise through these then. It won't take too long. So the first action item that we got out of last year's summit, again, these are all from last year's summit, was to submit to voters a TBD. As you know, that's completed. We passed our first one ever in the city, so that's really exciting. That was mentioned already. Also, the next one was to create a strategic outreach plan. I think we got really creative and innovative with that, and I think it resonated. So that's fully completed there. And the next was to identify the steps we'd need for a local improvement district, an LID in neighborhoods, so that they could use that should they want to do any infrastructure projects, specifically with sidewalks. So that's been completed and shared with communities. The next is to conduct research to identify the cost of upgrading major sidewalks. I think Don did a lot of, and his team did a lot of work on that. So that's been completed and also shared with Timberlane, which is something they had asked for as well. And then the 5th one on there is the leadership team reviewing the strategic plan every other month. That's something we were doing prior to this, but it got on the summit action items, and we continue to do that as a leadership team. The next was dealing with BES and everything in there and amending the city's code. So as you know, we passed a 1-year moratorium. We've held public hearing and responded to a lot of emails through that. Now we're waiting on the state and the county to see where things shake out there as we have our moratorium in place. Then next was levels of service at parks. We increased some levels of service at a couple of different parks. And then we also, the council included another maintenance position to help at our parks in our current year budget. Next one deals with that as well, to define those levels, the level of resources needed to increase the levels of service in our parks. And that's something we'll be talking a little bit more about today and present to council. Next one is to bring to council additional options for funding parks operations and maintenance. We brought that to council in a study session. Council decided that an MPD was the way forward with that. And so Ethan and his team have been working on that, and we'll present a little bit more here today for council. And then it was mentioned earlier about increasing town center's visibility. I think we did a really great job of that last year, and that went well. And so we'll continue doing that this year and into future years. And then adopt a formal process to determine the appropriate traffic calming measures where needed. We did put that plan together. We shared that with council. Have a couple finalization things we need from council, so we'll discuss that a little further on today. And then to work with our businesses to get Karma out into the community. So as you know, CEDAS and Arts Commission have been working on this. We are kind of in the final stages. We've gone through a process with staff, so how the touch points that we need to get that in place. The latest though, original thought was that businesses would purchase a Karma. We had a lot of concerns about what if they abandon it, what if they stop maintaining it, but it's their property, how can the city help in that? So we've pivoted to a leasing option. And so we're working on that right now to where the city will buy the Karma statues and then the business will lease it from the city for whatever that cost was to buy it. And then the leasee will have the responsibility to maintain it. But if they don't, it's a much more easier process for the city to come and take that back or maintain it. So that's the process we're working on right now. And the last one, item 13, was to remove the commission 3-mile radius on some of our commissions. And we did that earlier last year. So that's it. Any discussion, questions?
I have 7 city council clients. You are the only ones who do this kind of thing. Reporting on progress since last year's retreat in summer. So proud of you.
So we could not do this and the council wouldn't hold us accountable for it?
Oh.
That was an option.
No,
That
no,
was an
Seth, don't
option.
give him ideas. Don't give him
We're
ideas.
holding you accountable.
Yeah.
Well, and we
That's his other.
to every single one of them.
Yeah. I feel it. It's okay. No, thank you,
I
Jim.
think we need to add a couple.
Yeah.
Our goal. Actually, I do have a quick question.
Sure.
When we were having our calls, I was under the impression someone had brought forth that we were going to be discussing Karma today, but I don't recall seeing it on the final agenda. Is it just?
Yeah,
not ready
I
for
think
this
I'd
discussion
originally
today?
put it on there, but
Okay.
it's kind of at a point now where we just need to wrap it all up and bring it to
Okay,
council.
got it.
So, yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad you mentioned it. Because there's a couple other issues I think that were dropped.
Yeah.
So, okay. And then we're going to continue leading the way. Selena's going to join. We're talking about the progress in implementing the strategic plan. It's on pages 11 through 16 of your packet.
In the packet, does it have the line number? It doesn't.
Did it come with binoculars?
Are you able to bring it up? I think Kristen can bring it up on the screen, so you'll be able to see it. Yeah.
Hey, these work as a magnifying glass if you ever want them.
I might need glasses.
Hopefully that
My
helps
glasses.
there.
About it.
Are you able to scroll as I go down? Kristen,
right,
do you want-
everyone.
Okay.
Maybe I'll
It
get my
is small,
exam.
but.
So I'm not going to go
First time.
through
I can
each action item. I shouldn't even say that. You wouldn't even have known because you can't see them there, but
See, I just struggled.
partly because some of them, this is a strategic plan through 2027. So some of these haven't even begun. Some of them are just in the beginning stages, but I'll point out the ones that have had the most work done and what's happening there. So the first one on line 10, to work with landowners to prepare and market our commercial industrial property. That's something we've been working on and doing. I've reached out to several commercial brokers to say, hey, when you are working with businesses coming into Covington, what do they want to know? What do they want to see? What do they want to feel? And so they provided some good feedback for that so that we can start putting together information from them. They did ask, it'd be really good to have these kind of demographic and sociographic kind of information from the city. So those are things working on. Line 13, which is keep our business district clean by expanding our clean team. As you know, we haven't added a staff person to the clean team, but we've expanded it through volunteerism. It's had quite a ripple effect. So through our random acts of cleanup, through Adopt a Street program, we've had a lot of improvements there, and hopefully in future years we can increase the size of that team as well. So next was 14, use use Karma to promote events and programs. We've done a lot on that. I don't know if you can read the notes there, but there's a lot more in the notes section of what's happened there. We've rented the costume out to businesses and used it at all of our city events and whatnot. So it's been that's a fun thing to have around. Next to dealing with karma as well, using the image karma. That's the whole karma initiative with the statues that I already described that we're working on. So let's go next to line 15, or yeah, we'll do, there we go. Oh, we did 15. So 16. So Market City Parks and facility spaces as programs, and council wanted businesses to know that they had these spaces available that they could use if they wanted to. So Parks and Rec put together a nice flyer postcard for that. CEDAS walked it around to all of our businesses and provided it to them. So we've gotten the information to them. We sent it out to our email list as through our business to business. As we collect emails, we add it to this distribution list. And so, so we've been doing that. Let's go to 20, Krista, line 20, go to there. So continue efforts to survey the business community, analyze, report, and identify action items. That's something that we're primarily doing through our business to business. Sometimes we get the decision makers and the people that have some opinions. Other times we get a staff person that they don't know and they'll pass it on. But when we're out there, we're asking, you know, what are you enjoying about doing business in Covington? We always bring some kind of information to them. We'll bring them some CEPTED principles. We put together a postcard on how to report crimes. And as you know, we worked with the county because several businesses said, well, reporting crimes online to King County really sucks. And it did. And so we fixed that. That's a much better process now. So working in that way. And so that's on our first strategic priority of a robust and resilient economy. So now let's go down, Krista, to our second one, which is a socially vibrant destination. So line 25 was to provide homeowners associations, the city information and public safety ideas. That's something we've been doing. Krista's got a list of the HOA contact information. Obviously, council, you know, we have made sure that our HOAs know that council's ready to come and speak at your meetings. And so they've been really good last year and continuing to invite council members. I think, Beth, did you just do one?
No,
that one got canceled, huh?
Well, it was the last.
Yeah. But I think Debbie signed up for another one.
Yeah.
So these are happening and that's nice to see. So the next one there, 26, to beautify the street light poles in Covington downtown. So we did put up the banners. We're working on flower baskets and things like that and what it would take to do that. Yeah, it's a big project, but that's still moving forward. 29. Oh yeah, there you go. So continue developing new public events, festivals to attract regional interest. So the one that newly created was the pickleball tournament, and that's been a lot of success the last 2 years that we've done that. And then to add more events is going to require more staff because we need more time to do it. But what we've done is enhanced the current events that we do have. We've added elements to it that level those up in addition to the addition of the pickleball tournament there. Let's see, let's go to 30, the next one there. So develop culturally diverse public offerings at recurring dates and times in local parks. And so you can't see in the notes section, but they've done a lot of those. We did Shakespeare in the park and several other different activities and events for people to participate in, and one we'll continue to do. Can you just scroll down a little bit there, Krista? 32. So plan for a new community center with the Aquatic Recreation Center. Obviously, that's something council's well aware of that we've been working on with Valley. I think we've got a really beautiful partnership there. We meet with them again, their team and our team, I think this coming week, next week sometime. We provided to them what our goals are for this facility and what a draft RFQ could look like. And so we've asked them to come prepared to share what their goals are. And so we can put those together into one RFQ moving forward. Let's go to 34. So complete Jenkins Creek Park Phase 1 project. As you know, that is under construction now. We talked about that a little bit. 35 SoCo Park, that's Phase 1 is completed. And then let's go to 43. Thank you. So this was partner with private sector in formation of a downtown association. I want to bring that up a little bit. It's been a little tricky. One of the difficulties we've had in engaging our businesses in Covington are we are filled with a lot of national chains, and it's really hard to get a decision maker. And then when we do, they tell us that corporate doesn't allow them to be involved in certain programs and stuff. So it's really kind of our mom and pop shops, kind of locally owned businesses that have gotten engaged with this, but they're also the ones that have a little less time and resources to be engaged with these kind of things. So we moved to kind of just a Facebook downtown association group, and that's gotten a little bit of movement, but not a ton. But things we're still working on, and I think there's other ways that we can engage with our businesses. We shoot a shot, see if it works, and if it doesn't, we pivot a little bit. So that's one on there we may need to adjust in the future and do something a little bit differently. So 44, form a Southeast County Consortium with a mission to develop regional trail system. Ethan and his team have been really engaged and involved with that with all of our surrounding cities. I think we brought something to council a little bit ago, or an update about us supporting kind of a regional trail system that doesn't necessarily come through Covington, but it connects eventually to our system. And so that regional effort has been good that Ethan's been working on and continues to with our surrounding communities and with the county. Let's go to 53. So this was to explore options for year-round utilization of CCP. We didn't really know what to do here and wanted a little clarification on what maybe council might have meant there, or maybe we just pulled this one from the strategic plan. But as we've thought of different ideas, it's apparent that it's going to be really difficult to activate CCP throughout the winter months. One, we can't use the fields. And two, people don't want to come out to different things. The one thing I thought about, we could put, have you seen those man-made ice rinks? It's not real ice.
That'd be amazing.
So that would be really cool, but yeah, they're actually pretty amazing. Look them up. They're just sheets
Put them up at resorts and
of this
stuff.
synthetic material. They can cut it to whatever size you want. But laying it on the grass would kill that section. There's not a great, you'd use parking lot. So we don't really know what to do with this one, other than say, council, what do you want us to do with this one? So any thoughts on this? We're happy to just pull it from the strategic plan, but if council would like it to stay, are we on the right track with what you're thinking here? Are we not creative enough?
I thought it was turf. I feel like Christina, you were talking.
I wanted
about
turf.
this. Yes,
And then
and I want turf too,
Yeah.
because quite honestly, Covington has everything I need except sports for my kids. So I leave a lot and, partake in the businesses that are
Yeah.
close to my kids' sports. So from that perspective, that's always, not always, but that's for our family been the primary reason we leave
Sure.
city limits. So, and lights, you gotta have lights for.
Yeah.
I agree. It's expensive is what I was told.
So
Well-
can we leave it on here as a discussion item to bring back more ideas?
What
I think Joe.
let's,
I'll let Ethan go first.
Okay.
He's the one who knows more about this than the rest of us combined.
Well, I was just gonna offer one possible way to deal with this is updates to the CCP, like phase 3, which has always been in the plans, do exist in our capital plan. So it may be, maybe its home doesn't live in the strategic plan, but continues to live in the capital plan. That'd just be one idea.
and the turf is in that
Correct.
capital plan, right? Right.
That was my question is, wasn't there a phase 3 where there was turf
Yeah.
fields eventually? Because I think we can't utilize CCP year round until we get to phase 3. And that's how many years away, you think?
Well, it's a question of funding, right?
Yeah, so.
Get us some money, Joe. We can do it tomorrow.
All right, bake sales next week. Everyone bring your cakes.
Well,
I guess because I don't have I don't have kids, we don't have children, so I'm not, the field part is really like not the thing that I focus on. There's a trail system, we could have winter light festivals there, there's a stage, we could have winter music. I mean, like, again, it's cold, we obviously would have to figure out how to do that, but I don't think that we need necessarily, if we want to just build momentum from activating that site at some point for future, there's a lot of things that are really cool about that spot that don't have anything to do with the field.
Yeah.
That's something separate too, right? So I
Yeah.
don't know, maybe leave it on there and figure out what we can do until we can do something different.
Yeah, no, that was our thought as
Yeah.
well. In fact, we weren't even thinking about the turf field as part of this. It was, what kind of events could we do that people might actually show up to during the winter? And that seemed to be a difficult one. The cold is one issue. That's easy. It's the wet that people will not come out because of, although this month
Right.
would have been just fine, so.
Well, even in the trees, a lot of times you don't get a lot of the rain, like
Yeah.
if it was a lighted trail or something like that. Or, sorry, go ahead.
Nope. I was just saying, I love
Yeah.
that idea. I think it's Des Moines that does a festival in December, but I'm curious, and I don't want to spend all of our time talking on this, but I do know youth soccer helps fund turf fields, right? The whatever, I can't remember what it's called because now my other kid's in baseball. Baseball doesn't, I don't think, do stuff like that, but soccer does. It's a state regulatory agency, and that's how the county partnered with them to build Petro, I think. So anyway, there are options other than just us looking for the funding ourselves.
Right.
I'm just gonna throw this out there, and I know this will cost money because we'll have to replace the turf, but as someone who enjoyed as a young child playing their sports in the muddy turf, like my last football practice of the year was always, hey, we're gonna go get as dirty as we can. We got a game that doesn't matter. We're gonna just go and goof off and slide through the mud at the end of the day. Like having those winter sports played in the mud isn't terrible, but yeah, we have to reseed the grass.
And Jesse and his team would love that.
Yeah. Sliding through but replacing the grass 2 weeks later and not being able to use it for 6 months, that is the problem. So it's one of those, the give and take sort of thing.
So, go ahead.
Is there the ability to raise, like I have a raised something, whether it's the ice skating rink or like on stilts? Obviously not on stilts, but like on a raised bed, maybe just 6 inches off the ground. Well, is that, I mean, that's probably.
I think we can build anything we want.
The money.
Yeah.
Still with
Yeah.
damage.
Bake sale.
Still with damage.
So let me ask this. So I
Plywood,
think the turf idea, I don't think needs to be on this because that's in our capital plan. We can do, I think, some simple kind of events, put some lights out there. Is that something kind of on the track council's thinking?
I really like the lights through the woods kind of.
Through the trails.
Idea.
So let's make note of that and let's,
I think Des Moines
what's that?
has one if you're looking for ideas.
Yeah, power would be difficult on the trail system.
I mean, I'm saying like for lights.
Yeah.
So I do this right because we go camping and we go out in the woods and
Yeah.
these little events, and you can get a generator and you can daisy chain your lights, like a Goal Zero or some
You can
sort
borrow
of.
one. We have a
I-
generator.
For the love.
As long as the
Trust me,
generator doesn't get lit.
we're not gonna leave a generator out there. We will not leave a generator on the trails.
But I mean,
Happens out there.
It would be
You don't
super
mind.
fun.
right, and yeah, you wouldn't leave it out.
Well, and the ones like Des Moines has, it's like little tea lights and
Yeah,
people build
yeah.
lanterns and they make costumes with
Sure.
lights. It's more of a celebration, not someone installing lights
Right,
on a
right.
trail.
Like the solstice or something.
Yeah, like winter solstice, like celebrate. So let's kind of change the wording of that one, Ethan,
Yeah. and then
so that we have an idea of what we're talking about and we'll work.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So next one is a commitment to health and safety. Let's see, several of those are completed. I wanted to go to 64 and 65, kind of the same question on those two. I'll read them quick. So 64 is update park rules and associated chapter in Covington Municipal Code. And then 65 was discuss options with Kent School District to maximize use of school district facilities. Those are things already in our Parks and Rec work plan. They're already things they're doing. It just didn't seem to make a lot of sense to have them on the strategic plan since they're already work plan items. So we wanted to ask if council's okay with those coming off of the strategic plan.
I think that makes sense.
If they're being worked on, let's not be redundant.
Okay, so we'll do that. Ethan, we can pull those. So the next strategic priority, it's line 64 and 65, is exceptional city services. So we can scroll down to there, Krista. Sorry, down to exceptional city services. So start with 79. Thank you. So this one was to acknowledge all public correspondence within 24 hours. I will say there's been a huge increase in that since last year. We've provided a lot of like template responses in See Click Fix, so it's easier to push those out on just like an email, phone call level. That's something that we continue to encourage with staff. I think for the most part, it happens, whether that is we're working on it, we're going to get back to you by this date. But those things are happening. So kudos to staff for making that happen. That's been a good accomplishment. Scroll to 81. Please, thank you. So this is develop semi-annual gatherings for council to interact with residents. As you know, we've had National Night Out on there, but we did do the town hall in the park last year. We decided not to do that this year. But we will have opportunities for council at all of our movies, at CCP and our drive-in movies, to maybe do a welcome and a introduction, share maybe a couple minutes of some city information at the beginning of those. And then we'll have the popcorn machine out so you can pass out popcorn throughout the movies. And then, of course, our 2 council service projects throughout the year as well. We'll continue to do those. Let's go to 88, please, Krista. Thank you. So reach out to schools to have council members attend and speak at relevant classes and school events. As you know, we've been doing that. Jeff just did one, was it this week, Jeff?
Yeah, last Wednesday.
Yeah, yeah.
It was first, Mr. DeLay's daughter was in there.
That's right, that's right.
And the, I have to
How many
say,
questions about Best did you get?
He's like, the mayor's come to your class, here's all these questions.
But I talk with Mr. DeLay on a regular basis. It's he's very enlightening in a positive way.
Yeah.
But a lot of the questions that were asked were not what I expected from 3rd graders. But it was like about immigration, it was about what they need to do to get involved in the community. 3rd graders asking what to do to get involved. Yeah. But the teacher is Cole's dad, who is our IT.
Our IT,
yeah. But it was amazing. All the questions were amazing from all of them. And even Mr. Rowley was surprised at some of the questions that they asked.
That's great.
So, but every one of them.
That's awesome.
It's my 3rd grader.
Oh,
Yeah.
schoolers are
Yeah.
not gonna ask.
But Cedar Heights, will be doing the same thing again this year.
Yeah.
And I've already signed up for Career Day.
Yeah, so thank you, Jeff, and all of you who participated in that. Krista's reached out to every principal, and so the invitation's there, and we've let them know council is ready and willing. Let's go to 91, please. So this was to improve enforcement of code compliance with Covington as we grow. As you know, we met with council, we engaged on that, we provided some better clarification and added some enhanced work that we do for repeat offenders. And so that is happening, and Brian's working on that and moving on it. So that's the end of our strategic plan overview. Any thoughts, questions?
Well done.
Yeah.
Cool.
With that up there, I'm not so sure. Sean, do you have any comments, questions about the review of the strategic plan?
No, I was just listening. I think we made some substantial progress on all of them, and I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick question about the first strategic plan. I know that, and I think I might have brought this up before, I don't know where we're at with that. When it comes to economic development in our downtown area, I feel like, I don't know if there's anything that we can do, but we have the Station by Vintage that has all of like their retail, and all of those spaces are still empty, and it's not overly pricey, at least it wasn't a few years ago when I was asking about it.
Yeah.
I know parking could be an issue, but as the city grows and people are more are walking more, that may become less of a problem. But is there anything that we can do to help get retail or businesses Or activate those spaces for people somehow. I mean, we're talking about
Yeah.
people that are looking for places to go.
Oh,
but-
those have been challenging and it's not an issue of cost.
Right.
That's not, the issue is it doesn't work for the businesses that want to locate here. Those spaces don't.
Right.
The idea when this was implemented 14, 13 years ago, something like that, I think was a good idea. It was kind of the trajectory of plate,
Sure.
but it just, it's not feasible. It's not happening in Covington. So we've got Polaris, their whole ground floor as well is supposed to be retail. And now we've got the station. And so it's just been really difficult to find a business that wants to locate in that type of space.
So the other part is that's the big thing about Lake Point, right? That's the whole deal, retail on the bottom and in certain areas, right? So what, is there something that
So-
we can be doing to make?
Yeah, so there,
Mom and pop is what I see, right? Cause of big change.
right, yeah, this is not the type of commercial space that Lake Point's going to develop.
Okay.
It will be very different.
Okay.
But I
Well,
think
I mean,
Selena's got something to.
Yeah, I'll just add, Regan's correct, you know, a lot of these ground floor spaces become incubator spaces, so you're only looking like a 5,000 square foot would be
Right.
like a Starbucks, right? And so it does cater to either like a like a startup or a small boutique type of store. Kind of just to be coming in 2025, probably the second half into 2026. CD is actually going to be looking at, do we want those spaces the way that we have them now in our downtown design guidelines, because they are sitting vacant, where there are other opportunities for live work examples that we don't really promote in our downtown. There's also examples about activating those spaces as they relate to the actual apartment or condos above them, right? So they're not generally, you know, visited by the public, but they're
Right.
activated, right? They have their gym down there, or maybe they have, you know, their video, you know, those lifestyle living things.
Sure.
So we're gonna be looking at that, those percentages right now of how much ground floor has to be commercial, because the Regan's correct, the feedback from the industry is like, that's not what's brewing right now, as far as demand for space. So how do you occupy the ground floor in a way that's active and then not have a lot of vacant retail space?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just seems like if I was living in an apartment, I'd want to be able to walk downstairs to a coffee shop or get a glass of wine or do some things catering to that. And those are the small mom and pop things that will then be more, you know, they're more likely to contribute to a downtown business association or the chamber because they have that flexibility.
So I'll just
don't
give
know.
you, I'll give you an example, just behind the curtain example. I talk to the owner of Polaris pretty regularly, right? They're a private company in Washington. They're actually looking at their portfolios right now. So these might get, you know, sold off or owned by others, but they have been, and I believe them, they have been marketing that ground floor area of Polaris.
Yeah.
They want those spaces filled because
sure.
that compensate, remember they provide affordable housing. That's their niche. They've got that dialed in at a state, federal funding level. But having ground floor active retail actually helps their portfolio look healthier, and that offsets their ability and maintains the length of their availability to provide affordable housing. They want it. They just can't get it. No one wants to come in and fill those spaces. Those businesses are not accelerating right now in this economy.
When
Right.
Station was coming in,
Yeah.
Selena and I talked about this quite a bit, that maybe we need some code changes to adapt to what might be more useful in Covington, because what we're doing isn't
Or
working.
incentivize businesses.
It's just not the right location because.
Yeah.
Well, that one is, yeah.
But
Yeah.
Polaris or Vintage, it's not a location, because as a prior business owner, I wouldn't even want to locate there because there's no visibility to the public. Now, once the town center gets open,
Right.
Polaris might work, but Vintage,
These type
Yeah.
of commercial spaces work if there's a lot of foot traffic
Right.
around that plus like the little businesses you were talking about. And it's just not a model that we have yet. Maybe in 30, 40 years,
Right,
but
right.
it's just not now. And so it doesn't make sense to keep building multifamily with this empty ground floor. So.
Okay.
even in Kent, the platform
Oh,
was
yeah.
built,
Yeah.
it's that, and that's a busy
Sure.
intersection, that still sits empty.
Yeah.
And that's been open for 12 years. And
I
so,
don't
but nobody wants to, it's not the right. There's not foot traffic, there's no place to park.
Well, I
And
mean,
so
it's meant to
just-
serve the people that live there, like, that's what you go, when you go to a big city.
But
all
that's
of-
not,
I know, but that's not
that
how
won't-
people are using
a
it.
business won't survive.
Nor would it
just on
sustain a business.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It needs to be people walking by going
Yeah.
to work.
yeah.
It's the people who live there and those people who are walking by.
Yeah.
Way closer.
And I just also want to say, it's also, and we talked about this, Regan touched on it earlier, it's the demographics of, and the expendable incomes that people have the ability to go spend in that, right? You talk to any company that comes in here, a fast food place, a grocery store, they will tell you, they've done that market analysis and they will tell you what their catchment area is. And they will tell you, sorry, your catchment area is in a PCC level disposable income.
It's not
Even though you might be selling homes for $1 million, it's the cost burden aspect of the financial economics of people going to that location. So I think that it's not linear in the sense of like, it's not just the people, it's the income ability, it's the access, it's the rents of those spaces. It's also certain businesses, and you'll hear this probably from Brook Hall at some point. Generally, these businesses come in and they want concessions their first year. So that developer is floating them, right? So it's not just coming in and getting like my lease is $3,000 a month. I might come and say, I'll take your space, but I'm not going to pay you for a year. So then that developer has to be willing to carry some of those costs in order to get those startups going. So it's complicated. It's not my area of expertise. I know just enough to like have a conversation where we say it's not working. We need to look at it. And then that's something that we have on our work plan this year. After we finish all this housing stuff, is to come back and really evaluate just those, I would say more fine tune. How do we get to the vision that we have in the downtown and not have a bunch of these vacant spaces?
Just
So-
imagine the apartments that could have been gone in there.
That's
for
what I'm
living.
thinking, like, people are going.
Yeah.
Ground floor townhomes,
Yeah.
you see a lot of, and it's, if you're looking at the active spaces, there's a lot of cool ways you can do that, right? We adopted a model pre-COVID, and I think there's a
Yeah.
post-COVID model that we need to just, catch up with.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, I sat in on a skip meeting once for Christina, and they were talking about some of the new buildings they're putting in near the link ride stations. And that's where I can see that really working, because people are getting on and off the train. Some of them are parking right near that area, so they want to get their coffee, they want to get a sandwich, something they can take with them to eat. So I think it's all about, where, you're right, it's where they are, and it's the people they would be serving based on the demographics of the location. So I appreciate that you're going to continue to look at that this year, and maybe we can do something different with the next group that comes in.
If it would pencil out, I don't know, I know that's, there might, like, even if there were one or two shops that came in and we said we would give you, like, if we're gonna be getting sales tax or B&O tax from a business in there, how would that look if we were able to give, help them get established on the front end with permitting fees and so forth like that? Like, is there a way to look creatively? And I don't know, legally, I mean, I get it, right?
Yeah, no, there's a lot to providing incentives like that. It can get kind of tricky, but it would be policy decisions the council would have to make. Anything to add to that, Mark?
Anytime we're thinking about giving money to private businesses, we look at the constitutional limitations on the gift to public funds. So each time we decide to do something like that, we have to go through the constitutional test to see whether it passes. So can't give a blanket answer on whether certain things would work, but a lot of them, due to the Constitution, are difficult to provide some of those incentives that are economically related to help businesses, like seed money or anything like that.
How long ago did you introduce the strategic plan?
2023 is when we began.
I just thought,
Yeah.
it seems like such a great tool for keeping everybody on the same page and accountability and everything. Oh, and I should say, I know it's not my role to offer ideas, but I'm kind of hung up on the shoplifter. And isn't that a natural person if you could get like work release once a week to go out and help expand the green team?
I just like that.
Doesn't he have a life
Let's,
sentence? And
let's,
so-
let's talk to the judge and say we want community service ordered. Ankle monitoring and community service.
Okay, we're running a little bit ahead of time. We're gonna move on to transportation, and as you see on the agenda, and as you read in your packet between pages 18 and 35. There's a couple different issues here, traffic calming, traffic cameras, and sidewalks. So I think, Don, you must be leading us here.
Yeah,
Casey's part of it too.
I got Bob here, fresh from Argentina, here to help me out. If we can start in your packet, if you can, it's on page 26 of your packet. If you could just go down to the flow chart, I think we start there. It'd probably be best, just kind of give an overview of what we're thinking is kind of the flow chart of a neighborhood traffic calming program. And so the thought being, give a second there. There we go, right there. Start at the top of that. So the thought being a neighborhood could or person could complete a traffic calming request and petition and send that to Public Works. And then we would look at that request and evaluate that. And in the chart, we can look at it. There's kind of a scoring matrix that would we'd do like an engineering study and then come up with a score that would come out of that. And then based on that threshold, and these are some other cities that have done similar type programs. If this request had a score of above 45, it would continue. If it didn't, it would basically kind of not meet that threshold for a more formal traffic calming process. That wouldn't mean that we wouldn't keep an eye on those types of things that we would do anyway, but it's more so it doesn't fit in that, it hasn't really ranked high enough to score for that to continue. But if it did, then we would meet with the neighborhoods to discuss and agree on a traffic calming program that would address those needs. And then we would come back to the departments like community development, and kind of basically, here's the thoughts. Does this work? And then maybe there's something in there that doesn't work or we need to change or whatever. So that's the piece that would circle back to meet with the neighborhoods and say, hey, we couldn't quite exactly do this. What if we change this? What if we do this type of thing? And then we would come back and then kind of do that iterative process if we needed to. But then we would, once we got a plan that was agreed upon, then the plan would be approved. And then Public Works would send out like basically survey, like a voting ballots to proximity to that, the impact area. I can't remember. Do you remember how far it was? 300 feet in around that area impacted of property owners. And so then we would take those, get those ballots back. Again, if you don't get at least 60% approval agreeing on that, then the process would end. And if it's over 60%, then we would continue, get basically ultimately getting city manager approval, which kind of gets into a little bit of like funding and things like that, which is the piece I want to talk to council here in a minute. But that would be kind of how that would work. And then if we get approval, yes, we can do this. Public Works would implement that. And then no, if it wasn't for some reason, maybe funding, maybe deferred, things along those lines. So that's kind of the overarching process, so to speak. I can pause there before I kind of bring up a couple of things in regards to this. Is there any questions as far as kind of the overall process?
Well done.
Yeah.
Can I just add something? I have to say, as an outsider, I was very impressed that you'd structured this program with the education, enforcement, and engineering. I thought that was really cool. And then your goals were so clear.
Yep, some of that, obviously utilizing other cities and different ones that have done this and kind of went through this process, which has been helpful and stuff too, that we didn't have to really start from scratch. So I will say, Selena has provided some nice structural organization to this since this.
She's our go-to for that.
Yeah, so she's got some nice ideas and changes as far as how the overall format looks, which are great. You don't see that on here, but if it looks different, that's from my friend Selena helping.
Just before you proceed, Sean has his hand raised. So Sean, do you want to jump in here, please?
Yeah, thanks. I just had some questions about some of the numbers that are on there. So first off, what does the 45 score mean? And what's involved in that?
So if you look in your packet on page 24,
Yeah.
if we can roll back also, Krista, there's a table on that.
Okay.
And so what that does is it's kind of looking at, again, these are pieces taken, and feel free to jump in, Bob, at any time. I'm dominating this. So it's basically criteria that's been used with other cities and stuff too. And what that really does is just kind of looking at, okay, a point system that's basically looking at a number of factors: speed, volume, pedestrian, schools, sidewalks, all of those pieces kind of that are going towards a score. And so that's really what it's basically coming down to, is looking at those factors to have basically a bar to kind of measure to, so you at least know, like, hey, are these kind of legit, or is it just unfounded? Well, really, there wasn't a speeding. We don't have a speeding problem there once we looked into it, things like that.
That's great. I appreciate that. And then the next one was the requirement that 60% of the community support that. So one of the things, I think the details being that, how do we define the affected community? And then two, and then maybe it is relying on what other communities have done or cities. But why do we put the bar at 60%? Why not 50 plus 1?
Yeah. Again, I think some of it, I will say, I think we'll have to see how things go as far as some of that, I will say. But this again was pieces that was taken from other cities. But what it is 300 feet in all directions of the proposed traffic calming plan. So if it was, involved in itself 500 feet, of an impact area, then it would extend 300 feet on both sides of that area. And then so basically all property owners within 300 feet of that area would be the piece that would. And I think the idea being, I will say that I think I can't speak to exactly why others have done the 60%. I think the 60% comes into play because there is some differences as far as making sure that there's not just a one person outlier or things, and maybe outlier is not the right word, but if it's only one person or something along those lines, I will say that people will, once it's put in place, there will be a percentage of people that will change their mind of their viewpoint of that. And so if it's very marginal, then it can sway a little bit. You know that there's going to be change once that's implemented. So I think you want a little bit of cushion in there, knowing that, oh, I didn't know that this was so annoying or loud, or this frustrates me, or it's right in front of my house, things like that. So we know that, at least based on some of the research we've done, that is, a little bit of that. So having a little bit of, I guess, leeway in that, or having a little extra just so it's not so close, was the thought.
Okay. Thank you.
Give me
Yeah, thanks, Don. So is it incumbent upon your team and Adams to collect the speed volume, I'm assuming is our police department, but the rest is you and your team have to go out and do all of these measuring?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like a lot of work.
Yes, it's definitely, and that's one of the pieces I just want to bring out too, is one of the things I will bring up or whatever it is knowing that it is a significant, asking other cities and stuff like that. It is a pretty labor intensive and stuff walking through that. So just being aware of that, that's the case. And then a little bit, like I said, unless there's some other questions, I will talk a little bit about funding and things along those lines too, if I can move into that. So one of the things being also is how do we want to fund this? Thoughts from council in that regards. Some they have set aside, say, a budget for traffic calming every year, and then if that can do one project, if that can only do a parcel project, whatever that might be, those, that's an option. Maybe you can, do a couple projects. It just depends on if, what's all involved with that. Some places have where neighborhoods, again, pay for those improvements, basically a shared cost, almost like a local improvement district, like we talked about to some extent, but you're doing that for traffic calming. So those are options as well. It's a little bit difficult to get like grant funding and things like that specifically for it. More things we could obviously keep our options open. We can do that. Like say we've done places like speed feedback, radar feedback signs and stuff like that. So we could do that. So I'm not saying that you can't do that, but these would be like pocket places that you're trying to do things. Whereas maybe our capital project would be looking a little bit more holistically along a corridor and trying to get funding and stuff for that, which we could incorporate traffic calming measures as part of that. And we would continue to do that when we put together capital projects, particularly if it's safe routes to school funding or those types of funding, we would keep that in mind for that. So we would still utilize these pieces as even elements, though, that we could utilize as maybe a larger project or something along those lines. Even if we couldn't, hey, we've got this idea of some things we need to do something in this corridor. We're going to keep this basically. And then when we apply for maybe a grant of doing more, we're like, and we're addressing these other issues that have basically been asked for by the community, things like that. So we would still utilize those pieces to go towards grants, which is beneficial as well. So that's a little bit of the idea with that. If there's some thoughts from council, or happy to answer any questions as far as kind of the funding, but wanted to get kind of an idea of how far was council's thoughts with this and stuff too, as far as this type of program.
Who do you see Christine's hands up? So
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
That's okay. Number one question, where do you find most of the complaints from? Is it within neighborhoods typically?
Yeah, I mean, Adam and Bob can jump in, but I mean, I think it varies, but I would say it's a lot of time it's neighborhoods. I mean, it's a lot of times it's right in usually by someone's house or something along those lines.
So then my question is this, I like that you mentioned that, the neighborhoods can implement their own strategies or utilize their resources to combat this issue that they're having. Then I can see them saying, hey, this is a city issue. The city should take care of it. But then we looked into it ourselves. Like a and I'm curious what the litigation is on this. Our and maybe it's not each one the same, every neighborhood is different, but like a speed bump is a couple $100. Like a one that's very effective, but not the concrete, cement speed block. They're
Like a temporary one.
yeah, yeah. They kind of roll them out. I don't know if they'll get legs and walk away, but and maybe there's ways to, make them a little bit more permanent, but it's really not that difficult. So if neighborhoods are having those issues, do they need to have permission from the city, or is it a case by case? I'm pretty sure it is. But just like, could they implement that as maybe even a temporary or maybe a permanent solution? Because it sounds like this process will take a long time, assuming they meet the score and whatnot. But I mean, if this is a true issue, and who can say that they can't do that? Well, I mean,
if part of it,
that's why I ask, is it neighborhoods or is it like, obviously not on a main road,
but speaking to this process, a lot of it is to provide some cover. So it's not the city coming in and saying, we're doing this, but because there's going to be a lot of people gripe and more people will complain about the speed bumps than have asked for them. No question. And so we need to be, at that point, we need to be able to say, this is something your neighborhood chose to do, not the city.
Correct.
So we facilitate the process, but it's on you. So, but that kind of speaks to the amount of work that goes into that. Don, do you want to address the other?
That answers the problem. That you could say, hey, your neighbor decided to do this and.
Yeah, but about the temporary ones.
Yeah, I think it would still be, definitely whether, we could put it, I guess, the temporary, however.
The neighborhood, sorry.
No, we would
be
still
clear.
be the ones that would still need to facilitate doing it.
Okay.
Even if they paid for it, we would
Okay.
still need
Yeah.
to do, because it's within our right of way, things like that. We would
Got it.
still do that, but it would be based on, hey, we went through this process. Your neighborhood agreed to it, and wanted it, and here's the results of that.
Okay, because it just seems like it could be like a temporary option for something. We put those, the speed calculators for the. And when we do this in different neighborhoods, we rotate them and it works and it doesn't work. And I'm sure some people complain about it too, but could we do that with temporary speed bumps, on roads that are more chaotic than others? Just something that can, if not slow traffic down, then highlight that this isn't the issue. There's a
Kind of a pilot program.
Yeah,
Request, we wouldn't want to affix it to the road because we'd have to drill into the
Hence
road.
why
for
it's-
that, but-
Yeah, I'd have to look into the details of
option.
that, but yeah,
Or
there's
an idea.
probably some ways that would be a little bit more friendly as far as maybe moving those, but still you would have to.
I just came
Look
back
at
from
that.
Arizona and you know what's happening there? It's not they don't have the height. They have the dip. Those are way worse. Like if you don't see it, which you could not see it because it's not affixed above the road.
Kind of fun to see the cars bottom out though.
It's probably more the storm drains than anything.
Yeah.
So,
so-
Joe, I was just gonna say, both Joe and
Joe's.
Beth have their hands up. Didn't
So-
know if you could see.
I 100%, I like this. I like our flow chart. I like how this works. I like the scoring is fine. But if like, say Wood Creek came in and said, hey, we're seeing all these things, we want to study. The streets in Wood Creek are theirs, right? Not the city one, not city. So if they wanted to do it with the HOA, just go, okay, we've got your scores, we don't agree with them, we're gonna put these temporary ones in on our own expense. Or
Well,
would that be?
it'd be a different story probably if it was privately owned streets. We would have to look at that differently. I don't think Wood Creek is private. I think those are all public.
I was just using them as an
Okay.
example because it was the first neighborhood that popped in my head.
Right.
I don't know that we'd get involved on a private street.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, we may.
I mean, they might
Part of
ask us
education.
to because they don't
Yeah.
believe in private streets. When you're in a neighborhood, you think everything's the city. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of the education
This is everything south of Maple
And-
Hills.
Yeah.
Beth still has her hand up too.
Yeah, no, so I guess I'm wondering too about a lot of times these some of these neighborhoods, people are using it as a through street or a way to get around traffic, right? And so even temporarily, like, for example, right? Even if it's there temporarily, some people might go, well, it's just not worth me taking this cut through because they got this cool thing sitting in the road. And they might change their behavior and then that thing can come away if it showed behavior without it having to be a permanently a fixed thing, or they could get moved around. I mean, so I like well, you guys are the experts, obviously, but I think the whole point is to change people's behavior. We don't really want traffic calming measures. We want people to drive carefully and slowly through a neighborhood, even if they're using it as a cut through.
My neighborhood is one of those.
Yeah.
Very main.
And I do want to give some time to Adam if you want to say something. I do want to say that keep in mind also though, particularly say speed bumps or something along those lines. A lot of times it's only effective if you have multiple ones, because if you only have like one, then you've got the slow down, speed up type thing at one location. So knowing also that you can get a series of these, I know that there's a little bit of some discussion with the fire department as far as response and things along those lines. Again, as when someone says, or fire department or different ones say, hey, having a speed bump here, is that a problem? Probably in that isolated case, they'll say, it's probably not going to make that much difference. If you have a lot of these in multiple areas, that changes their viewpoint and stuff too. So you're also realizing you're opening a door to some extent on certain things. And those would be the things we'd have to be mindful of as we're going through this and some of those decisions, is because if you do start to, well, I want one of those too, and I want one. And then, there's not like we can say, oh, well, you can have one. I like you, like there's none of that, right? So you end up having a series of these. So we just have to be a little bit mindful of that. And how does those will be some of those discussions we would have with fire department and things along those lines to really be clear on where do they, hey, what if they're all in these areas or just the neighborhoods versus, some of the pieces we've already taken into account in this. We've taken into account the collector arterial type streets like that are more important for response, that those wouldn't be really where we would be putting some of these pieces. So we've kind of dealt with that a little bit as trying to with the scoring and stuff too, but those would be all just pieces of it that we would have to be mindful of as we went through that.
I see the benefit of temporary ones, and we have a map going, well, we can only have so many in the next, because of the emergency vehicle type scenario, and maybe we can have them here. Well, I don't know. I mean, and then you can move them. You can put them somewhere else.
The graphic fellow, they're the one, I think they're called down at Elkai. They're the wider ones.
Oh, yeah.
But they're spaced enough so that a fire truck can get through it without having to hit it. Which is perfect because my Suburban fits right through it all.
Chief, we'll say about
I don't know.
the temporary
It might
ones.
be cheaper than going through the whole rigmarole all the time, maybe, I don't know.
And let's be mindful of that. Yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Let's do it. Where's the cutoff? So we can stay right below it. Or put them on a wait list. You're in the next neighborhood. It's gonna be temporary, right? If we did.
And that's a little bit we talked about. If we're funding things too, those would be some of the things. Hey, we don't have this, but you would have priority maybe in the next, if there was some funding,
Right.
maybe this neighborhood would be priority in that. Chief?
May I add something real
Oh,
quick?
yeah.
The power in this.
You're gonna have to come up
Get the
either.
microphone. The power in this process is that we actually quantify the scoring and the priority, and then we'll have a handful of locations that will be our top priority, and then we either throw the funding at it to match it or not.
So still.
So you could have something that scores, obviously the top one or two, that's what we're basically prioritizing that to be. And then the lower ones, if, just kind of like with grant funding, how far can your funding go down to? If we're, again, it's one of those questions too, that to be still answered to some extent, it's like, is there city funds going towards this?
I like
it. Just real quick, one thing with the temporary things is the second you put one of those in and it starts making noise and you can't sleep, you're gonna be all over, and this is one of the things this whole thing is meant to prevent, is having someone come in screaming at the city, like, you need to move this because I didn't like it. Well, if you're well involved in the process and everyone's on board with it in your neighborhood and you don't like it there, that's not much, we're not gonna take in and take out speed bumps all the time. It's costly. The second part is, enforcement is still with the police is a major driver in fixing a lot of these things. And we're still working on some of these problems. We have a lot right now that we're trying to deal with, but it's still a very effective tool in reducing speeding issues. So.
And I wasn't suggesting anyone wasn't doing their enforcement job, just
Nope.
just be clear.
And I will say that even those radar feedback signs and stuff, I do think are effective, and especially if you can move them and stuff. I know that I've seen those in my neighborhood that I live in and stuff, and they'll put them up and they move them around. I do think it is beneficial to that. I do think the reason I think it's beneficial that they move is just because people get used to that or whatever to some extent, and I think it's just nice to have it kind of change and move. But the more we get those types of things too, those would be great pieces that we could then implement more of that and moving those around in different areas to help facilitate, response or I should say, compliance to things.
Sorry, I'm out of range here, but.
Oh,
sorry. Okay, I was trying to stretch my leg. Just for clarification, that these will only come to you by a request from a neighborhood, correct? It's not that we're gonna tell all neighborhoods, fill these out if you have a problem. It's to combat the problem that we get quite often when we go to HOA meetings, that they've got a lot of speeding through a particular road. It would seem like if you went through the very first one on those complaints and they don't qualify at that 85th percentile, that you may be able to just justify we're not seeing the speeding at this time. Maybe we repeat it later, but I know Adam and his team have done that where we've turned over complaints that we're getting instead of having to go through the entire process. That's cumbersome. But then the next request you get is someone wants sidewalks and you've got Timberlane that wants, sidewalks or we've seen many traffic accidents in an area and they want a full investigation. So do you do the full study for every request that you get?
Well, this was be kind of a new formalized process. I will say that what we've done has been more informal, that somewhat follows these types of pieces that we've been doing, but it is based, someone says, hey, they're speeding in our neighborhood. One, we'll see if we do take traffic counts and speed counts around the city, periodic. Every year we're doing this, and we will add different places like that we know of to get data so we get an idea. So we'll utilize that to kind of say right from the start, hey, are we getting, is this kind of founded or not? And then we'll also put out the radar trailer and things like that then can pick up data that's more very current in a very specific location, to where they're saying, and are we getting that? Is it valid? Does it, validate the complaint or not? And so we would continue to do that. But this would be kind of more expanding that, especially if a neighborhood is saying, we're going to look at it a little bit more in detail because there's other factors that maybe just the speed piece to it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thinking about what Debbie said, we could have maybe one measure that is kind of the trigger that if they pass it, then we move on to the others instead of doing the whole thing. So for example, people come in and complain about speeding in the neighborhood. Adam puts the speed trailer out there and there's no data points that suggest that there's excessive speeding there. So then the process would stop, right? They don't meet that first one, so the process stops. If they do, then we do the rest of them.
Bob and I talked a little bit about that very thing, is there a kind of, first test or something like that? So I do think that would be something, and we could try to figure out how we would implement this as far as saying that. So it, before we would go through a lot of this, some of it would be pretty easy to get some of this. It's not going to take a ton of time to do. Some of the pieces will take a little bit more. So.
Go ahead.
So just a quick question. So this petition of 20 signatures, that's not just to get the speed radar thing in, or is this part of that too? Like to even just have, typically. Oh.
Yeah. The petition would be them in that neighborhood that are saying, yes, we do agree that we would like to do something here.
Okay, even if it's just the fact finding. Whereas now we ask, hey, we've heard these complaints. We don't necessarily have 20 people's names written down on a sheet of paper.
I think
So
that
try and
would
help them out.
I think that would be the piece where we would kind of use some discretion as far as someone, like we've already, now we have this. If someone says, hey, we want to do this, we have this process you can go through. If someone calls us now or complains and says they're speeding, we're still looking into it in the sense of, okay, is it valid? Kind of that first piece. That gets beyond that, and it's that maybe not something that we're thinking is going to be very maybe easily kind of like going to be addressed, and maybe that we could then say, hey, how about, what does your neighbors think about? You guys are on the same page.
Okay.
Here's this process. Do you want to go through that and petition and see if there's support in that regard?
So we're still doing the introductory, temporary, two weeks, having the thing out, just kind of gathering. Okay, that's okay.
And I think I should just check with Sean. Sean, you've heard a lot of conversation and questions. Do you have anything else you wanted to ask about the calming program?
No, I'm just grateful that this process is going forward, because I know this is something we've heard from a number of our residents about increase in traffic, and as communities continue to develop and new housing developments go in, they're seeing changes on their traffic patterns on roads that had lower volumes in the past. So I think having a transparent and understandable process for communities to go through is going to be helpful for them to, at a minimum, feel like they're being heard. So that reminds me, there was that one community, the couple that came in about their street, I think over by
262nd.
what was it?
262nd.
Yeah, so what happened there?
There was no speeding.
Yeah, I don't believe there was a problem that merited any further action on our part.
Yeah, the data that we got back from what I recall from it wasn't within those, but we continue again other areas. I think we just basically pulled some traffic data from that, or we put some, is that one of the areas that we've put out speed?
Yeah, and we found a little bit of difference between having the visible signs versus the non-visible loops.
Because they did ask for speed limit signs be put up. I do believe we put those up and stuff too, along that roadway. So we did do some pieces to it, and again, we're pulling data and stuff too, and keeping track of areas that were people were complaining.
And that's a response. Putting up speed limit signs is one of the traffic calming measures we can, and one of the low hanging fruit we can put in. So that's great. Thank you.
I will say too, we don't have to, unless Regan, you have some other thoughts or whatever here. As we put together a program, or say a plan to address, those would be things we could bring back also during the budget process or whatever, if we want to consider those. As, okay, we went through this process, here's a design, and it's, I don't know, $5,000 or something like that. Do we want to put money towards that? Those types of things would be another option we could consider as we're going through these, as we start developing them.
As opposed to the neighborhood.
Right. Rip.
So from a budgetary standpoint, when it comes to the staff time, like, it seems like we might need to start setting some money aside just so that staff can go through the process, whether we ever, if the petition and everything came through. Like, are we building that into our staffing, like for moving forward, or should we, or is it a budget decision card, or how would we do that to make sure that? Okay.
So-
And that's the question.
I posed to Don and his team was, you know, does this have a initial application fee? Are we subsidizing this process? And so I think that's, you know, the feedback. Yeah, how do we want to move that?
I think we're gonna have to just see how much and how far it's gonna go. I think some of it's going to be a little bit like, now is probably a good time to do things in the sense of maybe it's, we don't have a ton of capital projects going on at this second, you know, we can deal with some of this. If it becomes, there's many cities that have a dedicated neighborhood traffic calming coordinator. I mean, it's very common. And so it might be something like that, depending on how far we go. But I think a lot of it is having structure and us seeing how this is going to work and what is it turning into? Is it becoming a big piece and a big demand? Then I think we're going to have to consider that and look into it as we're.
Do we know if any cities have done like a contract scenario where they've contracted somebody to come in and do the analysis and how much that might be, or?
Yeah, we could totally do that. Like our consultants, I know like Gray and Osborne and different pieces like that, they'll do that kind of stuff too. So that would be
Do we know
for
how much
sure.
that would be, or is there a way to figure out like?
I think it
what
would
it
be
might be?
task based. I mean, they would pretty much just, it'd be just a matter of, oh, we'll probably, it's gonna be 20 hours of us, you know, looking into this or something like that at whatever their rate is. But those would be some things we could look into.
Wrong pricing or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that kind of answer questions? Okay.
I'm a little wanting some clarification though on, I think council had a good discussion about temporary ones. Is that something we could consider, want to consider,
I do.
or no?
Well, I think.
I mean, we haven't really looked into it much.
Right.
I don't know.
I think we need to look into that
Yeah.
and what's been the success of those. If we're talking about, say, for instance, temporary speed bumps or something along those lines.
Right.
Those would be, I'd want to get a little bit more information on, but I mean, I'm all game for if it, you know, stuff works. I mean.
Yeah, so I think if council would like, then we can, one element of this traffic calming plan, we'll go back and look into more about the temporary speed bumps, so we can bring that back, the feasibility of it to council. So that's one item if council wants to do that.
I would be.
Yeah, more
okay?
information
Okay.
back with it.
Yeah.
So we'll add that. The next one I'm curious on is kind of that initial test, as opposed to someone comes and requests it and we kick off this whole process. Do you want us to do one kind of initial thing first to determine if we should do the rest of the process?
Absolutely,
Yep.
yes.
Okay, so let's amend it. And is council good with right? So is council good with that initial test being the 85th percentile speed?
Yep.
Study there, okay. All right, so we'll amend
Not
that.
that Adam needs more work.
Oh, he does.
Or
He
eliminate.
does.
He already doesn't sleep, it's fine.
What's that, Jennifer?
And it's open to revision if
Yeah.
we.
Of
find
course,
that
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not solving any problems. then
Yeah.
we can look at it.
And I can't say enough for the chief and his officers and stuff in
They're
that
awesome.
regard. I mean, they're great for all the
Almost
stuff
like
they have
they're
to deal
Covington
with.
employees.
Yeah. So very helpful in that regard. So.
Yeah, totally.
Can I give a compliment?
No.
There will be no compliments here.
You have 10 seconds.
10
No, you
seconds.
have 1%.
Yeah.
When we got burglarized and we had 3 officers show up and I was like, wait, where do we get the third one? I literally said to them, I was like, where's the third one from? And he goes, oh, I'm in training. And I was like, oh, interesting. How much longer? Where do you plan on working after this? And he goes, well, since absolutely everybody wants to work for Covington, I'm just not even gonna apply for that. I'll probably go for these next 3 cities. But it was so cool. I was like, okay. No, not really, but you know, truly we all make it up. But it was really, really cool to hear. As an outsider.
I think we got that guy now.
Aw.
So we actually are losing someone to detectives at the precinct, which is too bad. We trained him. I'm a little disappointed. But we're getting the guy, I think, that showed up to your burglary that wanted to come really badly. He harassed all of his supervisors at the county, and then when we had a spot open up, they're like, here, we'll just give him to you guys. So we quit here. So,
That's really cool.
and he's great. So we're happy to have him.
Before moving on, I did have one other point of clarification, and that's on who pays for these. Should this be something that the council wants the city to bear that burden, or the neighborhood requesting it?
I think it would make more sense if we were to move them around and it's a temporary thing. It's not too expensive.
So
if we could.
So
I
maybe two-pronged approach, the temporary ones, the city covers, but if it leads into permanent ones, how do we want to cover that?
There's not always a HOA.
Right.
I think the city's
They
gonna,
could do an LID though.
Yes.
if you do an LID, but if you have the neighborhood pay for it, who's going to maintain it? Because if
Yeah.
it falls down,
So we would take over maintenance of that like we would say a sidewalk that a developer puts in or something. I assume that would be the approach.
There would be some, if you're talking about striping and things like that, knowing that there's
Yeah.
gonna be probably some increased striking and, you know, maintenance.
I feel like this.
Pieces you have to weigh in.
Yeah.
I can see a neighborhood definitely pushing back that, well, if there are city streets, why am I gonna pay for it?
And a lot of times it's people cutting through to go
Mhm.
to.
Exactly.
And
But who knows
I think
what?
always the message. I think always the message too is, you know, obviously we have a competing priorities, right? That's the hard part is you have a limited, and that's what I try to explain to different ones. You know, when you're talking about when they're looking at their isolated piece, and then I've also got a neighborhood over here that doesn't have a sidewalk at all, you know, and I'm like,
Well,
that's the
So
challenge.
if the temporary one highlights the success, I think they would be more obliged to purchase one and from their end, just an idea. But can we also decide this later when you come back with like numbers?
Yeah.
Just to.
It would also be interesting, one of the things that we keep talking about with the lid specifically is that neighborhood, those homeowners will receive a financial benefit because it improves the value of their homes. And I don't know what kind of studies could be done so that if we get to the point where we're saying, if the city, if we could, we would do all the projects. We want everybody to be happy and safe, but we can't. So we're gonna have to ask you to have stake in the game. If you do this, there's studies have shown you might get X amount of dollars back when you sell your house. So I think there's ways to, if we could find any of that data to help support, so they feel more comfortable. I'm thinking about it differently. Like, not I'm paying for it, but I'm doing improvements to my neighborhood that I will receive a benefit with at some point.
I'll just mention on the flip side, we'll get to it probably more when we talk about LIDs in the next couple agenda items, but LIDs are a whole thing too for billing. Like if we're talking putting these into Timberlane and I'm billing 300 homes and collections and liens on the properties and you're dealing with the renters and then the home. Not saying it can't be done. We've had LID in the past, but we had a company that actually handled our billing, which if we had a massive LID, I would go that scenario again, definitely just for staff time, but just the collection and that type of thing. Billing. Just to throw that out there.
Well, it seems clear now, thanks to your good questions, that temporary devices would be paid by the city. When you posed the question about permanent, even the idea of an LID, some of you quietly said you didn't really like that idea. But then Christina's idea was, well, let's gather some of the data, see how this program rolls out and works, then you could come back and look at that. And I think that's what I agree.
Yep.
Yes.
Mark, from a liability perspective, if something happens on the street involving speed mitigation, it's our problem, correct?
Depends on if we put it in, then it would go through WCIA and any
Right,
claim.
but if we're responsible for maintenance, irregardless of whether we put it in.
I think that, could you say more about that? I don't think I'm following.
It was said that even if the neighborhood pays for installation, we would resume responsibility for maintenance.
I think that's generally how we would.
Right,
We
right. So
would, we would
from
have
that
them pay for it, but it'd be
perspective, I would
dedicated
think from
to.
a liability standpoint, we would be responsible. I'm just thinking this because when I think who's liable, well, then we should be paying, so we're in control.
So we would still manage the install of it. The community would just pay for it, and then we would handle the maintenance. So we would be liable for, like anything, if we did something negligently, there could be some liability there. But if
Thinking of like the driver that just went through the construction zone,
Mhm.
right? Like, it's interesting to me how we can be pulled into litigation for things that, from a common sense perspective, why would we be pulled in because we are maintaining the speed bump? But
And that makes total sense. With any of these situations, if someone has suffered some kind of damage, they would like a remedy to come from someone. And people just think that the city has potentially has more resources than the neighborhood might, or an individual. So it's regardless of what our liability may or may not be in the real world, like practically. So someone can always bring in a claim, someone can always sue us and attempt to get nuisance value out of it, saying for a city to try to just get something to go away because the cost of litigating it greatly exceeds the value of whatever the claim is. But it's totally dependent on each individual calming device. And as Regan pointed out, if there was something that was negligently done in the installation, like you put in a 6-inch curb right in the middle of the street and it's not built to appropriate standards, then that's the kind of thing that would increase potential liability.
I'm just gonna point out, it's 10 o'clock. We are scheduled for 50 more minutes. I don't know if that means you're starting to get into crunch time, but I just wanted to point that out, so. Let you move ahead.
Sounds good. Just move on to traffic cameras.
Yeah, so we're going to study some feasibility on temporary ones. I'm getting the sense that council thinks temporary and permanent, the city should pay for. And we're going to do the initial test to trigger the whole process.
Yep.
All right. Traffic cameras. You ready for us to move on, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay. So next are traffic cameras. You may have noticed some of our surrounding cities have started to implement these in the last couple of years. I spoke with the city administrator in Kent mid-year last year about it. And he was pretty darn excited about it, just because they were making some pretty good money. I've paid the city of Kent for those traffic cameras. Yeah, I'll be honest. So, and their message to the community was, if you want body worn cameras, this is how we're going to pay for it. So we're putting in traffic light cameras.
Oh, it was a specific.
That's what they told them. So I talked to Casey and we thought, and Adam, we thought maybe we should look into that. How does this work in Covington? However, some laws around it changed and they're not, lucrative is the wrong word, but they're not bringing in money. They might be a wash. So it might change, drivers' patterns and habits, but not necessarily a moneymaker for the community. So Casey did a lot of research on this, worked with the city of Kent, Issaquah and Shoreline. And there is a long list of new requirements now, and I'll read some of those to you. One, they've limited what the revenues can be spent on, that they can only be used for traffic safety activities related to construction and preservation. So that's really limited where it wasn't before that. There's requirements that revenue be utilized proportionally based on areas of low income and high injury collisions. If a camera is in place for more than 3 years, then 25% of revenue must be distributed to the state, which states.
There it is. There it is.
So the state is taking 25% off the top for those.
Everything.
And then there's provisions for reduced fines, and they cap the fines that you can put onto them. But the biggest kicker is from the cities, Casey put this information together. It's roughly 90 hours a week per camera. Is that right? Yeah.
Staff time?
Yes, of staff
Wait,
time.
what?
So-
every 10,000 violations they process, it's about 90 hours.
So they're spending about 90 hours a week with, that's with court time, that's Issaquah, Shoreline, Kent. So that's with, they've got to review the camera footage, so it's a lot. And now with the 25% going to the state, that you may come out to the negative. So it's really about,
Just move it
one,
3
there's a lot
feet
of,
every year.
what's that?
Just move it 3 feet.
Yeah, yeah.
I was just saying, can we just move, like on day, on 2 years, 350 days, we just move it to the next intersection over.
So some things to think about. One, we could do these, and it's changed my habits as I go through a light in Kent, I'll be honest. I
Look for the photo.
I think about it more.
I drive by one of them every day, and I see the flash go off every morning, because it's right by my school, and I'm just like, that sucks for you.
But the thing to think is, there's also some political capital to weigh in balance here, because communities don't like these installed. And so that's something council need to be aware of. I think we'd get a lot of, other communities have gotten a lot of pushback when these are installed.
Auburn had them and took them out.
Yeah, Auburn did have them for a while, and they removed them maybe 7 years ago. Yeah.
I don't like the idea of installing them strictly to make money. They need to pay for themselves if they have a very good safety, if there's gonna be data that's saying putting it at a particular intersection is going to help people stay safe. All that's to say, I've been at a four-way stop, that one at James and 104th, God bless them. Those lights go off all the time when people stop and then make a turn on red like they're allowed to do. And it's extremely distracting, especially when it's dark.
Yeah.
Those things are going off all the time, and I can't imagine.
Someone's having to review that.
And somebody has to review all of
So
that. And
that's-
so I'm like,
That's one of the cons is they did say a lot of tickets get sent out that shouldn't be tickets.
Right.
So that does happen. The other one is there are increased rear end collisions
Yes.
where at intersections where these cameras
because
go
people
in.
slam on their brake to avoid going through it, even that might be.
So as someone who's had to give the city of Kent money for these, and this has to be a state level change, because I don't believe that the school zone is in effect 45 minutes after school gets out. But that's a state level thing, because I got mine because school had let out 39 minutes prior, and then I got mine.
Joe, you don't need to justify why you're speeding to us.
I also, Adam, close your ears. I also may not, I just think of them as suggestions sometimes. But I don't like these ideas, because in all honesty, 90 hours is a lot, and we don't have the staff time for 90 hours. Adam definitely doesn't have the staff to have someone dedicated to looking this over for 90 hours a week. 2, after 3 years, the state wants their hands in it, because, forget about the cities. They get enough money as it is, which is we don't. So I don't like that aspect of it, but I agree. If we were to do this, they should pay for themselves and show traffic improvement but you're right, the rear end collisions occurring are a pain.
Yeah.
And like I said, cause I have to make a right onto Kangley to get to work every morning. I'm sitting there at 116th in Kangley, and I see the things going off 4 or 5 times before I can make my turn. It's just, it can get distracting.
I think we're a little unclear. At this point, we're pretty positive that they pay for themselves. But when we have to start putting 25% to the state, I don't know that they would.
So Issaquah mentioned that, so their price.
They're $4,500 per camera per month with a 5-year commitment.
So they are pretty pricey, but they did mention that they break even on their safety school program only because they also have it be a speed zone camera outside of school hours. So it operates 24 hours a day, but that's how they recoup enough money to keep that program at kind of a net cost of zero.
I wasn't looking for it as a moneymaker. I only envisioned one location coming out of Fred Meyer by Jack in the Box going west. Because they continually block that intersection. So people going eastbound wanting to take a left-hand turn to come into City Hall can't go. Because there's cars all the way out, even blocking other cars going eastbound. And it's a continuous cycle throughout no matter what time of the day, it's continuous. And I never envisioned it. So if we're not making money on it, does the state still get 25% of it?
Yeah, they get 25%.
So then we lose.
We bring in.
So if we're breaking even, now we're losing 25%.
Right, that's the question mark, like.
It's less operating expenses.
That's true, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's revenues less operating expenses. So any net income we would have, they would get 25% back
Okay, so you per camera.
per camera.
Yeah, good point.
It would be
How do you
25%
decide?
off the profit.
Yes.
Yes.
The profit per camera, so that.
If there is any.
If there is any.
And there probably is.
I get-
Well, if it's $5, then.
I get complaints on a regular basis about that intersection, about people coming out of there. Especially since Joe, no, it's
Hey, as someone who has made that turn and gotten stuck, is there not an option instead of a traffic camera there? We show these images to the state and say, this is your road, fix this light, fix this intersection to get onto 18, because the backup is trying to get onto 18.
Well, you
Because-
just perked Bob's interest when you brought lights into it.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
So
I'll say it on
that is
record.
something that Bob's done and worked with Washington.
Let's change it and ask for forgiveness later.
when they turned it into a roundabout, we don't need to worry about it.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, but I change it. I think we can, I'm sure Bob knows how to go in there and change the lights, and we can ask for forgiveness later. Bob, don't actually do that. I
Oh,
don't
he's
want you
gonna
in
go do
trouble.
it right now, look at.
It's done, you already did.
Well, the problem with 168th is vehicles can enter on green and yellow. And all the way until the red changes. So if a vehicle crosses the stop bar on a stale yellow, they'll still block the intersection and the red light camera won't
pick it up.
The biggest issue I see with red light running cameras, essentially if they work and they're effective and they change behavior, then the revenue stream should become non-existent. And you don't see that. You see these red light cameras stick around for years. And to me, that tells you that it's not really changing behavior. It's just collecting revenue.
Are there studies that show that the other calming devices that Don was presenting would have a better?
Speed bumps all through the intersection.
Yeah, I just don't know that that's something we could put along Kingly,
Yeah,
as traffic calming measures, yeah. I don't think the state would allow that.
Well, I guess it kind of answered the question, like, what problem are we trying to solve? It sounds like that backup of the cars. Are there any other intersections and what can we do differently? Monitoring it with a.
One of the problems with putting a police officer in that intersection during that time is you make the congestion even
Sure,
worse.
well, yes.
Because if
yeah.
we start pulling people over, we've now blocked an entire
Well,
lane.
people start slowing down.
Right,
And causing
and
mayhem
so,
just when they.
You know, yeah, we could try to address it, but catching people blocking the intersection, probably not worth the effort to, because it's not gonna fix it. You know, we could do that every day and people will still block the intersection because they go through, as Bob says, on green, and they don't look in front of them far enough to see, oh, traffic's backed up.
We do have a sign up there that says like X dollar fine if you block an intersection, or do we have anything like that? I mean, like enforcing it's one thing, but.
I've never seen it.
I don't know if that would,
A good idea, though.
it might be a cheap. No, I don't know. I don't know.
If they're.
Don?
It costs to do something like
Bob,
that.
If they read the signs.
Yeah. At least it's doing something. Is that an issue? Putting a sign up there?
I think it would be something we'd have to ask WashDOT as far as
Sure.
if they would be willing to put the signs up. I mean, we can put them up. I mean, just like with anything,
Yeah.
it's just a sign, and I think most of it is driver behavior. And they're going to they know of it. It's congestion. They are filling those pieces and getting as much as they can, and they'll suffer the consequences. It's not a matter of them not knowing, in my opinion. It's a matter of I'm trying to get through this as much as I can, and I'm gonna stack. So I don't think it's it's an element of not knowing. I think it's just driver behavior and congestion.
Can we put a fake camera? There, fake flash.
But it-
It's just flashing all the time.
But I guess
That's a great
okay,
idea.
well,
That's
okay,
free.
so-
That sounds like step Ted.
Right?
Yeah, there you go.
But I mean, it's like, I know that there is a fine. There is a fine. I don't know if it's a state fine or what, where that came from, like.
There is, I've seen it in Seattle.
I've seen it in certain, other areas. And then if the city decides that, I mean, we're having to deal with it, right? Like, can we stack on top of that? Not as like, I don't want to be punitive about it, but the reality is that people need to know that this is a serious problem. And it is about changing behavior. And I don't know, is there something that we can do so that at least if somebody complains about it, there's a photo or I could see people taking pictures of cars doing this and sending them to us and going, this is a problem. And I don't know what we could do with that information other than gently nudge people and go, hey, look, just so you know, people are recognizing that cars are doing this. And your fellow drivers are recognizing this. You're peer pressuring. I don't know.
And it's not safe, especially for pedestrians.
Well, right. Right.
The fire department tries to come
Sure.
through when it's blocked.
And the other question I have then too, when it comes to these traffic reports, because I know I've seen this before too. And I don't know what in the last 5 to 7 years, anytime I'm in, like I've seen it in Canada, I started seeing it in Seattle. You have people, for the love of all, there's a car in front of them and they're 10 feet back so that normally the traffic flow, it would expect so many cars to go through a light, but because people are leaving so much space, we're probably getting 1 or 2 fewer cars per light cycle. Like, and that compounds over the course of an hour or two during rush hour. Like, people's behaviors are changing, and how often are those traffic concurrency measuring units taking that into account? Because I don't know how often they update in 5-10 years. I mean, I know they do change them, but when a community's behavior is acting a certain way, whatever that looks like, the culture of it, how does that impact concurrency reports? And as we're looking at building or development, and I don't just mean Covington for one, but in general in the region, how is that impacting traffic flow and causing the problem to get worse? Because now people are going, oh, I can't get through a light, so now I'm going to try to do this. Like, I think it has a snowball effect. I'm not saying we're going to solve the problem, but.
If I can just say too, keep in mind, it's a long-term solution, but the 5 roundabouts, those pieces, the circulation of that is really what needs to take place into there to solve that issue. Really, that's the piece that will help with that drastically. I can't speak. I'm not sure. I would imagine on a sign like that, as far as enforcement wise, I would imagine it would have to be an officer or something seeing that infraction and then doing that. Again, I think there is a percentage of people that would be more compliant or basically responding if they do see a sign. I'm not saying that not anybody does.
Right.
But we can sure talk to DOT and ask them about that. There is certain pieces. I don't think this is a big enough sign to worry about those types of things, but there is wind loading or those structures as far as how much signs they'll put on there and things like that. They get a little bit picky about where those are at, because if it's out on the end, which is the most effective on the end of a cantilevered piece, it's also the biggest piece where it's loading on that. And so those locations, they're always willing, I shouldn't say always, they're always willing to do it on the vertical piece because there's really not a lot of it. You put it out where people can see it, it's a little bit more, they'll have to do some tests and pieces like that.
So maybe if that's council direction, that's one thing we can take away from this discussion. We can reach out to WashDOT about about the sign indicating what the fine is for blocking the intersection.
That's good.
Might be the first step anyway. Yes.
Yeah. I don't think there was consensus to move forward
With the cameras.
Yeah.
There's kind of consensus not to.
We could also ask WashDOT to look at the coordination and they can bring the westbound green at the eastbound 18 on
Let's include
ramp
that.
up earlier. But it will be at the expense of the westbound through.
Which point you can help solve one piece, but it's gonna penalize the westbound, so.
I wondered if I was hearing, especially from you, Beth, like ideas about is there any public education to be done just about some of these intersections, but. That's a question.
Probably not a bad idea.
I'll get out and walk in between the cars.
It would just knock on
That's-
the-
God,
They
careful.
also do not-
You're so young, you can't block the intersection.
No.
I know, here's what just gonna get the flyers and get a little sticky gun to put on the windows and knock on the window, slap it on there and keep moving to the next car.
Is that another action item council would like, for us
Get
to
Jeff
work
out?
on coordination? Yeah.
Me
get
me
Jeff
walking
out.
out there, I'll get the fireman's. boots
Yeah,
and
we
I
take
mean,
that.
I think it would be helpful just to see what it does. I mean, I don't know how much it costs to go back, adjust it every time you do it, but.
There's not a.
Yeah,
a
it doesn't
cost to
cost
us.
us, yeah.
No.
So if that's something
What
council
are
would
you
like,
asking, like the
Uh,
time,
about-
talking to WashDOT?
WashDOT about coordinating the lights, so.
Yeah.
But it's a give and take, like Bob and Don said, so.
We want people stuck in Covington or stuck trying to get it. Right, out or in? They would drop them in
Keep
here.
them in, yeah.
Yeah.
You can
Just
check out
shop.
anytime you like.
So we'll,
You never leave.
that's another action we'll do. Let's reach out to WashDOT and we'll work on that coordination effort with the lights.
Okay, that takes us to sidewalks, the last of the three items.
You start with that?
Yeah.
So I think the piece of this is kind of coming back to primarily the Timberlane local improvement district. Regan and I met with their board sometime last year and we talked a little bit about the LID and they had interest in that. They had concern as far as whether like the petition method, if they were petitioning, meaning the HOA, would they get enough buy-in? So one of the things that we talked about with them was doing a survey to see, do they have any interest? Does the neighborhood have any interest about that? And so the feedback was that there was a significant interest in doing an LID. And I think the numbers around there were depending on if it's asphalt or sidewalk, but you're around $1 million or something along those lines to do the project, and that's design and construction costs and stuff like that. So I think a little bit of the question being from council, if my understanding is correct, is there interest, like, again, the board would like for the city to be the one that initiates the LID versus going through the petition from the property owners. So I think that's one of the questions is there interest in that?
And as you know, they did survey. Do you recall the number of surveys they got back? It was a decent percentage.
Yeah, I have it. I pulled it up.
And overall, the respondents were supportive of forming an LID.
Knowing that they pay.
Yes.
Okay, that was
Yeah.
very clear.
Yep.
So they
Yeah,
had
and so
three.
we asked, when Don and I met with the board, we said, before we move, we need to know how much support you have to do something like this. So they did, I think it was a Facebook survey. They've got the Timberlane Facebook page and they did it on there. What were the?
So they had three questions, and it says, and they provided the local improvement district pamphlet that we created. They sent all that information to them. And the first question was, I've read about what a LID is from the following link and that type of thing. what is basically, you read it? And 205 responses had almost 93% said yes. So question 2 was, so they read about it, they understood what an LID was. The next one had 205 responses as well. Should Timberline HOA work with the city of Covington through an LID to replace problem sidewalk areas? 82.4% said yes. And then the third question was, which type of sidewalk do you prefer? Asphalt, they had 785,000, concrete, 1.1 million. Google search reveals that concrete typically lasts almost, it's not on here, I can't see it, it's crossed out, and do not reflect any finalized cost of decision. So anyway, there's a longer question, but anyway, it sounded like 80% preferred the concrete, and again, 205 responses of that. So, so of the higher of those numbers. So I think part of the pieces in here is that doesn't reflect the finalized cost is some of the LID costs and stuff that we mentioned in there. Those numbers don't reflect the formation of some of that stuff too that will go into that. So, but anyway, that was their feedback, and now, like I said, the pretty much the request of the board is still that they think it would go over better if the city initiated it versus them petitioning.
Will you quickly explain the difference between those two options though?
Yeah, there is, so, and I could go back to the pamphlet, and Mark, if you are versed in it better than I am, let me know. But it's pretty much a group of property owners or whatever can petition the city for an improvement. So they would be initiating it, basically kind of similar to what we talked about in a traffic calming request. You're asking the neighborhood, hey, I'm putting my name down on here, and I am asking the city to form an LID to do this improvement. So it's pretty much them initiating that. The city could initiate that by saying, hey, here is, there's interest in this LID. We're going to form this. And then it still has to go through the public process and everything. And the property owners still have to have a majority improvement of that. It's just where the process is initiated. Does that jump in?
Yeah, you explained that correctly, Don. Really, there's just two ways of doing it. Either it's city initiated or it's initiated by the residents. And depending on what the makeup is of the neighborhood that wants to do this, there's a hearts and minds aspect to it as well, that when the city says you're going to pay for this versus a group saying we want to pay for this, there are a lot of considerations that can go pro con with either one of the methods. So it's, the city can always say we want to do this, and the citizens could choose to reject it. Or you could go through the process of the citizens saying we really want this, and you'd already have the initial buy-in from at least 50% of the aggregate value of the property.
Yeah, go ahead.
Remind me, how many homes are in Timberlane? I'm thinking 700, but
I think it's closer to 16. I think
I
it's
can't remember the
1,500
number. I thought it was pretty high, like 900 or something like that.
1,600. I feel like
Okay.
it's 15 something, 1587 or something like that. It's a lot. I would say a huge percentage of our residents
yeah,
are right there.
we don't even, does the HOA tell? Okay.
916.
That's what, yeah, I thought it was.
That's a Google AI. is doing.
I thought it was 900.
I am almost positive.
It's counting though, so.
I hate it, so yes.
Well, the question is like how many of them are classified Timberlane and how many are classified with,
Oh, that's just Timberlane. I'll text George, he'll know.
And I only say that because I mean,
Question is George gonna want to respond?
Oh,
to
the
the survey
HOA
in the
says
morning?
916.
I guess
So
He's
on the
correct.
HOA website, it says
Hours.
916.
916. Okay, so 200 is only like, well, 250 or.
Yeah, right?
I mean.
We're listening to third.
Carla, what do you want to?
I just wanted to make a comment about Facebook surveys.
Yeah.
That the 205 or whatever the responses, you have no idea who that was. So, I have access to 14 different Facebook accounts. I could go to 14 different Facebook accounts and vote on that survey myself. So if you have 2 or 4 members of the household with a Facebook account voting, that could only be 50 households that actually said they wanted it.
Yeah.
So you really can't base it on that. So definitely the public process, when you go petition or whatever they end up doing, is where you're gonna find only one household is a voting member of an HOA. So you only get 1 vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And without knowing how much it is every month, that changes people's responses, right? Yes, of course, that sounds like a great idea, but then when they actually are, okay, well, this is what it's gonna cost you, would this response be the same?
Let's not forget too, that a lot of Timberlane is renters. Also, a lot of those renters don't speak English too, so how many of these homes are gonna be facing a new charge? And the people aren't gonna understand the charge, so that's one of the other
It
things.
should only go to the homeowner.
It's gonna go to the homeowners, yes, but the person who's renting out that house is like, well, I got an extra $50 I have to spend. I'm gonna raise the rent 75, so I'm still making a profit. I'm not saying that renters or the landlords don't matter and whatnot, but some of these renters they just came here.
Yeah.
They needed a place to live. This was the cheapest place they could find, and now they're gonna get priced out.
And I think, so the real question for council today, and these are all good points, but is council wanting to initiate this process on behalf of Timberlane? Or do you want Timberlane to initiate it? Because there are 2 different processes to follow there, and they've requested that the council initiate.
Just briefly as well, there are pre-formation costs that go into this as well, because there's appraisals and there's going through the tax rolls to find out how much the assessments would be for each individual house. And so there are a lot of different ways that is formed, but that's not something we can handle in-house. We would need consultant help in order to go through this process. And if it's the petition method, then it's the cost to those homeowners that could then be reimbursed by the funds that are raised to the LID. And so they would be the ones at the risk if it fell through. But I believe if we went through the resolution method, we would front the costs for all the assessments and everything else that go into it. And if the petition, and if it ended up failing, then we would be on the hook for those costs. So that's where it's
Which could be
taking money.
substantial.
Could be substantial. It's tens of thousands of dollars for going through the process, whether it's getting the consultant help for the appraisers and everything else, and then also the actual nuts and bolts of doing it has significant time and consultant costs.
Go ahead.
Point of clarification, what specific sidewalk we're talking about Timberlane Boulevard? We're not talking about 194th, right? Or are we?
So I broke them down that cost included all of the one side on both Timberlane going basically from the clubhouse to what is that, 260?
It's Timberlane and Timberlane.
Yeah. To
Yes,
the end,
legitimately.
to the
Yeah.
T, and if you make a left right there, coming out towards, like you're gonna be heading towards Real Life Church.
Yes.
So that first little piece, the sidewalk, then you go like another block or so.
Where the sewer station.
So you're going to there is the one side, and then the other piece is taking you down 194th wide, and again, one side, all the way around till, there's actually a walkway once you get.
Yeah, to that other neighborhood.
Way at the end, the newer kind of, newer neighborhood, that's where it is. I can pull up a map real quick, but I wanted to.
But, and that was how much an estimate? a
So a
million,
little over $1 million
just for one side of the road,
for one side.
and 916 homes. I mean,
It's about
personally, I don't see a thousand homes. I don't see them. The people in the back, parts by Jenkins Creek opening and stuff, going to pay for a sidewalk out there. That their sidewalks are already asphalt that are breaking and stuff. So if we front the cost, I mean, the only way we're gonna see it get done is if we initiate it. Because the Timberlane board isn't gonna be able to get all the buy-in.
And that's where there's the risk, right? I think there's a high likelihood that the HOA will not approve the LID. So if the council initiates it, we're stuck with those.
Right.
The risk of that cost.
See, in the last LID that we did, 9901, that was 172nd Street, but that was initiated by all the property owners to build 172nd. And also to do this, bring sewer in, because it was all septic at that time. That one was easy because it was all commercial property owners.
We were reimbursed for all our cost as part of the.
Yeah.
It's just gonna get worse.
Yeah.
And it, rough math, 15% of our residents are literally in the HOA, not including the surrounding communities that, half of council lives in actually. I mean, and it's gonna get more expensive. And I feel like it's our problem, even though I know technically, legally, it's not. But as representatives of the residents who live here, whether they're the property owner or the renter, it is our problem.
It's actually King County's problem for creating it.
The-
They built
the
it
Whole thing,
because there was asphalt sidewalk on both sides of that street.
that blew my mind when it is there, you can see
Yeah.
pieces of it.
Yep. So if we initiated it, we would contact each property owner in the Timberlane area, the Timberlane community, approximately 1,000 people. Go ahead, Tom.
Just to clarify on that too, is it would be more than just them because there's gonna be benefited people that are in proximity that aren't in the HOA. So that was another piece that they were bringing up too, is it's not, there are property, say for instance, school district, things like that, and others, ones that are not technically in the Timberlane HOA that would also probably experience a benefit and therefore would be probably assessed.
Would be Covington
the
Park,
LLT would
which
be
is
larger.
where we live.
Exactly, which I would say are.
The benefited properties would be greater and therefore would be sharing a load of that as well.
Which would then bring down the price for each individual household.
Correct.
So what is the process that if we as council wish to move forward with it, that the city does this? We would then reach out to each of the benefited property owners.
So there's quite a few different steps, but once I just pulled up the process here. So if you go through the resolution of intent method, city council initiates the process. You adopt a resolution saying that you intend to do this. There's a public hearing and a bunch of notice issues that come out. Through the public hearing, you have multiple opportunities for the public to get involved and state whether they're interested. And then once you actually do an assessment of what all the costs would be and the assessment as it would be proportioned out, then you will send the amounts to each one of the potential voters in the LID. And so if you have adopted the ordinance saying we are going to create this, then there's an opportunity for the citizens to protest. And if there are 60% of the citizens say we don't want it, then it disappears and we eat the cost. So I think legally we have either one of the options is perfectly legally sound. It's just risk and the hearts and minds. And because I think there would also need to be, if the city, and this is the non-legal side of it, if the city did want to pursue it, it would likely need some kind of campaign in order to promote, educate, and try to get buy-in from the community. So when the city's leading that, I don't know which is more effective, whether having your neighbors saying, let's all do this together, or having the city say, we want to do this.
And to add to that, because of the amount of renters there, that does make that campaign more difficult. Because that's not who we need to speak to. We need to speak to the property owner, which we're not going to be able to have those kind of face-to-face conversations with, because a lot of them don't live anywhere near.
So this, since it's one way and Cedar Valley is right there, Cedar Heights is at the top of the hill. Does that route even classify for safe routes to schools?
Yeah, I mean, those pieces we could, but the whole part of that, we would have to, the tricky part of it is saying that we don't own it and we're asking for those funding, and then we would have to get that dedicated or whatever to the city, and the city be willing to take that over. So there's a little bit of.
So we'd have to be willing to take over their existing sidewalks prior to that? Is that what you're
I don't
saying?
know if it's clear enough. I mean, we'd have to be asking the questions, hey, to this granting agency, we don't own this. They are willing to, that would be a piece that would be a condition. Would they be willing to donate that to the city? With the idea that it gets improved, and would they, provide that funding based on that? I don't know.
And that would probably also be some voting structure, since it's collectively owned by an HOA.
Right, so they would have to agree to do that too, which would be another piece of this, regardless of what we go, is that obviously as part of that, it'd be one thing if you're doing it as an LID, you're probably voting on the fact like, yes, and then you're also gonna have to, at least of the 900 and whatever homes, we're gonna have probably a percentage of agreeing to dedicate that to the city.
Likely need a plat amendment just to get through that process. So there's a lot of different ways that, a lot of mechanical hoops that need to be jumped through in order for any of this to happen, but it can all be done. It's just a question of how much does the city want to front our time, resources, and money versus having the homeowners going through that process and leading the charge.
So Beth and Joe, you both have had your hands up for a while. You go first, you were up first.
Is it an option if the board could get homeowners to, I'll just say, sell it to us for whatever we feel like the cost might be, our upfront cost of doing the lid assessment? I mean, we're gonna take on all the liability, because I swear to God, my husband's tripped on those routes, and it's, by the grace of him not being
in the street.
by him not being a sewer, that's not gonna say, hey, HOA, I've just broken my whatever, I mean, somebody's going to at some point do it, and if we don't get, if they don't get it fixed or can't afford to get it fixed, and we need to spread the cost over the city, because that is a big main street right there. I mean, a lot of people use it. So, but is there a way to, they should have some skin in the game for the same respect.
Well,
I
they
don't
would
know,
have to pay for it, right?
No, but I mean, if they relinquished it to us, but they basically.
But see, that was the whole driver for putting this LID together, because the question we get year after year after year from Timberlane residents is, do something about our sidewalks. They don't even realize they're their sidewalks, right? And so we put this LID process together so that, okay, neighborhood, whatever neighborhood you are, in this case, Timberlane, if you want to fix your sidewalks, this is the process how you pay for it, because people who live in other neighborhoods that have sidewalks, they pay for their sidewalks. Right, so out of an equity lens, it's not real fair that the community pays for sidewalks in one neighborhood.
Sure.
And Joe, did you want to add to this?
So I just got a couple questions. So if sending out these ballots to these homeowners and whatnot, is it a percentage of ballots returned that we have to get to that 60, or is it like, hey, we sent out 1,000, we have to have at minimum 600 back that say yes?
So it's, if the city initiates it, if it's written protests that we would have to receive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be people actively saying they don't want to.
Okay.
But the HOA still needs to approve the LID.
Yeah.
Right, approve the addition to their property taxes, or how we're doing that, right?
It wouldn't be the HOA itself.
The homeowners.
The homeowners, right?
Yeah.
The impacted home, all the benefited properties.
Right. Yeah.
So there's two different.
Okay. Then the next thing is from what Don last said, it sounds like there's still a lot of information we don't know that we 100% need to know before we can even move forward with this. And I'm just wanting to make sure that that's kind of what I heard if that's, if I'm hearing you correctly on that.
Yeah, we would need help in order to really get down to the point of like, this is how much it would be based on these properties, because you're gonna have to determine people that know how to do this is gonna determine where is the boundary exist that
The
this
benefited
benefits.
boundary for
Yeah,
that.
because it has to be, the benefit has to exceed what the cost is in order for that property to be assessed. And so you have to create all of that. So we would need help in order to do that. And so there's going to be a cost of that. And that would be the piece where regardless, there's going to be a cost to determine that. Do you want to basically have the property owners petition and the risk kind of be, if it doesn't form, that there's a cost that goes with that and on them, or if we do the resolution, do we want to accept that risk knowing that for us, we're going to have to figure out what these numbers are, and we would have to go back and actually just even ask what those costs would be. We would be like asking the experts, like, can you give us a scope and fee of what it would take to come up with this? And we could bring that back, but it would be the point of determining whether the city would want to take that risk basically of that.
Jennifer, why don't you, we've got about 10 minutes left on this.
How many currently HOAs are responsible in the city limits for their sidewalks?
I don't know if there's.
Well, the way that the law is written is that, so the HOA, and Don, correct me. So when HOAs are formed, in their CCNRs and on their plats, it says you are responsible for the sidewalks adjacent to your house and the street tree adjacent to your house. Did you have one? If it defuncts, then it goes to our code section in Title 12, which says it's the adjacent owner's responsibility for their sidewalk.
So the sidewalk in front of my house right now today, I'm not in an HOA.
Would be
I'm
your
responsible.
responsible.
Interesting. Okay, had no idea.
And there's a whole process.
Clarify responsibility to do what though, because there is
To
city,
maintain,
there
like,
is some city responsibility
Yeah.
as well.
so there is.
Cause it's in our right.
So to maintain that, so like keeping it free and clear and getting the snow out and reporting should there
But
be any
damages and
issues.
replacements, that's on the
Yeah.
city.
But in the HOAs, in the CCNRs and many of those, they are, depending on how they're written, and I don't know exactly, but some developers put all of that back on
Interesting.
to
Okay.
the HOAs. So that, and then we're not as involved in that individual sidewalk issue.
Okay.
And I don't know the answer to the question of how many go that far.
I mean, it's the
I would-
oldest HOA, and so that, and due to the population, and due to the fact that they can't even get dues collected, right? I mean, it's a complex situation, so I just wanted to see if potentially there were others. And then second question, talking about the benefit boundaries. It's kind of a stretch, but living in Covington Park, literally between that sidewalk and future Lake Point development, and that is such a main thoroughfare. Is there any potential to extend a benefit boundary as far as that? Because that's,
To Lake Point.
oh yeah.
Well, I mean.
That would be something the experts would have to.
Exactly. It would
determine,
be a matter of before and after.
I mean, it's good.
assessments.
That area is gonna get even more dense. It is the most dense. It's gonna
So they
increase in
collect
density once
data
Lake
points and
Point's
that's how
built.
they determine the benefit. We don't get to determine the benefit area. It's the data that they.
I'm just
I mean,
worried about
you
future data
can-
points, right? Because that may not show up.
They would
at
look
the
at
data
it. They would look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can inscribe it in different ways or whatever, is my understanding, but it comes down to, that boundary would have to be that the
I mean,
benefit out.
those children will be using it to get to school.
Mhm.
Well, the road will go right from Cedar Valley right in.
Right.
One
No,
ninety
that's
first,
a good point.
correct.
It'll connect.
191st is the connection.
One other thing to keep in mind with this is that as we're going through the assessments to the benefited properties, there are multiple ways you make those assessments. One of them is mathematically like linear footage of sidewalk. Another one is doing special assessments where you actually appraise the benefit, which is much more expensive to do. So you can set it, but also depending on which method you use, if you have someone who has 50% of the linear footage of the right of way that would be benefited by this, they may have a much larger say in whether the LID is adopted. So the more properties that you include that are benefited, so if you had
No,
a
totally.
very large,
Mhm.
if you added someone else in who was a very large property owner, then they could have a potential to sway control a large portion of the assessment role in what a protest.
Farther away.
People
Less
on the
perspective,
corner.
less adjusted.
Right, so it totally depends on the assessment method, and that's what we would want the experts to talk to us about, is whether it's per linear foot, area, zones, or using the appraiser to find out like what the actual benefit is for each property, and then going from there.
And like Mark was saying, I mean, that gets into like when we do buying property for like right of way improvements, right? They're doing those assessments to see before and after of each of those properties. And so those can get pretty expensive if you're having to do every single one of those properties in that way and not doing some linear foot or things like that. Otherwise, those assessments can get costly in the sense of someone conducting them, the cost to do that.
Hey, one more question. Let's try to bring this home to Beth.
Oh, yeah, well, so I'm not gonna speak for the rest of the council, but assuming we wanted to get these sidewalks replaced for safety, what would the staff recommendation be to get it done in the least amount of time at the least cost or burden on staff? Yeah. Say we were.
I don't know that the method selected changes that.
Okay.
It's just the risk. So do you want the risk, the
Well,
expense
that's part of.
to be on us or to be on the homeowners?
It seems to me if we put it all on the homeowners, it's gonna take forever and it may never get done.
They don't even collect their dues.
Right, they can't even collect their
But,
dues.
but if that's the case, then we already know they're not going to approve
That's
their increase to their taxes either.
correct.
right?
Well, so what I'm saying though is that if we decided to ask them to give us the property and we just take care of it as a city.
Oh, so what you're saying is, so right now our policy is we don't assume property unless it's to code. So are you suggesting that we assume that property and it's not to code?
And then we just pay the
And
whole
then we
bill.
pay.
And then we just do it all ourselves?
Sure. What would
Okay.
that- If is that an option? that
Reverse it.
people-
Do it all ourselves, then assume it.
Yeah, no,
Or however.
that's something, if the council wants to do that, you could do
But-
that. I think some other, yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
I don't mean to interrupt, but so look at the cost. If
Mhm.
we go out and do all this assessment of what
Mhm.
it is before and after, how much it's gonna cost us, and then if it fails, how much are we gonna be out of it
Mhm.
versus, and we have to pay for it. Versus they give us the land, which is not in our code, because we're accepting something that's not up to code.
Mhm.
And we just fix it and build it. Is that going to offset some of the cost if it
Mhm.
fails going to a vote?
I think a minor amount. I think the preliminary costs might be, I don't know, I'm throwing this out, $50,000 maybe.
Okay,
For the
No.
assessment.
For the assessment, yeah,
Yeah,
50 to
yeah.
100, I would say.
50 to 100 for the assessment.
Well,
compared to
100 is
$1 million.
10%.
that's 10%, and then $1 million to build it.
I think that one of the biggest issues to think about is this could be a little bit of a slippery slope.
Right,
Just
To,
start opening.
yeah, for any neighborhood now, well, this property of ours isn't up to code, so you take it, cause you did it for timberland. So that's
Yeah.
something to
I
consider.
mean, look at all along up in the area by Rainier Ridge and, I mean, by Crestwood and stuff, then they could start asking that
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
So is everything you're all saying kind of adding up to, it would be much better to have the neighborhood initiate it, but that's not likely to happen, so then nothing will happen, no sidewalks will be built or
Yeah.
improved, or you just have to.
So we're right back to square one.
Yeah.
No, we have to do something.
We absolutely.
We absolutely have to do something, but
Okay,
such a slippery slope always.
can we collect? It's an issue to collect dues. However, there's no real true consequences.
Mm.
Can we collect on the property tax end where there are?
Lanes.
Is that how
Right.
you collect
Is that-
the LID on the sidewalk would be through property taxes?
Yeah.
Or you'd send them a quarterly bill?
Casey's speak to this.
It's, we bill them quarterly and it's separate from their property taxes. But if they do not pay, it'll be liened and then eventually foreclosed.
I mean, then we'll get it.
Yeah.
I
The
mean,
HOA has that authority, the HOA has that authority too.
Yeah, but they're it's such a weak HOA.
Do we want to, do you want staff to reach out to consultants and get at least an idea of what the scale of the cost is?
Yes.
Like,
Can you
for
bring that
this?
back to us?
To know what that risk is?
Yeah, I think that's a good start off point right there.
Is council good with that?
yes.
Okay.
The other thing I heard I wanted to confirm was, looking into safe routes to school and if that could
Yes.
be an option.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 takeaways from this discussion then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as I understand, also Lake Point will go to that school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
part of it will
probably go to there and part of it will go to Crestwood.
But yeah, in the new routes, the majority of it will go to Cedar Valley with what.
Cedar
Dr.
Valley's
Barrett-
gonna have to get rebuilt if that's the case.
Well,
It was way under capacity, so.
yeah, 25% of the building is needed.
Oh.
The rooms are vacant.
We almost
I'm gonna borrow a classroom then for.
Are we good on that one then?
Yeah. I
I
think so.
just also just one note, as I think, just so you know, Safe Routes to School, I think is every 2 years, and I think we just got it, so it could be a couple of years before Safe Route. Just I'll clarify and find out, but just know that that's a grant that's every 2 years, and I
don't
think we
can
just got
keep
awarded.
building that sidewalk next week anyway.
True.
Just one final thing is Don and I were talking about, we've talked about this in detail in preparation for the summit. And I preemptively just reached out to someone that I know who works at the law firm that did this previously for the city. So we've connected, but we've been trading phone calls, and I'm actually going to see him tomorrow. And so I'm going to chat with him about this and see what a proposal might look like to get help with this, because Don and I haven't formed an LID personally, so we would need help to make sure that we're going through everything appropriately. But I've already reached out, and then we'll find out some more information based upon the direction here from council.
So reaching out to experts or consultants to kind of get a scale of the cost and to look into the Safe Routes to Schools funding, is that possibility? Okay, great. We ended on time. It's 10:50. Let's take a break. Let's schedule till 11 o'clock. And we will. be back. So I have to say, I stand corrected from this morning. I guess everyone is saying there is a desire to take the meeting till 7:30 p.m. Because my hourly rate will go up starting at 4:30, or 2:30 or 3:30 or whatever. So, okay. We're gonna do this next issue and go into lunch. This is scheduled to be about an hour and 15 minutes. It's parks, and we've got 2 issues here. And so I'm gonna hand it over to Regan and to Selena and to Ethan. So we are looking at, I'm sorry.
I think I'm starting.
Yeah, we'll go with
You are,
Don.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Do you want the clicker
Don.
on or do you need it?
So it's
I
both
don't think
level
so.
of service
Okay.
standards as well as the Metropolitan Park District. So, all right.
So we have Jesse is joining us as well. Jesse's online. Thanks, Jesse, for being here. He's also son is in a wrestling tournament, so he is close by though. So there you go. So I think Jesse, do you want to start walking through these slides? Oh, we can't hear you. I will I'll give you a second, otherwise I'll just get going.
How about now?
Perfect.
There we go. Morning, everybody. Yeah, we'll just kind of get started here. It's always good to kind of, I think, put a face with the name. This is our current parks maintenance crew. You'll probably see them out and about, especially if you're at CCP during the weekday. But kind of shows the experience when we were able to hire these guys, and then kind of what the available in-field hours are. And the next slide will kind of talk about that a little bit. With obviously it's 2,080 hours for a full-time worker, but the actual infield hours that they're doing work that people would notice and see is obviously significantly less. And then on the next slide, I think we've got a little just a kind of a quick explanation of a work hours adjustment. For about 10 years, I was involved with the Pacific Northwest Resource Management School. And this is one of the tools that they use to basically come up with a full-time equivalency, which takes out, as you can see, all the holidays and sick time and vacation, and then obviously then the breaks and meetings and all that kind of stuff that take away. It's pretty amazing when you look at it. It actually does add up quite a bit. So you'll see this adjustment factor. I kind of averaged it out between the lead, which is shown here, is a little bit higher than the field staff, just because the lead has more meetings that he needs to attend and more admin time, like at the desk, planning, ordering, and all that kind of stuff as well. And then just below that is kind of what it shows for the other two guys, the 1 and 2. Similar format, just a little bit less in the admin time and all that. And then this is a level of service matrix, which I think we've had, I believe, at the last summit. I know Don and I worked on this. Kind of just a basic level of service, just to kind of show kind of just the mark that we're shooting at as we go about our business. As you can kind of see, best to stay away from the level 4 and 5 if you can help it. I think, most of our stuff we'd like to at least keep a level 3 or better. And that's kind of what's shown in the spreadsheet that's coming up next.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
There we go. So this is Founders Park. We went through with that matrix that we just looked at and kind of divvied stuff out per those per what is on that matrix, and kind of came up with a total hours that would be spent if we had it at that. So for instance, at Founders Park, if you were to do every task there at a level 1, you'd be at over 1,200 hours. And then you can see as you drop the level of service, the hours drop as well. And then we kind of came up with a recommendation of where I think things would look good and services would be done well. And that's kind of a mix, I think, at Founders of kind of a level 1 service in some places and then a level 2 in other places. And being a new park, we kind of stayed away from where the level 3 would be. And then the next spreadsheet is kind of the more detailed version of how we came to that. So just kind of a run through of the different activities that we would be doing at Founders. We've got just kind of our different inventories and quantities, and then how many hours, and then you get into the frequencies of how many times per month you would do it, which ends up getting us over to that annual hours. So this is the recommended one, and as you can see on the very far right, it kind of shows what level of service that corresponds to throughout. So it's kind of, like I said, is kind of a mix of a 1 and 2 throughout for this location. And then same setup for Jenkins Creek Park. All the numbers are a little bit higher. That's mostly due to whenever you have like a bathroom facility on site, which Founders doesn't have, or at least doesn't have yet. It definitely raises the hours just because obviously you need to keep that clean. So you're going to have a lot more staff time heading over to that on a daily basis, for the most part on like a level 1. So that's why that number gets to be higher than Founders, even though the phase 1, and to clarify, this is just for the new phase 1 area that is being constructed right now. So quite a bit of work just in that little area, but the bathroom definitely contributes a lot to that. And then again, this is kind of the more detailed spreadsheet that shows the different levels of service. In some of it, with graffiti, we know that in the current Jenkins Creek Park, we've had some issues with that. So kind of projecting that a little bit to the new area. And then, like I mentioned, the bathrooms definitely are something that is going to bring guys out. So then it's like, if they're already there cleaning the bathroom, then it's like they may as well do the garbage and all that kind of stuff as they're there. So it's a lot of frequency you'll see in kind of that under the heading park improvements.
Go down a little bit more. Oh, no, it's
I just wanted to, before we move, I know there's a lot of information on that slide and you have it in front of you. Any questions on that, Debbie?
Thank you. So can you tell us where, if we're saying, example, Jenkins Creek, that they'd be at level 2 for everything up until you get to like storm pond and facilities, and then it goes to a 1, where are they currently? Is this projected and suggested or current?
Yeah, so this is the area that's under construction. So this would be a projected level of service for that location. And we had Founders Park just turned over to us at the very, very end of the growing season. So we haven't really had a season of maintenance there either. So that one would be projected as well. Town Center, we have been working on more, which is coming up next. Some of that is more kind of current what we're doing, and then some projection as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And then kind of the same thing, you look at, the town center lawn, obviously level 1, that's a big area. So you look at that and that's a huge amount of hours. Obviously, as it is right now, is kind of an open space area. We wouldn't be looking at a level 1 service out there. So this is the one where it's kind of more basic in areas where we actually do get down more into the level 3. So you can see that the recommendation is kind of above a level 3. So it's kind of a mix of 2 and 3 for the most part on the next spreadsheet. And there you can kind of see where some things are kind of between a 2 and 3. I think we've got, well, kind of the only level 1 stuff is just really trying to stay on top of weed control out there, because there are some quite a bit of shrub beds out there, and then the playground out there as well.
At the end, I'm scrolling, but it's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the last.
And so a little bit to on this is coming into town center, or more so Founders and Jenkins Creek Park. That was some of the basis of those. If you look at like the summation of kind of FTE between those 3, you're talking about, Founders is at 0.49, so about a half FTE. If you go to Jenkins Creek Park, it's almost 0.7. So you're obviously a little over 1 FTE, and then 0.35 for the town center. So that's a little bit of why the justification for the new maintenance worker was to really is taking on those new facilities and doing that. Some of the pieces to help us, and as it goes into kind of some of these questions as far as what's changed these are the pieces that's really has changed since the last, is obviously adding of founders that is basically becoming ours now to maintain. And then Jenkins Creek Phase 1 is very close, and we'll be taking that piece over. So those are really the increases, along with town center lawn, that are our basis for kind of what's changed, and really the need for the FTE that was added for this year. Some of those pieces, like strategies and how are we dealing with that? One of the pieces that we're doing is particularly with restroom cleaning and that type of thing for for CCP and stuff. And now that we have Jenkins Creek Park, especially on weekends and stuff, dealing with that. We've tried a few different ways of getting that handled, through contract work, through even our pool staff has helped and stuff. And there's been varying successes in those. And so I think one of the pieces we're talking about doing also is, because we're using overtime for our guys to come in on those weekends and doing that. And so that cost, we are trying to bring in like a seasonal type person or something like that. Maybe it's a college or high school person that we can get to do like the cleanings for both, say like CCP and Jenkins Creek Park, and coming in on that on a regular piece where we can basically gain back some strategy or some cost to save in doing that. So that's something we're going to be working on bringing on, especially as the once we get back into the rental of the shelters. So we're planning for that. So that should help us a little bit with some of those too. We feel like we've gotten some interest as we've looked into this, that this could be beneficial. So we just keep trying to be creative and figure out ways to best do that. Anything else, Jesse, do you have?
No.
Or questions?
Continue.
I have a question, and I know you've said this before. I can't remember if it was Don or Jesse. You refreshed my memory. So Jenkins Creek Park itself, inside the bridges, we used to have volunteer help clean that up. Do we have anybody doing that work now, or is it just kind of growing?
So Jesse, you want to touch that?
Yeah, so no volunteer help down there anymore. So that's just been our crew working through that area, trying to stay up on obviously George did a lot of good stuff down there, and so the crew's been trying to keep up with everything and not lose all that progress that he made down there. We do, one thing that I will say about that area is, I definitely see, usage of that area going up a lot once we get the phase 1 area opened up. So that'll kind of increase the presence that will need to be there, and then also probably an increase of level of service of what we currently have as well. So that'll kind of add to, I think, some of these numbers that we don't currently account for.
So the new parks maintenance worker, a little bit of his time will be able to go, or their time will be able to go to help with this, but we're still not going to be able to maintain that with all that added activity that's going to be coming with the opening of the new Jenkins Creek Park for phase 1.
Yeah, I think the thoughts being, yes, for sure. The thoughts being that at least with our presence being there too, should help with some of that of going through the park and stuff like that. But yeah, it's still a lot of, park to maintain. And if it's a much higher level of service there, like I said, we've tried to go in there more already with garbage cleanups and things along those lines. And again, I think there will be some incremental increase with us being on site for at least the phase 1 part and going through there. But like the idea of really raising that to a higher level of service, like significant, would be quite a bit more work to do.
You need an extra maintenance person. to be able to-
Probably, I don't know if you've got numbers on that or not, Jesse, but yeah, I would imagine it's something along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer has a question to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would like a status maybe mid-year and also very clear feedback, Jesse, on what you need from council. I think this came up because we were getting feedback from the commission about maintenance in our parks. And I just want to make sure that we're being proactive and we're not waiting, and that please be open and say, we don't have enough staff, don't just assume that this is what you got and you have to stick with it. And obviously, yes, that we always appreciate the creativity because we don't just want to hire people, but to Chief's point earlier, people don't want to mess up nice things. And as we roll out these new parks, this is an example of tax money at work. And if it looks not well maintained, that's your city telling you, we're not taking care of what you've granted with us. So it's very important that our parks look great, and we want to support your team. So please be transparent and communicate.
If I can
Okay.
add to that, that's a great comment. And all these spreadsheets that are in your packet that Donna and Jesse have worked on, we can give those to council, because that tells you what they need if you want a certain
Level
of
one,
service.
yeah.
Yeah.
that's-
So if you want
it's a
that, you
lot.
know exactly how many hours they need. And so as we roll around into the summer during budget talks, that's when it's time to give what they need if we're able.
And we can, I think we've done one before, Jesse, maybe of Jenkins Creek Park. We can go back and look at that and see what that is in itself, just for the park itself and what those hours would be. And you could see the different levels of service that would be, what our existing is, and then what it would be to increase that.
So I know Jeff has a mayor's meetup coming up in about a week or so. Maybe having these there, I'm not saying the parks are gonna be a big thing that come up in February at a mayor's meetup, but you never know what's gonna get asked. So having those or these spreadsheets in there as a possibility for Jeff or whoever's with him to be able to refer to, and we can give out to people, because parks may be something someone wants to talk about, even though Chief is going to be there, and they're probably going to be hounding him about burglaries and shoplifting. And Jeff won't have to talk as much. It'll be the Adam show. You never know. Jeff could sit back and drink his.
Let's put an
Gatorades.
email together and we'll send those out to council.
I just want to say, I really appreciate a good spreadsheet. I'm not gonna lie, it's so easy. It makes it a lot easier to contextualize what it looks like. And I can envision somebody for an hour going around, like, because I can see it, and it's super helpful.
Well, that's good. It's helpful. I feel like sometimes it's either helpful or just confuses.
It's
So,
done really well. It's not just
Very-
done, it's very well organized. So
Very
thank you.
helpful.
Yeah.
good. Yeah, like I said, that all of this came from the Pacific Northwest Resource Management School that I went through and also instructed at, and we've been putting our staff through that school as well. So I think it does, going through that school, I think definitely helped me see things kind of more in terms of some of these numbers, which I know definitely helped kind of my planning, because basically the way that matrix is and the way these hours work, it's almost kind of like Nate, our lead. This is kind of what he's having to do like on a daily basis, right? Because it's like, okay, well, you need this, but then you need to do a little less here, and kind of coming to that on a daily basis, and that turns, like what the level of service ends up being. So this is just kind of it out on paper. I was also going to mention kind of along the strategies and stuff that Dawn were mentioning. One that we did that was really helpful was contracting out the shrub beds at CCP, the Aquatic Center, and Crystal View Park. That took a big load off of the guys, and hopefully hopefully the condition of the shrub beds, especially at the different parks, especially CCP, has been noticed. I think it looks a lot better having that help. So that's kind of another strategy that we've looked at is, what could be contracted out. Maybe that's a bulk amount of work that a landscape crew could do. And then that frees up our guys to maybe do some more kind of specialized, kind of things that they would be better spending their time on. So that's been a kind of another one that we've done with.
Other comments or questions?
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And as you look through and kind of digest all these numbers, I mean, I'm always open for any questions you might have. So appreciate your time and appreciate your support as well.
I should just ask, Sean, are you still with us? And did you have any reactions or comments or questions? I haven't seen your hand up for a while, so I just want to make sure.
No, I'm still here, just listening, and I appreciate. No, I'm glad we brought this back because I know this was something we talked about last year, is just making sure that as our park system expands, that, we can maintain the level of service that our residents are expecting. And so I'm glad to see the spreadsheet was helpful to see how we're going to incorporate new assets like Founders and the Jenkins Creek entrance into our system. So, and I think it's, I'm not sure who's, I think Jennifer said, come back to us in a bit if our expectations aren't meeting what is reality, so we can adjust. But I think going forward, it'll be good to get these regular updates so that the council knows if we're hitting our goals on these things. So, and we can make adjustments too, so.
I think that would lead into a question I would have. And maybe one of these questions, what are the council's interest and direction? Because, we mentioned about updates, right? So this is exactly what's happening and exactly what's needed if council wants to increase levels of service. So I don't know what more to update on unless council's saying, at this park, we want a level 1, right? Then we know what to work towards. Right now, we're going to keep maintaining at that 2 and 3 level, just like those spreadsheets show. So a report would just be, we're keep on keeping
No,
on,
but the
right?
report, we have common sense as humans.
Yeah.
I think Jesse's team can say, you know what? This park needs more attention and we're just
Right.
not able to do it.
Right.
And that's what
Gotcha. Okay.
The only thing that Jennifer brought up is bringing back what's at actual Jenkins Creek Park now.
Right.
Yeah. What level of service is now to see if we need to adjust. Because with phase 1 opening, we're going to see more activity in Jenkins Creek. So seeing where we're at with what service level and what we as a council, do we want to keep it at that? Or do we need to look at making adjustments for Jesse, Don and their team to improve that when it opens? I would imagine looking at it and the kids playing in the parking lot already at phase 1, that I would imagine it's going to open the next couple months.
Yes.
Because it's already got a lot of activity with people in the
Yeah,
parking lot, even with the fence up.
Yeah.
But I'm also hoping that with the more activity, the less unwanted activity in the park kind of decreasing.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, no, that's a good point. We can do that. And then also maybe a good idea here then is after we've got the growing season towards the end of the summer, they'll have a better idea, especially like with Founders Park, what's needed. So we'll bring that back, probably just, it's going to be through the budget process. I mean, that's how we're going to increase levels of service.
That's the
Okay.
proper time to bring it back.
Okay.
But just Jenkins Creek, whenever it's convenient, to bring it ahead of time so we're aware of what's going on.
Yep.
And what to expect.
Would you just want us to send like an email basically with that to council? Is that?
Well, let's discuss and put it
Okay.
together. I
Okay.
think we may just do it at a council meeting.
Okay,
but,
that's fine.
Yeah.
Then we can follow it up with email.
I got it. Jenkins Park kind of being singled out now because
Yeah,
of the
yeah, so we'll bring
newness
that
of it
soon.
and the opening and then, but the other parts, especially like you said, going to report back on, like.
Kind of ridiculous. We don't have the funds to fix it.
Going on to the MPD.
Right, we cut all the
Yeah.
clerical supplies.
Right?
Our parks look awesome.
I break it, I buy it.
Well,
You don't have to be posted.
All right, moving on to the Metropolitan Parks District. So this has been before you guys before, so this will be a little bit of a refresher, but we're just not touching this.
Yeah, scoot your.
My
scoot this whole
calculator.
thing.
I don't go anywhere without my calculator and my red pen.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have a similar one. It is big and I have had it 20 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
That and my red pen are my best friends. So. Okay, Metropolitan Park District. So what an MPD does is it provides an ongoing funding for parks and recreation that we can use for operation, maintenance, capital projects. The formation of an MPD is through approval by a simple majority of voters. So again, this is something that will go out in front of the voters. We have an initial levy rate that we can do up to 0.75% or 0.75 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. So you can think of this kind of just as another property tax. It's going to show up on their property tax bill. They will pay through it there. It's subject to the same 1% increase as property taxes are. After formation, the MPD's legislative body, which would be the city council, as long as our boundaries are the same as the city, has authority to make changes up to the levy up to the 0.75 per $1,000 of assessed value. And we just need to write the language in the ballot as such that gives us that flexibility if we want to. So the revenue could bring in up to $3.4 million a year. That would be at the full 0.75. And Ethan is far enough away, he can't kick me, so I'll just put this in perspective. So our current property tax levy is 0.71 per $1,000 of assessed value. So this would be basically almost exactly what we bring in for our current property tax. So that would be whatever our citizens are paying right now. If we did the full 0.75, it would be double. But that's just the city portion. So it's, yes, exactly. And yes, but I just want to make sure that no, it is not going to double your property taxes. Only, sorry, I don't want to derail us, but it's just the city portion. And we can show you what that does to like a typical home in the city. Show you what that cost would be. We also have some non-voted debt capacity. So as a district, we're allowed to go out to bond. We can do a non-voted debt capacity up to $11.6 million and use the funds that come in through the MPD to pay for that debt. We can also, it can also be used just for increasing our current levels of service, like things like we were just talking about. It can be used for building Parks Capital Reserve, using it for grant matches, things like that for other projects. And then we also have some voted debt capacity. So those same folks that vote on the Metropolitan Parks District would also vote to do bonds that are above and beyond our non-voted debt capacity. And we can go up to 116.5 million. That type of vote requires a 60% +1 approval from our residents. And that's just something that would be necessary to support those larger capital projects, such as like the whole health community center that kind of we've been talking about, or a new aquatics facility or something like that. Any questions on
anything that is brought in on an MPD that stays with the city? The county and the state don't get any of that.
They do not get any of that. And there is a current proposal that they could potentially charge us for some, you had sent it to me, not voter registration, above and beyond, like administration.
Costs that they could.
What, does the state wants to take money?
No,
from
this is
that?
the county.
What? Oh, wait, the county one? That's even better.
They don't currently charge us for administering our collections of property taxes. And there's a proposal to charge us 1%. So nothing currently, but there could be an admin fee coming down the line, but nothing like right off the top. They don't get 25% or anything like that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Casey, do you know if they do that with Seattle right now, since we in Seattle created an MPD like 5 or 6 years ago?
I do not know. I'm not sure on that.
I don't think they do, because I don't think it's policy yet.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So we're talking about an MPD just in the city of Covington. That's what these numbers are for. When we were going through the feasibility study for a new recreation and aquatic center, the consultants said that not any other income withstanding, getting enough fundage, capital money to build that is not really feasible just within the city of Covington. They were looking at a 10-mile radius or more.
Yeah.
To bring a parks district that large for that.
If we did a voted bond measure, that would be our public saying, we're committing to this $106 million project or whatever it is, and we're going to pay for it. So they would be assessed that bond amount and pay it for the next 20 years. So it would be an additional assessment above and beyond their regular MPD levy fee. So let's say we have our levy fee at 25 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. And we're using that for operations, maintenance, capital, grant matches, things like that. But then we say we want to build this big thing, and the public votes on it, they're paying for that. So they would, if it increases their property taxes $400 a year, they're paying for that moving forward. So that the city does not take on the risk of paying for that facility because it's being assessed on their properties at that point since they voted on it.
Right, I guess the question I was going to ask that I was leading up to is if we did an MPD just on the city of Covington, is that going to help? Is that going to potentially hinder us getting enough money for, going to a vote to the people for getting about debt for a larger project like a recreational aquatic center, in that the scope of the people that we'd be asking to pay for it was much larger before in the ability study. You know what I mean? Like,
So basically,
is it gonna be
be taxing them twice, and is that going to affect?
or we have an MPD for us to run our major operations and do a little park thing, like, no, not little, because I mean, some of these other capital projects are, decent. Can we do another MPD specifically for the regional recreational facility? Or how would you, so that we could maybe
Sure, I can try to
make it.
speak to that a little bit. And we do have some other slides too, so.
Okay.
I'll speak to this, then maybe we can go through some of the, there's only 4 or 5 other slides. And then I think there's probably good discussion to have about what direction the city wants to go with the MPD.
I can wait.
But the quick answer is I think there's different phases of what you need to make decisions on with the MPD. The first is just forming it. And the discussion going back to last August was in council, we talked about a limited purpose MPD, like if you just did it for a community center, or do you want it to be more of a general unlimited MPD, in which case you could use it for almost any parks or recreation activity. Forming it to have that broad, unlimited kind of capability probably makes the most sense. And just seeing if you can even clear that bar first. Because if you don't clear just forming it, which is a 50% +1, then you're not gonna either clear the 50% to pass something bigger. So we're kind of focused on just the idea of forming it, but then that does leave the door open down the road to do some of those bigger voter approved bond activities, which could be a whole health community center, could be phase 3 of Covington Community Park, and that's certainly a discussion to have as well.
Thanks, Ethan. So if we're going to focus on just starting an MPD, and we were to take that out to vote and it's approved, then we would still need to go back and get another vote if we wanted to increase the rate, or.
So there could be other things. Once you form it, you could go back out, depending how you formed it and what you decided at that point in time. There are potentially other reasons you'd want to go out for subsequent votes as well. if you limited the levy rate when you initially formed, you didn't say it could go up to the 0.75, maybe you chose only to go up to 0.25. You would be limited to that. So if you wanted to increase beyond that, that would be something you'd have to go back out to the voters for.
Okay.
Another item that you'd have to go back out to voters for would be those large voter approved bonds, building a large community center,
Right.
A large capital project.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. So my understanding is that in the long run, the way that we can potentially benefit is by having a fee difference for residents versus non-residents that use this. I'm not sure what that would look like, and obviously our residents would pay for it up front. So I don't know who would get charged later and what they would get charged, but that's my understanding as well. I know when we discussed it ages ago, it was something along those lines.
That's kind of
as
getting
far
into
as like
operation, covering
right,
operational
well,
costs,
but when Beth was talking about the bigger, more regional approach to something like that and how it would benefit us.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'll leave it at that.
why don't I go through these next few slides and then I'm sure there's a question. So this the slide covers what can an MPD fund. Casey kind of covered this as well, but we brought, I think the council has been, whether it's park maintenance level of service, comes back to well, how can you pay for it? Capital projects, how can you pay for it? And an MPD can be a solution for all those items, but it's probably not going to be a solution for every item. Like it does have its limits. It also can cover parks and recreation operations. I guess that should be included there as well. Just to kind of give a quick list as to, what are the different capital investment projects that are within our plan. We have Covington Community Park. This is probably getting to be an old estimate at this point, but at $15 million, that's a pretty large ticket item. Some of our parks that have been around for a while, like Crystal View Park, Friendship Park, even Covington Community Park to some extent. We have to start thinking about renovations or larger maintenance projects. Eco Park, we have land. Don't really know what's going to go there yet, but that could get developed into a park. Finishing out Founders Parks, there's about $6 million. Jenkins Creek Park, build it out to the master plan is $8 million. Jenkins Creek Trail, we did the master planning on that this past year. Current figure on that is $36 million. Let's talk about a Mount Leach Dog Park that's come up in the community, and then we have the big ticket item of the whole health community center, which is $100 million. So there's a lot of items, even with a new funding source. You can see it probably is not going to cover all of those things, but it certainly could help pick off a couple of them. Next slide. To cover kind of the voting aspect of it, just to form it does require that 50% plus one. It can, I think as Casey said, cover up to 75 cents per thousand of assessed value. Ballot language will be important when and if we get to that point. There are a couple different ways to do it. You can limit that amount in the ballot language, but that kind of limits the ability of that MPD to change that in the future. What a lot of MPDs have been doing, because I think there was a RCW change in the last 5-10 years, is that you can allow for it to go up to 0.75 assessed value, but set an initial rate. And so then that if you want to adjust that initial rate, the board, which would be the city council, could adjust that in the future. There's non-voted debt capacity of 11.6 million of revenue. I think Casey covered that as well. As far as planning time for putting it on the ballot, typically, if there's direction to do that, you should probably be looking at a 12-month or so horizon for putting together exactly what that formation would look like, putting together a package that you could communicate out to the community of what you'd be trying to achieve with it. and whatnot. And it can be held at any general election or special election. Voted debt capacity would be another ballot measure you could entertain. I think it's good to kind of be looking long range. That could be something, keep on the radar, but probably just forming it would be probably the recommended first step for an MPD. And then I just threw down possible election dates. That's basically just looking out about a year or a couple of years. I think everybody's familiar with those kind of dates. Next slide, yeah. So just for discussion purposes, I put together a couple different scenarios just to kind of illustrate what if we set the levy rate at a certain level, what would that actually raise, and what could that accomplish? And so there's going to be two scenarios. They're not necessarily even recommended scenarios, but I figured just for purposes of the discussion, it kind of gives an example of what could Covington do or not do.
Numbers are nice.
And these are based on just accrual of cash from the levy rate revenue. So it's not doing the non-voter bond and financing anything that way, which would certainly be an option. So scenario A would be, I don't know, there'd be an election date. I just chose November 4th, 2025. And if you set the levy rate at initial levy rate at 0.21, so 21 cents per $1,000 of assessed value, the very first year would produce just shy of $1 million. And what would the impact be on homeowners? If we look, I think Casey gave me these for an existing home. The average home is selling for $666,000, and over the course of the year, they would pay $140 or $11.67 a month. The average cost of a new
Should we say new home?
should say new home is $901,000, and the annual levy for that house would be $189 or $190 a year, or $15.78 a month. So what would that get you? Wait, that's the next slide. The timeline. Oh, okay. The timeline includes what that would get you. So there would be an election in November. The first year, because this is based on accrual, so you'd have to kind of wait as the money comes in to do things. So the first year you could add a FTE for a maintenance worker. So that could help with level of service standards going up. And it would also allow you to start setting aside and doing some planning and design for a whole health community center. Year two, you continue with the planning and design for a whole health community center. And that would be work that you would need to get done if you did want to go back out to a vote, so you know how much it would cost. More refined costs today. I threw in there a temporary off dog area at CCP. That was something that was just part of the feasibility dog report that I think we shared out at council at the end of last year. And then the last 3 years would just be doing major renovation projects at Crystal Park, Friendship Park, Covington Community Park. So that's kind of a, I guess, more reserved kind of levy rate, rather than going for the full 75 cents per 1,000. Next slide. So then we have scenario B. The differences here is it's a little bit over double of what that would be. So this would be a 50 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. This would raise approximately $2.3 million a year. You can see the impact to the average homeowners goes up. For the existing homeowner, they would be paying about $450.
They're flip-flopped.
Christina mentioned that too. Yeah, those numbers. So the 330 is for the existing home, the 450 is for the.
For the new.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying to do this on a small screen. Traveling, so
Okay, I
apologies
got
for
you.
that. So for the existing home, which is a $666,000 value home, the average cost would be $333 per year, $27.78 a month. For a new home, That cost would be $450 a year, or about $37 or $38. With that increased revenue, you can see that you'd be able to achieve or accomplish a little more. Basically, the same things are included in the previous one, but what's in addition to that is one extra FTE starting in year 2 in 2027. And then in 2030, you would have raised enough money for completing Founders Park Phase 2. So you can kind of pick off one of those mid-level capital projects. This doesn't take into account grants that you might be able to start getting and stretching these dollars. And also, I only did this out 5 years, so this isn't that. Once you form an MPD, it doesn't necessarily sunset, or it doesn't sunset. So you could start, picking off other projects beyond year 5. And it doesn't go into issuing non-voter debt either. So you could potentially do some of this quicker and then be paying off that debt later on. Well, I think I got one more slide. Oh yeah, this is just a guide discussion, but basically, I think today we're just going to be looking for any direction for staff of like, do we want to pursue or bring back to council anything this year? And is there any preference when it comes to the different levy rates for kind of plates and projects or things we want to accomplish? Is this more of something to solve the park maintenance level of service standards, to help us tackle some of these capital projects? Is it a little bit of both? And then is there a preference for timeline? Is this something we're looking to do in the next 12 months, 24 months? Something different? Is that questions or?
Joe, do you want to answer those questions, or did you just have
I have a question I was. I have a
If you
question.
quickly answer, we can move on.
Yeah, no, my first question is with an MPD, are there different grants we could get? Or are we still got the same ones? Is there grants that are available for only MPDs, or are there grants, or is it the same things?
No, it doesn't open up any different doors for grants that are just available for MPDs. One thing I think it does do is it gives the city a little bit of flexibility to do some projects that currently we don't do because they're not great candidates for grant dollars. Or otherwise it just helps you stretch those.
So to answer those questions, I think if we're gonna do this, we would need to look at either February of 26 or an April of 26 timeline, and then set off on a ginormous education of residents and going every time we talk.
Did you see that?
Yeah. As an English teacher, I make up words. So there we go. We need to definitely be out there talking. Every time Jeff's at a mayor's meetup or gets stopped in Costco, he should have a card talking about it, because I don't get stopped at Costco nearly enough. So we're going to leave that to Jeff.
Just seen last night.
I'm happy I didn't, but I think it's definitely every time we have something, we should be out there educating the people on why we think this is what's going on. And as for a preference for funds, I couldn't tell you that at the moment.
Debbie has.
Yeah, but did you have your hand up
It's okay,
initially?
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I kind of agree with the timeline that Joe's talking about, but I'll explain why. I think that if we were to go after this in the next year, that right on the heels of a B&O tax and a TBD tax, I think we would not have the appetite out there for this to pass. But if we waited another year, we get that kind of back in, it's kind of in the background, and it gives us time, like Joe said, to get out and kind of publicize this. We may have a better chance at it. So my first thought is if we try to do it too soon, it's going to get shot down. Do we know how many other small cities have to do this? And we may be unique in that we're maybe the only small city around that needs a new pool. But do other small cities that just have parks need to go this route just to maintain a good level of service?
The MPD. right?
Yeah.
I feel like it's more and more.
Also small cities on the list.
Do you have a list in
Okay.
front of you?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some bigger ones on here, like Olympia, Tacoma. But there's a lot of small ones on here, Shelton and Des Moines and Falls City, Colfax, Bay Ridge, I think.
Okay.
There's a lot.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thank you. Might have another question.
Christina or Jeff?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I agree with waiting. Because for the reason that Debbie brought up, well, I don't wanna wait, but. Because we did the B&O tax, we did the TBD. By giving us that time, we can prove to our residents that what
Yeah.
they approved
Haven't.
happened and is working.
Yep.
That's a very good point.
And that we can see that. Our police team is doing it, our roads are getting improved, even though it's gonna take time because taxes haven't come in yet. Everything takes time. This is a public entity. It's not like a private entity like Fred Meyer and Costco, where if they want to do something, it happens overnight. Except I don't know how long it took Fred Meyer to come up with that idea, those stop signs out there, but it's amazing how it works with the temporary speed bumps. That's what a temporary speed bump looks like. It'll last you maybe 6 months. So they'll be replacing those, but I mean, so I think that waiting that long would help.
I too agree. Yes. Just the initial, and then sometime in 26. I don't know if a small election, a special election would be a good idea. We've had more success with general elections. Granted, it's a whole 18 months out, but that's something to think about. I feel like there's more attention on the general election, on the November elections. Which could be a good or a bad thing, but it's proven to be a good thing.
So I wanted to bring up one additional item we haven't shared with council yet. It's for funding the Whole Health Community Center. As we're working with Valley Medical on it, one way that they've funded a lot of their capital projects is through what's called a REIT, not real estate investment or real estate excise tax, but a real estate investment trust, where that trust comes in and builds your building and owns it and then leases it back. So a lot of Valley's buildings are done through these REITs. And so that's something they talked to us about doing with the Whole Health Community Center. We're still a little unclear on how municipalities can function in that space, so we're working on that. But just so you're aware, that's a potential option.
Not to surprise us 6 months from now, like we're scratching that.
That's right.
Well, I mean,
This
it's
is way better. Yeah, no,
investing
that's good.
billionaires who are investors, and why wouldn't they work with the municipality?
What's it called again?
A real estate investment trust.
REIT.
Yeah.
Of course they would work with the city, or we have, look at our audits. Our ratings are amazing. Maybe even have better
Okay,
ratings.
so just to make sure,
I want to negotiate.
Any other?
if we ended up if we put it in the voters cast, the MPD for the general purpose. The other MPD is off the slate, the limited use one, that goes outside of our city border.
Yeah, I'm not aware of overlapping.
Okay.
MPs.
Sure, yeah. I agree with pushing out. I would honestly probably say August of 2026. I mean, we had good luck with that because we're engaging with our residents during the summer quite a bit. If
Sparks especially.
right. You know, for everybody's already stated the strong reasons for that. As far as an amount, I mean, I don't ever like necessarily going for the max straight off. I would maybe suggest the 50-cent one. I mean, I'd be fine with an initial one too, but I mean, so it sounds like.
Because we can always come back and increase it.
But I thought, don't we?
Do
have
a
to-
tax and that too.
Yeah, we go up,
Tax.
we can automatically go up to 0.75, I think, on our own.
Yeah.
Without going back to vote.
What I've seen, and we could research it a little bit more, would have to, but I believe what most recent MPDs that have formed typically authorize the MPD up to the 0.75
Yeah.
and then set the initial levy rate at something less than that. And I think, yeah, I've talked to two different people that say, yeah, that's the strategy. Well, you want to show that the impact's going to be not that much, and you might not need to actually have a large impact to actually start getting some, or a very high levy rate to start getting some things done. But then the board or the council in this case would have the ability to adjust that rate as needed. So I think what I've heard is don't limit yourself on the 0.75, that you need to take it back out to the voters in the future, because that just seems
Yeah, I just,
unnecessary.
from a tax burden standpoint and from a putting the control into the residents, like if it might be harder to pass something when we go up to 0.75, when it might be any of us that are not here in 5 years. We don't know, right? And then another council comes in and says, oh, we're just gonna go to the max. And then people are not really prepared for that, like. Really.
Well, that,
I mean,
that
we
would
can
be
talk
something
about-
you guys would have to
Yeah,
discuss,
yeah.
but
I mean,
that's not the trend I've been seeing with the formation.
Going off what Beth just said, you know, because we're talking about the MPD with the Covington city limits. If this is formed, let's say in 5 years, can we go out and expand it to outside the city limits? Or does that create a whole new?
I think they would have to vote into it or whatnot. The only difference.
They would have to vote into it,
Sure.
but do our residents have to also vote to allow the outside to come in?
No, no, that
We'd
would
have to
require us
read-
to dissolve the current and
Yeah, I don't know.
adopt them.
Yeah, it might be something like that. I do know that if the city then annexes areas, those by default go into the
Right.
city. But I'm not sure about the situation you just
Okay,
explained.
that's for the future. We don't need to research that now. Thank you.
Anybody else, any other sentiments? Sounds like you're talking, nobody's in favor of it this year. You're talking about anywhere from April to August of 2026. Even made the point about you could authorize it at the, or set it at the 0.75, but set the rate lower. But then that can question that a little bit too, just because of maybe honesty with the public or whatever, or a way to strategize to get it more likely to be accepted. So it doesn't sound like you're honest.
Yeah.
I have gathered though, maybe a strategic item from this is a public education plan on our parks and the whole health community center. And Debbie mentions too, we deliberately strategically did this with the TBD, right? 2 years leading up to it, we held our street meetings, did a lot of public education on that too. So what I'm hearing is let's do that same process.
Yeah.
Public education plan, so.
A benefit in doing it in August is that, and you mentioned this, we've got them all summer where we're talking to them, and then we've got Covington Days where we've got a booth and people are coming and we could have, lots of education on that timeline.
So August 2026, is that kind of the target date?
I'm good with that.
I think that's probably good too. King County has a parks levy that's gonna be this year in August, and so that lets a year pass after that. It's not too much on the heels of it.
We'll see if we can get some of that money. Yeah.
We're working on it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Otherwise, we'll break for lunch. So I do want to ask your preference of the council and all of you. We have on the agenda to take a full half hour for lunch. Instead, do you want to be doing like 15 minutes to just get it and then resume the discussions? as a way to make sure we are out by 5?
If I get a vote, if I get a vote.
I'm giving it 3 voting. You gotta worry about going back.
Hey, I have company coming for dinner. I'll just.
Okay, why, but I saw some heads nodding. Do you want to do the 15 minutes and then we'll come back and resume? over lunch?
Do you need
Sure.
help getting set up?
So Sean,
Hey,
Sean,
are we
it's,
pausing the recording?
it's
Yes,
12:06.
please.
We're
Yeah.
gonna come back at 12:20.
All right, it's gonna take me a minute to go get my lunch.
Please.
And then if I could take a moment to explain this topic and then hand it over to both the council and Carlos prepared to help too. So this is an issue that was not on the list that the mayor and deputy mayor and Regan gave to me when we were meeting. I guess that would have been like in early December. But when I was interviewing the rest of you, a couple of you brought this up and said, we feel this great obligation having the voters pass the TBD to make sure that we are transparent and accountable, and we really want to do a great job of communicating about how their money is being invested. Now, again, it says here on the agenda, you all said, even as you suggested that, you said, oh, and we want the staff to know we're enthusiastic and supportive of the kinds of communications that come from the city already. But we feel this extra obligation. So a couple of you even also talked about additional issues that you thought would be really challenging. And one of them you see on the agenda, or a couple here are like, there's this other umbrella of, there are things not under our control that the county is doing to us or the city, and we wonder too, if we're communicating well enough or if the public understands that. So that's the context for this. If you do look back at your packet, page 8, at the 2024 summit, you anticipated that to even get the voters to pass the TBD, you'd have to do strategic communications that were, really transparent and effective and all of that. So you have it already in your summit packet that you want to do strategic communications around, especially the TBD. So I can hand that to you, Carl, if you're ready to present some slides, but I just wanted to say this was kind of a organic grassroots issue. And we just want to spend about a half hour kind of talking a little bit about this.
So does that sound really loud? Is that okay? Okay. So when I did see this agenda item, Regan and I kind of discussed that it might be a good idea to look at the overall kind of broader strategy for the city's communication as we talk about the different goals within that, like communicating about the TBD and that type of thing. So I wanted to just kind of go back, bring you back to our previous strategic communications plan. If you recall, back in 2020, we had hired a consultant to come in and help us prepare a public outreach plan. And within that plan, these were the strategic goals that were developed based on focus groups, outreach to the community, surveys, that type of thing when we put the plan together. And that was a 4-year plan. So it's, kind of time to revisit that and see, where we are, if we're happy with those goals moving forward. It'd be great if every 4 years we could hire a consultant to do it again, but we don't, have the money to do those things. So, we'll tweak that in-house going forward. And so that's kind of where this discussion comes into play. And so our previous strategic goals were feeding the appetite for news. The residents really just wanted more news from the city, as much as they could get. We made it easier for them to find that news. We wanted to amplify our vibrant, family-friendly personality, which includes, the tone that we use in our communications, but also incorporating karma and all the family-friendly events that we do. And then creating personal connections. And that's where we really emphasized, you really emphasized getting out in the community, council outreach, council projects, going out door to door with the TBD, and trying to find all those opportunities. So that was where our strategic goals sat in that plan. And I think, we've been really successful with those, and obviously they've worked. You've all commented on really enjoying that personal connection and feeling like that's really made the difference with communicating with the community, all the different things that we've been doing. So speaking specifically about the TBD going forward, I know it's a concern of making sure that now that it's passed, what do we say? What do we tell the community we're doing with that money? We don't just stop, we got your money now, we're gonna stop communicating about it and move on. So what do we want to say? So I just kind of provided this, that it passed with a 56% yes vote. It's going to generate about $1.3 million a year. And we removed the $20 car tab fee. So those were the main communication points when we were out in the community is we're removing that fee. It will generate more money than that fee brings in anyways. And we're spreading that cost over to everybody who travels in and out of Covington, not just residents. So going forward now, we need to switch and talk about what to communicate now that we're past, we have those funds. What do we want to say? And so I think one of the things was that was mentioned in here is that are we spending that money as promised? So I did want to go over that a little bit too, because I think the communication, we try to be clear in the communication during the process that it really wasn't money to start new projects, but it was to be sustainable, to create a sustainable funding stream for our street maintenance. So how do we communicate that out? Hey, we have this money now, we're just giving you what we've been giving you all this time. It's sustained. How do we make that interesting and exciting? Because we're not necessarily going out and doing new things with it. So that was just one thing, if you wanted to kind of talk about that, if you've got any ideas on ways to communicate that out.
I love that. So if first thing that comes to my mind is maybe when Don's crew is out there, even if it's just pothole fixing, taking pictures and showing your TBD dollars going to work. First project that hits my mind are the 12-inch potholes right there on 172nd, right next to Key Bank, right before you go into Covington Square Shopping Center. It's it's between Taco Time and Key Bank. I always forget to tell Dawn about it till last night when it was, Now, granted, Covington Square Shopping Center has a lot of work to do, especially where Chase Bank is when you come out, but that's private property. But because I've been, and shame on me, because I've had residents tell me about that area on that road. So but I mean, to me, that's, the state puts your tax dollars at work. Well, maybe we can do the picture of your TV dollars or word it differently at work, showing what it's going for.
And literally just a list of what's being done and what the money is used for could set up your strategy. You could even have karma at some of this stuff. I know people find de-icing fascinating, or at least my husband does.
Dawn in front of the truck.
Okay, so we need a hashtag TBD at work or something.
Right, yeah. And people do find it interesting.
Beth, go ahead.
And I'm all about a graph, for example, for pictures. So if we hadn't have passed it, this would have been the deficit. This is what would not have been able to continue. We passed it. This is what we're able to continue doing so that people can, because to your point, Carla, it really wasn't about we're going to repave this whole road with the money that we're getting. But what people want to know is, where would we be if we wouldn't have passed this, right? Because that's kind of what, and it can be, I don't know.
That's a whole would stay, or
something like this, yeah.
And if, yes, I'm enthusiastic. And if these things are going on social media, and that's the only platform, or multiple platforms, it has to be a showstopper. And it's never going to be words. It's going to be pictures. A picture is worth a million words. And actually, I think the TBD should be huge, not just a hashtag, but it should be in red, in big letters, and smack all over the picture, like showstoppers. I'm not gonna stop if I'm scrolling until something truly gets my attention, and it's not gonna be a, you know, a small hashtag in the actual body of the description. But I completely agree, the before, the afters, Jeff, I'm just building off of what you've said. Pictures, 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 not words.
graph.
And
Yeah, no, I don't
and
post
what-
anything without an image.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
just doesn't work.
It
Yeah.
doesn't, yeah,
Nope.
exactly, but, and it's funny, because these, like you said, these things have been things that have been happening before, but now they're getting documented, and they just gotta get blasted all over social media, and our residents will be proud of their own funds going to the right places, so I agree with everything.
Have Regan out
But
there filling in the potholes for the picture.
I've already got pictures of that.
Yeah, you
Your
did.
post that?
And I mean, the more ridiculous, the better.
I can go out and plant a flower and then we can, and then we can come in and pave it.
I don't know, I think we get a lot of scrutiny for that.
And maybe like graphs too. I mean, pictures are great of actionable stuff, but a lot of people like may have a hard time reading a spreadsheet or like words, but if there's a graph with bright colored
Graph of
I don't think
what's
you
been
scroll to it.
of
completed.
what's been completed, maybe, you know, I don't know. I mean,
I think
Showstoppers.
And anything along those lines we can do that just demonstrates we are following through on our promise to them, that those dollars are only used for transportation. Because I think there was a lot of scrutiny around, well, how do we know? And we said, you need to trust us that this money goes into that fund and can only be used for that purpose. So, I don't, Jim teed it up correctly. It's that it's delivering on a promise that we made. And the one way we can do that is to demonstrate it through our communications. And then as we're out talking to HOAs and at mayor's meetup, we probably don't have any stories this early in the year, but we'll start having some stories about, hey, you know, we were just out and repaired some sidewalks over here, and, you know, did 10 potholes over on 172nd. So I think we're all thinking along the same lines.
Yeah.
even maybe having a plan, like as the money starts coming in, because we haven't done a whole lot yet, because we haven't started receiving the funds, what is next on the list? So people can like, as they drive by, and A, we're giving the same message to everybody. Like, and B, they can see, oh yeah, I was told by the city that they're working on this project. Oh, now I can see that it did get done, right? So if they're out and about and people that are concerned with that, kind of make that visceral in moment connection to what we're telling them.
It starts coming in April. March.
So in the meantime, I'll go plant the flower.
Yeah, and I'll talk to Don about what's getting in.
No,
Don probably has the right flowers you're supposed to plant there.
yeah, asphalt.
Anything else?
Well,
We're talking specifically about TBD,
okay.
right?
I know, just do it
Right,
now
but-
and then.
yeah, Carla.
Okay, I got karma on it. Sean's still on it? Does he have anything?
Yes, Sean?
I don't think he's back.
No?
Yeah, sorry, I just got back from from the lunch break, so yes, I'm here still. But yeah, no, I appreciate again, what I want to say, due diligence city's doing to find these revenue sources and dedicate them to specific transportation needs. And I also appreciate Debbie, making sure that, in mentioning that we need to make sure that these funds are earmarked to those, and that we do we do our part to explain how these funds are being used and spent. And I think those things like the ribbon cutting we did on 272nd that highlights the funding we're bringing in and the improvements. We need to continue to do things like that. So anyway, that's what I have.
Good, thank you. Then Carly, do you want to proceed?
You had more of the, you are.
There's more.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
more.
wait, there's.
I know, but wait, there's more. All right, so then some of the other points that Jim had brought up that he talked to you all about was, what about the state laws and mandates and county processes that are changing or increasing the funds that we're going to have to expend that maybe we don't have, or unfunded mandates, right? So between, and I think maybe some of the leadership team will have to answer these of what's coming up. What are we going to be looking at? And how do we want to communicate that out to, you know, are we, so for example, right now, with the climate, planning, so she'll talk about that in a minute, but, working with the consultant, and Selena's team on getting information out about the climate planning, and they're doing a survey. So, that has come to me, to review for communication, and we'll start putting that out on social media in the next 3 weeks or so. But one of the things that I noticed in the communication that I had asked them to add was, making sure that it's presented in a way that this is requirement. This is from a law, it's from a House bill. It's not something that we're just doing because we feel like it. Because the post that we did back in November, the immediate comments, it was, hey, we're starting this climate action planning. And a lot of the comments were, this is a waste of taxpayer dollars. I can't believe you're spending this money. You got grant money, give it back, you know? So I asked the consultant to please go back and add that this is a requirement. It's not our choice. But not to sound angry about it. Like, what's our tone going to be? That we begrudgingly have to do these things, or we're excited to do these things, but we don't want, you know, that type of thing. So that's just one example of a state mandate that we're having to deal with, and how we communicate that, you know, out as well.
No, go ahead. Can we, the answer is probably no. Because it seems that's always the answers when I have an idea. Can we maybe
No.
on there, on those posts, say, if you have an issue with these bills that we are having to pay for, contact here's the phone numbers for the state reps, and tell them to stop these unfunded mandates.
Joe,
Take our survey,
I
but
was
then.
actually thinking the same
Me
thing,
too.
except being a little bit more graphic.
I mean, I was trying to be nice.
Well,
Well,
the
we
thing I
get 47th and
testified
5th since they're
against-
so close.
Right.
And I'm done.
Go ahead. Okay, thank you.
That's
Okay.
how I feel. That's how I feel.
So there are a lot of things that impact us that we can't change. And that I think the public has no idea. So an example is Carla posted last week about the shopping carts and the new ordinance on shopping carts, and the backlash on that was there were a lot of comments about, you guys, you raised our income tax. Now there's a B&O tax. What are you doing with this money? Do better. I saw a couple people just say, you need to be better, do better. And it may not be anything where Carla's going to post this on social media, but I think for all of us, as we're out talking to our constituents at HOA meetings and any public events, is maybe just one nugget per meeting of, did you know that the state may make the prosecuting office decrease the number of cases that they have to defend, and that means that we will have to hire like 3 more public defenders. Did you know that there's a House bill coming up that may require us to start paying for the training of our police officers, where we've not had to pay for this before? Did you know? I mean, there are all these little things, and that all takes away from our general fund that we could not have budgeted for. And so just trying to get ahead of some of the perception that we get all this tax money and what in the heck are we doing? We're not spending it wisely. When we have every year, a number of things that hit us. Last year was the, the big increase from King County Sheriff's Office. There, things we cannot change. House bills coming up, yes, I mean, we can legislate for them, but I think my thought is maybe we find some way that Carla can message us, but I think a lot of this is going to be just on us to talk about every time we have an opportunity.
I do think, so we do talking points twice a year and that we update. So we'll need to update those here like next week. But maybe it's something we can put a little section in the talking points of, these are the kind of the things we can't control. That could be good talking points when you're out at the HOAs or just talking to the community. That maybe I won't be posting, but it's still there. So you still have the facts and those details.
Can I piggyback? Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
piggyback really quickly? I really like what Debbie said. And I don't know if strangely, Instagram has like, how they have their algorithms? And unless I go search for our city, it will never show up for me. So maybe I'm missing this, but I really liked the whole, did you know? Just maybe like once or twice a week, did you know? But did you know? It's some kind of catchy phrase or like, they did it again. You know what I mean? Big bold letters. They did it. And then
That on my page, I have.
exactly. Something about
It's not. Yeah.
something about and I'm again one of those showstoppers, like something that I'm gonna actually stop while scrolling for. And it's this mindless scrolling. All of our residents do it. They all do it. I'm just kidding. But I like that idea. Maybe like the did you know of the week, every Tuesday or every so and so. I really like that idea. And it can't just be our talking points, because then it's not for the residents, it's for us. And we can do that, but there's only, that's if we meet somebody face to face, but maybe we can have like a feature, like a Monday morning feature, Friday night.
Karma have glasses, get Karma some glasses, and then Karma that shares the news.
Like a little, like around his neck.
Yeah. Anyway.
I was gonna say, why does Carmen need glasses? But I get it.
You guys do such small
You're much
print.
smarter with glasses.
Because you print everything.
Or the magnifying glass.
Yes.
Read the fine print.
Folks, we need to get serious. You look great.
Serious. People's attention.
There was just too much laughter at the table.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think we need to get Jim to address this karma one day. Have him come.
Well, I was just gonna say maybe to tag on to that, and I know a lot of times, like right now, we have our legislative priorities. And those are things that we're advocating for because it will help the city run better and help us provide for our residents better. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to use our city page as an outlet to educate people. Here are some upcoming House bills. These are things that are important. Some of us are trying to like, Mayor went and testified, or Regan's testifying, right, on some of these things. If you want to, they're open to the public. So you just have to go down there and sign up, and it is a lot. I don't want to say just because you're going to Olympia, but it helps get them to start thinking about how we start thinking about things and how they can help get involved, and how we can. We can't drive them down there, of course, but but giving them another option, maybe.
With that, I have a couple of red flags on it.
Sure.
Primarily in defense of Carla. She tries to be engaging with comments, and if
Right.
we start posting legislative bills that are being proposed,
Okay.
it will consume her entire
That's
week.
fair.
And
Okay, that's fair.
What's that?
Then you get political.
Right.
Yeah, and it shows what we might be advocating for or whatnot, which may not be a problem, but I think there's some opportunity in that still. We could link to the legislative pages and say, if you
Sure.
want to be involved in the legislative process, go to this page,
That's
right?
fair.
Something like
That's
that.
fine. That's fine.
So.
That might be helpful, especially like the climate action. Why are you doing that? Well, here's what's going on.
Yeah.
And here's some actions on the floor if you want to.
Yep.
Boom.
Yep.
I don't know, maybe not.
How many hours did you?
No,
So the comments from the shopping cart, how many hours did you spend replying, fixing that? Just approximately.
So, Friday, all of Friday.
Okay.
Wow. Thursday and Friday. So in
That's just 24
preparing,
hours.
preparing the edits to the original post and then the next day preparing the police recap post. So it was a day. I'll say the good thing about Facebook algorithms is that that post actually did not get seen that much. There were a lot of comments. A lot of the comments were from the same people, like the same 6 or 7 people. But that didn't even rise to one of our top posts at all. Regan's post about his 10 years surpassed that post of the shopping carts. So way to go, Regan.
Come on, shopping cart. I'll go to shopping cart anytime.
Yeah.
Literally the most boring thing you can think of, a shopping cart.
And yeah, I'm saying, and the post of our 2025 community calendar, exceeded the shopping cart post. So,
Okay.
so sometimes there's like it
Literally
looks
everything.
like a dumpster fire when you're looking at it. But sometimes it's just really helpful to look at the stats and see that it really didn't have the impact that it looks like we're perceiving. Even though it still needed to be addressed and it was still a big deal. But it wasn't,
I just want everybody to
so-
be mindful of how much time you have to spend on a single item.
Yeah, so and that was more because we prepared some additional posts on that rather than just responding to comments or reading comments. You notice I actually didn't respond to very many
I did.
comments.
You did?
Because they're argumentative comments that just are meant to troll and rile you up. So my personal policy is not to respond unless it's a question that needs answering or if it's just straight out misinformation. And instead of answering in the comments with the misinformation, we edited the post and made an additional one. So
I reply in, what do they call it, private messaging or whatever.
Yeah.
That
Well, that's perfect for
I won't
quorum
post
reasons
on
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Through your
No,
Facebook account.
I go through my personal Facebook account.
But and you can see too,
If it's your friend.
with our response to the
Oh.
2 main commenters about, hey, come in and meet. And because you're not just responding about shopping carts, you're going off about a whole litany of city things that you don't like. So come meet about those things, and we have that one that's absolutely, I'll be there. And the other ones that's like, oh, why now? Because this is on social and you're afraid people are gonna see it, so you get both.
Yeah, if not now, when?
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said now because I'm hearing you. I've never heard you before, but I'm hearing you now.
Right. Reach out.
So she's like, oh, I'll think about it. But yeah, so it just depends. But it's also the personal connection too. Like people don't realize I'm a person. So when you respond directly to them with, hey, I'll actually say, I heard about that, or I I think about that too, rather than just the cold, well, the city says, once there's a person talking to them, then they're more open to it. So. But yeah. Okay. So, and then another thing Regan actually had brought up about property taxes is always something we talk about that, the city doesn't actually receive that much. And so, somebody was just commenting about, we only have so much general fund money, and we only get this much from your tax dollars, to have to pay for all these unfunded things. So those are the type of messages we want to get out there. If you like that idea.
I had a lot of 3rd graders ask me about taxes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was some very good stuff.
You guys all know about this lovely chart, Casey's favorite chart that she has. Just talking about the policing support costs. So that's another big issue. I was talking with Casey about it and says that, we're anticipating a 4 to 5% increase next year again. So are those, things that we want to get ahead of and start talking about as well, because are we gonna look for additional revenue streams for that? Those increases, we have the B&O tax, but are we gonna look at anything else? And when do we need to start messaging that to get ahead of that message, just like the MPD? Things to think about. And then future strategy. So we kind of already talked about it, but I wanted to find out from from you all and from leadership team, what are the things that are coming up on the horizon that maybe we haven't talked about a lot yet, but any mandates that you're seeing come up, those expected anticipated costs that from our contracts that we're gonna have? Are you hearing, or while you're out talking with the HOAs, I know we have quite a few coming up, HOA meetings. What are you hearing from the residents and the citizens as important issues that we are already, talking about that we can include in our messaging? So to keep getting that information from you so that I can make sure we're answering their questions and their concerns. So if you have any now you can share, or as you hear about them, definitely let Regan and I know so that we can figure out ways to address them properly and get the story out there.
Carla,
Jennifer?
I just have one suggestion of adding the current goals looks pretty good. I would just personally add the word education. It can share the bullet point with news maybe, but just there's that like constant, oh, maybe I need to add more granularity or, and this, because you do this all the time, to counter a response. Just having that educational component included with news when it doesn't make it boring or, dilute what you're trying.
I should have gone to school to be a teacher. Should have a teaching degree. You can help me out with that. I might need some help.
That's yours. Honey.
Did you have your hands up? Okay, all good. Thank you. Anybody else?
Well, I just had a thought as it's on the slide just before that, it talked about the increase in police costs, but on our commitment for the B&O tax that we would increase service. I don't know what level of commitment we made, but that money was specifically is just specifically for public safety. But another message to share would be, what are we doing with those dollars? Have we increased, a half of an FTE or one full police officer, or have we added one more detective, or are we making 25 more shoplift arrests, or, whatever it is we've done as a result of that increased tax dollar, because that's new. So hopefully we are able at some point to bring on an additional officer, or
Once Casey gets all that money.
yeah, so you don't get the B&O money either.
That's $60,000 to pay for gas.
Oh, no, you're getting that now.
Right now.
Okay.
But it's gonna take a while to, I probably have 2,500 outstanding returns right now. So it's gonna take a while to get that program under control and get people on board with, if I can just get the top folks to pay, I think I'll be golden. But
Heavy hitters, yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be a process. It's gonna take us a full year or two to just
For sure.
get the messaging out there to get folks to pay.
Do we have 2 or 3 vacant open positions right now?
So we have 3 vacancies. And on top of that, if we did try to hire someone, you gotta wait 10 months before you can start filling in. I know the last one we added, it took a year and a half just to get him a car. Luckily we had an extra one, but so yeah, there's a lot of stuff that has a long lead time with the county. They're still at 80 some vacancies at the county level. They're having some budgetary issues. And they're talking about, they may have to stop trying to fill them at 70, which is a much bigger problem because of the budget. So, yeah, that's a discussion for me.
Thank you.
Yep.
But maybe there's some other creative options that we could come up with that would still be public safety related.
But even if we fill one of those vacancies, we can advertise that.
Anything else then on the topic?
You need anything from us, Carla?
No.
Thank you for dealing with all of negative posts. I sincerely appreciate it.
I wouldn't do it if I didn't enjoy it. I do have to take some mental health days here and there.
It's definitely a double-edged sword, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sick tomorrow
Yeah.
because of today's social media posts.
And I feel like,
Yeah.
the responses are just very well, like, they're very empathetic. I mean, they're
Yeah.
just very, very well done.
They are.
The responses, even when someone's cranky, I mean, it just class A, I think.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think what cracks me up more is when I have staff come to me and they're like, oh my gosh, I saw your post, and then I saw the comments and I know some of those people.
Oh.
And I can't believe what they're, like, they're just like, I'm gonna have to ask them like what they're thinking. So it's just interesting how some people act one way, in person, and a completely different way online.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Same with me. I'm really nice online.
Yep.
Well, thank you.
It's not-
Okay, good, thank you, Carla. Okay. We're moving on to a discussion of the climate action plan. So,
Talking about,
Selena, are you gonna set the stage?
I am gonna set the
Go ahead.
slide deck for this, and I also just want to take a minute. You'll see Jenna, Deputy Sherry up there at the top. She's our consultant from Cascadia Consulting, who's helping us with this effort. So she'll be sharing some information towards the end of this presentation. Just really quick, we've been talking about climate action efforts kind of through the comp planning process. Some stuff has trickled into the council on this. We are really at the point where we're driving across the finish line. A lot of these efforts are due June of 2025, which is just a few short months away. And as you know, we spent 2024 with, I don't know, like 10 competing priorities and a limited staff and unfunded mandates. So we are moving fast across this. So why I wanted to bring this to the council today as part of the summit is one is an introductory to this, to get some early feedback. The Planning Commission is going to be doing work on this next month. And then ultimately, ideally coming back to you again in June. So we can also give me some feedback if there's like another touch point. I do know we have a touch point in March as a study session, but those again, that's 1 hour at a time. So if there's anything here that sticks out, we can talk about, next steps. So just really quickly here, this is a little bit of background. I think most of you have known this. HB 1181 was adopted in 2023. It has a bunch of mandates in it. The big things that matter to us at a local level is that it requires local government to incorporate climate change into their comp plan. So prior to this, you kind of just embedded it, right? We just looked at the lens of climate, good planning. Now they said you have to have a separate standing element. So what we did, because we had started our comp plan in 2022, we embedded that in a lot of the work that we did. You saw the climate vulnerability study we did in preparation for that. So we're not behind the 8 ball in the sense of like needing to do a bunch of work in the next 6 months, but now we need to coalesce all this information together. And then there's some additional requirements. So the other big thing that came out of this is where Jenna will support Covington on understanding what this means is the prioritizing greenhouse gas and vehicle miles traveled reductions. So there's kind of this requirement, and we'll get into it more, but just a preview is the state wants to be at net zero by 2050. We've heard this from our climate agencies. We've heard this from our energy sources. We've heard this from the big businesses in the state. And then whatever's kind of left over comes to the local level. So we're part of the pie, right? And so we'll talk a little bit about what our slice looks like here shortly. And then the other big piece is that you have to emphasize co-benefits. So if we're making decisions about vehicle miles traveled or greenhouse gas, business uses, density, things like that, that really help bring those numbers down, then we have to start showing those co-benefits, right? So having a dense downtown is actually a benefit that will help us in the GHG discussion, right? Now, and those could go both ways. If all of a sudden, we decide our town center isn't what we want it to be, that could change our outcome, so. And then we did get a little bit of money. It's unclear if we're going to get the rest of the money. That's kind of TBD. No one really knows at this point. Just to kind of close the loop on what Carla said about the public outreach, generally with every single commerce planning grant fund, you have to spend at least 15 to 20% on public outreach of that grant. And so fortunately, we're able to have our consultants do a lot of that upfront work, but that does trickle down to Carla. Our rule in our department is if Carla's happy, we're happy, right? So our consultants.
That's
We're like, I was like, I don't need to say.
Carla's not
no.
happy.
If Carla is loving it, then you guys run with it, because we just, she's the end all decider on that, so. That's the funding source. This is like a super small print map or outline here. This just shows you, we are doing 4 projects. I know, I'll tell them to you pretty quickly. There's 4 projects that we're spending this $410,000 on. One of that is a multimodal plan, and we've talked a lot today about safety, the traffic calming project. This multimodal plan that we are spending money from this grant, it comes out to about $162,000 is what it costs to do this level of planning. We are going to achieve 4-ish of our strategic priorities out of it. So we are going to get, one of them was just to have an unmotorized plan, so check. Another one was to do a gap analysis on walking safe routes to schools and non-motorized routes. Check, we're going to get that out of there. That will help parlay into wayfinding requirements that we've talked about, because we'll kind of know what our routes are. There's a little bit of work that Public Works has around street lighting. That goes back to the safety, the sidewalk infrastructure. And then again, looking at our downtown walking routes. So we're going to now take those big planning things and we're going to bring those down to a different level for us to look at. And then there's a bunch of other items there from the comp plan we're going to achieve. The second item we did was the tree canopy assessment. And again, we'll achieve a strategic priority there, or help achieve one, and that's around increased maintenance at parks, aquatics, and city-owned properties. It's kind of for the tree canopy, you got to know what you have before you know what to do. And this tree canopy gives us that information, at least around our trees, the assets we have in our trees. Downtown beautification, there's some work underway with the light poles. As you saw in the strategic plan, what planning is going to be looking at here, this goes back to the earlier discussion. We're going to be looking at our downtown design guidelines. How can we create a more robust landscaping installation and maintenance requirement? Right now, they put it in and then they wait till we turn around and they take it out, right? And so how can we make our code a little more enforceable? And then I think as part of that, we're trying to infuse as much of the other items we talked about, because we're already opening up the code at that point, right? And then the last one, and this is the final, if I do anything on this list, this is the shall, it's the climate element itself. So I'll run through these pretty quickly. So the climate vulnerability assessment, we did that with a grant back in 2023. I gave you a copy of that report. Again, that's kind of a current state assessment. That's a snapshot. That's what we have today. This uses tools from the health assessments that come out of, that UW uses. And then it also gives us some GHG data. There's a lot built into this tool, this structure that we looked at. But really what it tells us at the end of the day is where are our most vulnerable populations in Covington? And what are some resiliency strategies we can do to help that vulnerability level, right? And this is everything from population of age all the way down to critical area impact. I mean, there's a long laundry list in that tool that you can play around with. It's a little GIS system. This vulnerability assessment is embedded in the multimodal plan. It's embedded in the tree canopy. So we're using this as a lot of baseline. And then obviously the GHG. So this is something I think I've sent out a few times. If folks want to play around with the tool, I'm happy to send the link again. It's just a GIS app here. So the next one is the multimodal bike plan. We've gone through 3 rounds with our internal staff to look at this. DEA, David Evans, an associate who does our traffic modeling, is the lead on this. We've got continuity there. But the goal of this is just to develop a comprehensive multimodal bike pit plan, right? For once and for all, let's get very clear on how our routes are working in the city and where those need to be and the infrastructure costs associated with that. So you're going to get a little mini capital program out of this. And then the other piece to this is the requirements that we have to meet under the multimodal, which again, go back to the GHG, the VMT, the vehicle miles traveled. And also new in our 2025 comprehensive planning requirements as we move into 2025 is that we will be updating our traffic concurrency program in the city. And the reason why, there's two reasons. One, we haven't done it since 2012. And number two, it is now a state requirement that you don't just look at traffic, you look at multimodal. So now we look at what are our routes, what are our bike routes, what is our traffic? And now our impact fees and all of that structure can be based around that. So this will help set a foundation for what that program, which I think we're aiming for second half of this year to work on. And then obviously that just gives you more data for decision making. I'm gonna go through these quick, so I'm gonna pause there. Is there a question or anything on that one? Yes.
And those, remind me, the impact fees would be at the time they apply for the building permit, not when they're vested in the property.
Yeah,
development.
impact fees do not vest, so they will pay the fee in place at the time of issuance of the building permit. And you can't pay early and get out of it. Well, you'd be surprised. The other project is the public tree assessment. We literally just got this on Friday, the final data. So a couple sneak peeks into this. First of all, what it was is our tree consultant, Tree Solutions, went out and they surveyed all of our public trees that are in right of way, our major arterials, and I think we went as far as major arterials and minor arterials. You can see a map, it's hard to see down there. So we did kind of the major routes within the city, and then we did some of the parks as well. We were able to go into a couple neighborhoods because we had a little extra survey money, but for the most part, we stuck with those major thoroughfares. Why this was important. We have planted a lot of trees, but we did not have a database of all those trees. We have maps, we have plans, but there was no like source data. So they went out and they got the GIS source data and the health of each one of those trees. The reason that that's important is that now that will allow Jesse and his team, Don and his team, to say, we have this street tree asset. What does it cost to maintain it? What does it cost to take care of it? Because they have to also build that in. Those are assets, right? When we think about our streets, they're also part of our tree canopy, right? So there's a value there when we talk about GHG and climate action. So that final report just landed on Friday, but here's a couple cool things that came out of it. One is most of the trees inventory were deciduous and the rest were evergreen. We have a diversity problem, but I think we're getting better at that because we've identified that a long time ago. So we've got maple, pear, and red maple being our top three. We have a very even distribution of large and medium trees and small. So that means our maturity levels are kind of varied throughout the city, which is really nice because you have those really great mature trees. And then as new developments come in, those maturities will excel. 80%, 86% of the inventory trees are in good condition. So we have a healthy canopy, right? I think that's really cool to hear. Only 2%, 106 of the trees were recommended for removal and replacement. And then about 1,100 trees are recommended for pruning. You need to go out and do some work on that. And then we identified 1,000 potential planting locations, right? So within our public structure, we have space where we could, it was about 572 in our public right-of-ways and about 433 in public parks. So when we're doing projects and we're looking for things, spaces, this data will help us discern that. Yes, go ahead.
And just on that note, just quickly, I mean, it's what's obviously as you see it, to be able for our guys to specifically call out a tree and know that this is the very tree that I trimmed on such and such date, instead of it being, it was in this neighborhood somewhere along this street, right? You'd think you would be able to see it and know, but with so many, it's hard. And then even keeping track of when someone hits a tree or we have to take a tree out, just trying to keep track of that, you can see just the number of that, and just that in itself to try to manage has been difficult. And having data like this that we can put in our asset management program is huge, because then we can literally know where all those issues are and be able to address them.
That's a
question.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Two things. One, was that after bomb cyclone or before? Cause I imagine it was before.
right. Little before.
Yeah, so that might be a
So plus or
percent.
minus.
Yeah. And then we're also talking about percentage coverage, like not just the actual tree, but how big of a canopy it actually has during certain times of the year.
Yeah, I don't have that because
That
I
was-
didn't dig that out of the data because it's more linear because it's along our roadways. So
Sure.
that's probably in the report. I didn't pull that. I skimmed this on Friday.
That's okay. That's fair.
But of the total number of trees, what you see up there is there's, you know, a little under 6,000 trees in our public right of ways, our major thoroughfares.
I remember they did the canopy assessment back in 2018, and since then we've seen a lot of trees come down since then. And at that point, we were kind of on the margin of being really well canopied, and now I know, whatever.
Well,
I mean,
and that's not going to get any better, right?
I know.
And
That's
so,
the point.
so with this though, we only looked at public. So the only thing we looked at in here is the canopy coverage and the trees in the public areas. We did not scan the entire city as far as what's a general assessment of tree coverage.
But isn't part of the HG, like the greenhouse gases like that? I mean, our public right of way trees are not gonna probably do a whole lot compared to what, then we have to look at what the whole of the city is doing.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but it's not necessarily that specific in the sense like we have a 60% tree cover. There is an assumption that trees are going to come down on private properties because housing is prioritized, right? Housing is prioritized right now over transportation. And there are bills right now that are talking about it like overriding tree canopies. Like you can't have laws in place that will make it hard for housing to happen. Now, what those are, I think we're gonna be learning.
Cause they're basically trying to override every level.
Yeah, yeah.
restriction.
So I'm treading lightly here. I know Rita knows how much I've been in the weeds on this. I mean, they're coming down with like what you will be allowed for parking. We will not have a lot of discernment.
Thoughts, come on, Sam.
You know, it's fine. You can read my one pagers I send you. Sorry. Anyways, I jest, but anything on the tree canopy? Okay. I'm also feel like I'm talking really fast.
Oh, you're great, but that's.
Slow me down if you need
I
to.
will say that they're not doing any. Kind of weird.
I mean, we live in a,
Yeah, here you go.
We're
Gotta
talking
make
about
sure
the-
you have your mics on.
talking about the
Here you
world,
go.
for heaven's sakes. It's not-
Everybody can. I know, I just.
Yes, and it is, you know, trees in general are just, you know, I think when, you know, Richard was here, he was like, chickens are the hardest thing to talk about. And I was like, I think trees are the hardest thing to talk about as a plant. He did. He used to say all the time.
We had an issue with chickens.
I remember
That was
that.
before your time.
4 chickens
I'll
are
tell you later.
and no roosters.
No roosters, 4 chickens. That's all you get.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
because I think we inherently understand the value of trees, right?
Yeah.
And I think what's really cool about this data and being able to provide it to this team is that now you have some data about it being a real asset, right? So when we're talking about the cost of our trees and the retention of our trees, and at least in the things we can control, we now have some data points on that, which is really cool.
So then are we rezoning our tree laws for residential? Cause it doesn't.
Not yet.
Well, exactly. I'm just, it's like an oxymoron.
That's not necessarily why this was done.
Right.
Yeah.
But it
If
is
that's something
helpful.
council wanted later, right?
It's
But
unfunded mandates coming down from.
Yeah. They did it again.
Yeah, it's a good time. It's good times. But you know what? I think we have some really cool wins in our public right of way. Even if the bomb cyclone took out a few trees, I think understanding that our canopy is incredibly healthy is something really cool to be proud of. We all kind of had some internal debates about how many trees we had in the city. I mean, we really didn't know, and now we know, which is cool.
I was gonna ask who won.
Jeremy did. I was gonna do something for him. Yeah, he was only off by a couple hundred. Okay, so climate, the next one I have here is the downtown heat island streetscape mitigation. This is not a fully funded effort. So when the state came back and said, we can't give you the full 500,000, we had to just take this across the finish line as far as we could with the dollars left over. It's kind of the lower priority of the 4 actions. So what this one is gonna do is we're gonna look at our downtown codes.
we've got these huge ginormous parking lots that are underneath power lines that create a lot of heat, that are heat islands. So there's a lot of limitations about even what you can do underneath those power lines. A lot of businesses, as we have learned, have taken landscaping out of their budgets at a corporate level, which make it difficult. I mean, Regan went out there with Fred Meyers and did you plant the grass? Like, I think.
I had strong words.
Yes.
They got it.
Yeah.
It only took
So-
a year.
Yeah, so it showed a big gaping hole in what was going on with our landscaping requirements, which also, to be quite frank, had never really been looked at since we incorporated. So it's time to kind of really modernize those. So this effort will take a look at that. And then we're also going to look at some of the building requirements because while we have really determined design standards downtown, the other thing we're learning right now is that they're very prohibitive in the sense of what they cost developers. And so, and then also they might not be the most efficient when we're thinking about like green builds and things like that. So we're going to take a look at those and, you know, come back with some ideas on what to do with our downtown, our heat islands, our big parking lots, and then our landscaping. So more to come. This one hasn't started yet. We're actually going to kick that off this month. So I'll go ahead.
Covered parking with a green on rooftop. Green.
We have a lot of that right now
Yeah.
already in our codes. We
Okay.
do have a lot of mindfulness towards like how to utilize spaces. I think what we run into mostly is the landscaping, like what they're choosing to put in, what we're getting that's being proposed, the ability for that to be more drought tolerant. And then just, you know, some just general education, I think, about what we're trying to achieve in those areas. You know, we don't get a lot of native, like when we look at our landscaping plans, our initial ones, we generally will do a quick search of like how much of this is actually native, right? How much of this is actually drought tolerant? And what we've learned a lot of the times is that the industry is just responding to their cost, their line item, right? So they're going to pick the exactly. And so how can we meet that industry a little bit better? Well, yeah.
Even painting a roof white would help with reflecting light, wouldn't it? I mean.
Aluminum roofs reflect the heat. Doesn't help the cell service, but.
Okay. Okay, anything else on heat islands? Great work. Other xeriscaping kind of, yeah. Okay, this is really what the crux of our discussion and what I want to prime the council on for what's going to come back to you in March with a joint session with the Planning Commission. And also it's very educational. I will tell you, Jenna, she's great. She's been doing this for other cities. They did this work for Commerce. I took her through the ringer. Regan and I both, you know, put her on the spot with a lot of hard questions. So hopefully we'll be able to land all your answers today. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we have this requirement to have this climate we're calling this sub-element. It's really an element. And within that, we have to look at our greenhouse gas reduction plan, which then leads into that climate resiliency. So the first thing that cities have to do is decide what your GHG goal is, right? What we're doing is we're going to align ourselves with the Washington state target, so the state level targets. And that's a 45% reduction by 2030, 70 by 2040, and 95, including net zero by 2050. And that was just probably the Washington's numbers are probably the most conservative than like if you went out to the county levels or even some cities. We felt that where we were kind of already showing this seemed like the best baseline for us to align ourselves with. And it also makes us like compliant with the ask. So how do we determine all of this information? How do we know we're at a 45% reduction? Jenna's going to show you what's called a wedge analysis. And basically it's just that it's a big triangle, looks like a wedge, you'll see it. And we fill it up with everything we know that's already in place, right? So what is the state doing? What are the counties doing? And then we look at that and there's a bright pink line, you'll see at the bottom, and below that's what Covington has to do, okay? So then the next question becomes, well, what can we do, right? Like, I think we talked about earlier, the things we cannot control. Well, there are some things we can control, right? So things around our downtown plan gives us a lot of benefit to our GHG because we're creating dense urban areas. Looking at our Lake Point Urban Village. So when we did that DA, we built in energy efficiency requirements for them. We also went a little bit above and had some additional kind of green infrastructure requirements. Our multimodal plan. So how are we creating more what we call complete streets, right? How are we moving people around? Are we making it so people can get out of their cars, right? And then obviously our Parks Pros plan plays a big part of that because that's our open spaces and our natural preserved areas, right? So all of those policy decisions, and I want to do my best to make this clear, and Jenna can correct me, but this is what we're about to show you is just a tool, right? It's kind of like a mathematical or a policy exercise, right? And what it's going to do, it's going to assume everything in our comprehensive plan that we've already said we will do around climate is assumed in this wedge, right? So we're committed to a dense downtown. Boom, that's a policy decision of the council that goes in the wedge, right? It's not the tactical things that we're doing, it's the policy level things that we're doing. And why that's important to differentiate is because I will speak for myself. It will feel like there is no way you are going to be able to do this, right? Because it's a lot of work. And the reality is that kind of once you start to realize like, oh, when we're just doing business as usual, we're doing pretty good. Like we're pretty successful. And if we had a couple more policies, that gets us out pretty far, right? Some philosophies, some strategies. And then we will also start to really highlight the gaps, the things we can't control that we know would move that dial, right? For example, Metro, right? I use them a lot in this conversation because we don't control bus. We don't control bus services. And we know if bus services could come out here, could people have alternative services, right? But we have a policy that says we're going to drive towards that, but we can't make Metro do it. So the flip side to these things that we're going to talk about is that the findings out of here will also help us ideally, hopefully, have those conversations as we provide a feedback loop, right? So that's a lot to introduce the wedge. I think visually seeing the wedge would be great. So can you make it so Jenna can share her screen? Krista, can she? Oh, I think so. Okay. And we'll play around with it. And Regan, should we kind of just do like a walkthrough and then take questions? Okay.
Cool. I'll go ahead and share my screen. And let me get a laser pointer going. Can everyone see that okay? And also hear me okay?
I can hear you and see it.
Okay.
Do you need that a little bigger or can you see that? Okay.
We can see it, but we can't tell what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like a big blue one. Yep, that's exactly what it looks like.
All right. I am happy to go ahead and just kind of walk through what you're seeing real quick, just so you can get a quick intro, and then also happy to take any questions as well after we've walked through it. So here to start, we've got this black line, and you'll see that we are dashing this black line out into the future, out to 2050. So this is what happens to Covington's emission if absolutely no action is taken, right? So this assumes that emissions grow based off of population and economic growth out to 2050. It assumes that there's no federal action taken, there's no state action taken, there's no regional action taken, there's no local action taken, right? So this is what happens if nothing happens, no action's taken. In between this dotted black line and this pink, hot pink line that Selena alluded to earlier, this is our adjusted business as usual. So each of these wedges that we see here that are represented in different colors represent a different federal or state policy that are going to reduce emissions whether or not Covington does anything, right? So a really great example here, and one that makes the most impact is SATA. So that's electricity utilities need to be zero emissions by 2030. So you'll see that has a very large impact on emissions reductions. Below this hot pink line, we have local Covington action under here. And so again, as Selena kind of explained, basically what I've done is I've gone through and I've identified climate actions that are already within the comprehensive plan, those of which that would have an associated emissions reduction benefit. And I've kind of estimated on a policy by policy basis what those emissions reductions could be based off of Covington's context, based off of how strong the policy language is, like if it's, promote this or like mandate this, just kind of that like weaker versus stronger policy language. And those are all defined here in our little sandbox. So this is really the area where Covington can play around. So right now, this sandbox is directly informed by existing policy that's been bucketed under a variety of mitigation, emission reduction strategies. For instance, the electrification of new buildings, reducing passenger vehicle mile travel, tree canopy gain, things of that nature. So again, this kind of took a deep dive. Oh, really yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Just for the purpose of the council, these items, much of these items here, in the bill itself, it says there's like a standard group that cities must talk about, must look at. And so a lot of these, what you're seeing there, electrify new buildings, you might say, well, how is Covington going to do that? Well, the bill says you got to talk about it, right? We have to look at that. So just know that some of these are in the bill.
Yeah, thank you so much for clarifying that, Selena. And so I also just want to stress that currently this wedge is still kind of in a first draft form. So I took a first pass at estimating emissions reductions from Covington's local action. I've now shared that workbook with Selena. I've also shared it with DEA and Tree Solutions to kind of get that city and other consultant gut check based off of the work that you all are doing and also those consultants. So DEA is going to take a closer look at the reduction of passenger vehicle travel with the work that they've been doing, and Tree Solutions will take a closer look at this tree canopy gain as well. And then I would love to lean on the city to kind of take a deeper look at everything together and confirm that this feels feasible or this is what that policy is intending to do. And all of those assumptions are outlined very clearly, and our sources are linked as well. So I would encourage folks to dig into that once that's shared more broadly. But that's kind of just the quick overview of what's happening here. I can dive into more specifics, but before I do that, I just want to leave it open to the floor.
Jenna, I'm going to jump in here too. So
yeah.
So what you see there, so she talked about business as usual. If you have the black line, the black dotted line, that's business as usual. That middle section to the pink magenta line that you see there, that's kind of what the state's taking care of. Other people are taking care of that. I do want to point out, and we don't need to dive into this more, but I do find it fascinating, is right under that pink line, there's like a little kind of greenish. That is from the planes that fly over us, right? And there's a calculation, Jenna's involved in that, but that's basically based on an assumption of how many people within our area use SeaTac and contribute to that.
Which means we're supposed to reduce the number of people
flying out of SeaTac. Tell them to take the train.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, they're just counting on numbers going down?
No, well, we kind of are half joking. That's really a number that we are never going to be able to control, but it shows, but it shows below the line because it's a Covington. Again, that goes back to my example of like, yeah, things that will show as ours that will actually be other people. So we need to. Okay, so really quick if I can. Yeah. So then below that, you have those kind of faded-y looking ones, and then you see that dark, the dotted magenta line. So the dotted magenta line is kind of what our trajectory is right now. So if you look, and Jenna, I can't see, so like right now you just like hovered over 2034, right? And again, this is still early draft, but 2034, we're doing it. With what we're doing now, we're meeting our GHG requirements. We're good. Even without getting rid of the airplane? Without getting rid of the airplane.
That doesn't mean we're gonna have a net zero by 2050,
Right.
but we're doing the work we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, so and I think that I want to highlight that because again, one of the things when we first did this wedge is I was like, oh man, we are gonna I don't even know how I'm gonna talk to my council about this because we're gonna have to do some drastic measures. And then this popped up and I'm like, oh, business as usual, folks. We don't start to dip down into like probably having to do some harder strategies until around that 2038, 2042 timeframe, right? So we're staying the course with our comp plan, with our downtown plans, with our vision, mission, goals, we're meeting these. In the tool, right? And why is the tool important? Because every 5 years I have to report this out, right? So this is the data that we'll be feeding back to the state.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jenna.
I wanted to expand a little bit more on this solid green wedge here. So the aviation emissions are going to be included kind of in this business as usual line here. So the reason that this solid green wedge falls below that pink line is that these emissions reductions are associated with certain aviation goals or plans. They have a plan, like the aviation industry as a whole has a plan to reduce emissions from aviation fuels by about 25%. And so that's something that again, Covington benefits from, but it's not a policy per se. So we don't want to put it above the pink line because there's no federal or state mandates that's really holding the industry to that standard. And also want to stress that again, like with this emissions gap you see between, 2040 to 2050, a majority of the emissions left over are things that are outside of Covington's control. And a great way to look at this gap is to kind of think about like what help do you need, right? Like the aviation industry over time will have to get cleaner, right? Like using sustainable aviation fuel to help meet those goals. Cleaner freight and service vehicles, things like that. So this is just kind of one way to look at it. And I don't want to jump to the next thing too quickly, Selena, but I'm also happy to zoom in and change the view of the wedge to look at the core emissions if you feel like that would be a good next step.
I think that would be really great. I really like this next.
So basically, as Selena said, our Cascadia and myself, we also did the 11 county commerce inventories and built this tool for that. And something the commerce wanted us to do is recognizing that, that right now this is looking at all the emissions in Covington, which looks at this list right here. So we're looking at electricity, natural gas, fuel oil, propane, on-road, air travel, off-road, landfill, compost, and refrigerants. And something that commerce recognizes is that, local governments don't have direct control over all of these sources, right? So they wanted to offer another way to look at emissions, and that's by looking at just the core emissions. So this takes out what, oh no, hold on. Sorry, it's not loading. Okay, did that do it better? No. I'm gonna pull up the photo because it's not loading properly right now. Just give me one moment.
I'll just also state that we can give, if the council wants post like screenshot stuff on this, we can get that to you.
The wedge is helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, because I couldn't really read it. I mean, I gotta just. So can I ask a quick question while she's loading?
Of course.
So if I'm hearing you guys right, it's basically attributing a certain number of emissions based on our population, I'm guessing.
Well, for the aviation piece of it, that it has to do with like income and population.
So I guess where I was going with it is that at some point, if there's a campaign where, if 5,000 people say they're gonna reduce their flight by 1,000 miles a year, that would reduce technically, like, is that kind of how they're looking at it in a way?
Potentially, I mean,
Okay.
that's like a really simplified version. And I think Jenna's point is like, there's no mandate for them to do that, and that's why, but the other thing to think about too is everything above that line, that pink line, is like more things could happen there, right? The state could do more, right? Which would then also lessen our admissions. So one of the ways to think about this is that the state said, we're gonna have net zero by 2050. And then you start at the top with the big industries, the ones that kind of control a lot of that. And then what's left over? And then they said, everything that's left over, cities, you have to do your part, right? So all the cities are going through this exercise right now to figure out like what their part is. And then it's not the tactical, like, okay, well, tomorrow all our buildings in Covington are gonna be electrified. What they're looking at is the policy program that you're gonna do to drive your portion to that, to contribute to that net zero outcome. It's kind of a simple, a way to think about it. So really, the state's not taking on the full burden. Everyone's gonna do their fair share.
Selena, Sean has his hand up. Sean, do you want to jump in here?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Just a couple things that struck me while looking at this, and Jenna, I appreciate your presentation. And I don't know if this is the time to mention this, but I think at some point it'd be interesting for the council to work with the planning commission on either some incentives or mandates we can work into the building codes for new construction. Things like solar, on-roof solar panels, those sorts of things. I know we're going to be talking about the moratorium we have on battery energy storage systems. So that conversation at that time might be an opportunity to talk about some of these other opportunities to lower our carbon footprint. I also think it would be interesting to talk about and identify going forward where development mandates could be in conflict with our climate change goals. So, the legislature's mandated that we put in or we eliminate single family housing. And in some instances, the developers are actively pushing and trying to overturn tree ordinances in cities. So that's just something we want to be aware of, that something we do in one part could have a negative impact on another part. So, and then also related to the potential to have multiple units on what now would have been a single family lot. That map related to high density and high impact, we want to look at where the potential development might go, because they could be I don't know. I would probably guess there might be more of that high density development in those places that are already highly impacted by potential climate change impacts. So just some things to be thinking about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can talk a little bit about those too, in this discussion as well.
And Christina had
I can't, sorry, I just can't really hear the speakers.
Oh, sorry, I accidentally turned my mic off. No, those are great feedback, and I think we'll touch on a few of those, particularly the conversation about future policies in the planning commission. So I'd like to make sure we close out a little bit with that today.
If I can, just to clarify, whether it's density or the climate action, the requirements that are coming down from state and mandates, they don't specify the cities to make specific mandates, correct? They don't require the cities to mandate, just for clarification.
No, they don't say you shall mandate. And I think it's also important. They say you have to address, okay, and then you have to show. This is why we have this tool, right? So it's okay to show gaps. It's okay for us to come back and say, we're gonna have a gap in X year because we've done everything, right? And I think we've done a pretty good job so far. I think what validates that for me in my role is just how far out business as usual takes us, right? And so, you know, that's where we get to Mayor Pro Tem's point about where do we want to get maybe more assertive or be more creative or be more incentivizing or maybe creative in that regard. And then the other piece to this is that really the only thing that is I don't want to say mandated. The only thing that's kind of overarching and overreaching are the building codes, right? We don't get to, wiggle out of those very much. Those are set at the state level. We adopt them at the state level. We can always do something kind of, equal to or, within the umbrella of that. That's always an option we have, right? We could be like, oh, we suggest everyone use electricity, right? And we do know now with the initiative that passed about the natural gas, right? The building community and those groups have now sent letters to the city saying, yeah, don't think you're going to go beyond this, right? That this has standing. So that's a little piece too, where we have to be mindful that there were other laws to the point that kind of reflected differently. But I will just say that the energy code in the state of Washington is pretty robust. And in fact, this last legislative adoption of that code will be taking a lot of the things out of our municipal code because they are now covered in the building code. So things like electric vehicles, things like solar, stuff that we were managing at a municipal level, they're now in the building code and will be managed at a state level. So for example, before, not to get too in the weeds, we used to tell developers how many electrical vehicle charging stations they had. That was a policy decision of the city. That's now a state mandate. Yeah. Right. So we're seeing a lot more of that, So it's kind of interesting. I made the comment to the commission, like before we were coming with all these policies and discussions, now I feel like I'm unraveling them and putting them at a higher agency.
Yeah, I can keep getting in the weeds too.
But really quick, because I think this is an even cooler chart. So Jenna, do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry for the technical difficulty there, but thanks for pivoting with me. So this really just looks at the core emissions, and so it excludes emissions that Covington might not have as much control over, right? So it takes out things like fuel oil, propane, refrigerants, and aviation, that air travel piece. So now what this picture shows is really more what is in Covington's wheel of influence. And so what this picture shows is that really you guys are doing a lot to affect these emissions that you can already control. And that gets you meeting the targets until like the 2045, 2046 area. And we're still left with this small little gap. And what the majority of emissions that are the source that's really driving these emissions here in this gap is natural gas. And that's really because right now there's a no natural gas ban piece of legislation, right? So again, it is outside of Covington's control, right? You can't ban natural gas. So natural gas is going to remain as part of this wedge graphic, and it's going to remain an emissions gap where you can kind of do as much as you can to, promote electrification and things like that, but you can't ban natural gas. So we're still going to see that in the emissions gap. And that's something that could change down the line, right? So over time, as state and federal regulations increase, which has been the trend so far, I've been doing these graphics for a few years now, and the impact that we've seen the ABAU make gets larger and larger every year, right? Because these codes keep getting more strict, like this blue one, like we were talking about the Washington Energy Code, that's what this is, and so we see as these regulations come out or are strengthened year over year, we do start to see more impact in the emissions reduction space. So yeah, I kind of like to show this because it kind of takes away the like, here are the things that we can't control. And gives you kind of a more laser focus of view on what is more in your control.
So that's a lot of information. A really quick primer on what the work that the planning commission is going to be doing. So we'll be doing this presentation for the planning commission as well, so they'll be aware. And then we're going to be putting together our draft climate element, which is just basically coalescing a lot of what we already have now. And then those gaps that we saw to the discussion earlier about, you know, how are there additional policies we want to put in there that maybe are a little more creative or assertive around getting to that zero emissions by 2050. That's something the planning commission is going to be discussing. And again, these are policy, right? So, you know, encourage electrifying buildings, or, you know, maybe there's a policy in there for us to think about our higher density zones and some other creative things we could do. I'm kind of off the top of my head. So there's some things we can do from a policy zoning level that I think are within our control. I think overlaying a lot of what we're learning from the multimodal as well is things that could help create some policy that will help with that VMT, and then in fairness, the greenhouse gas piece of it. I'm gonna pause there. Any other questions? Direction? I mean, is there something like you're really curious about or fascinated with?
I'm just really curious how, because we all know the state has been known to change targets on us. Are we taking bets on whether or not they do that this session or next session? Because I have this strange feeling that they're gonna want, the targets are, I see them as hard to make just because there's so many outside factors besides what we can control. But what are the odds that they say, well, we said 45% by this year. What we really meant is 55% by this year. And if you're not, this is what happens. Like, are we actively trying to work against them doing that?
You know, honestly, I'm not as really concerned about that. I think if we stay the course and we're hitting that, we're aiming for the zero by 2050, then it's kind of our best guess. Now, granted, we've got the 45, the 75, the 90, those are targets we're hitting at. There's no consequence that I'm aware of now that says when they do reporting in 5 years and you're not at 45, you know, you were going to lose some funding. That they're not saying that. What they're aiming, they're trying to get everybody on the same sheet of music to make those policy decisions to drive towards that 2050. I will already tell you, and Jenna's much more into this because she supports many other cities, but you know, just even from a director's level, us talking about this, there's a lot of counties that aren't going to make their, you know, they're already saying like, oh man, we're not going to make it, or like similar, you know, their target might be like, oh, we're not going to make our 2030. I feel very comfortable right now with business as usual that, you know, our first reporting, you know, if we do business as usual, we're going to make it. We're going to be aligned, right? It's just adding those few additional, you know, policy choices and decisions that will help drive us out further. And I think identifying the gaps. I think this is where the gaps become very real with the things we don't control.
Go ahead, Pat.
So, without getting any partisan into it, do we know if they are reporting regularly? And is it the state that's evaluating each jurisdiction and reporting that out? Or is it kind of a self-reporting scenario? Or, I mean, giving a best guess, because I mean, we're not gonna have the.
So Jenna, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is Commerce is the lead group over this bill. From the city's perspective, it's similar to our comp plan, right? So we're gonna have an element of our comp plan that I'm gonna have to report out on, just like all the other elements, in 5 years. So we'll have to do kind of a audit of our, like, where are we successful? This will be part of that. So then that feedback loop then goes back into commerce's bucket of data. And then from there, who knows? Jenna, do you know what they plan to do with that first reporting? Have you got any insight into that?
Those are still unanswered questions, but I will just confirm that you do have it right. Currently, it'll be on a 5-year reporting basis, and basically you'll report updated greenhouse gas emissions and updated VMT per capita.
And I think it's also something that helps me ground in this a little bit is that a lot of this data, starts at the state level, starts kind of out of the UW collective on this, right? So, they're looking at this model kind of regionally and then we're funneling down again to the things we can control, right? And then we understand our outliers. And so when we go to do this, Cascadia will help us update this and then, those lines might be slightly different. But I think what helps in the tool piece of it is that at least everyone's kind of starting from the same starting points, as far as like, Maple Valley's doing this and Kent's doing this. And, we're all kind of pulling from that collective data set. So it'll be interesting to see that first year of reporting.
I'm just thinking to myself as a facilitator, what's the headline here? And I think you articulated it beautifully like 2 minutes ago when you said, even if you do business as usual, you're going to make it. I think by make it, you mean meet the state's mandates or the policy guidelines or whatever. And just kind of still curious, and I'm sorry if I missed this. I think I did, but for you, with your expertise as a planning director and looking to the future, which is really part of your job, are there any 1 or 2 challenges that you're kind of worried about, like in the next 5 years, like beyond the aviation requirements? No, I'm thinking things that are under your control.
Under our control, I mean, that's a great question, and I might just need a second to formulate my thought on it. From my perspective, working in Covington, and again, this wedge, and I'm hopeful it only gets better than what we saw today as we finite it. I think it's super cool to have a city that just naturally did some really great work when it came to climate, right? And when this first came up, when I came back in 2022, we had the conversation around like, do we want a separate element? Do we want an embedded element? I think there was the consensus like this should be embedded in planning. And I think that choice a few years ago really shows up here, right? So like I think that's super awesome, right? And now we just kind of have to pull out our pieces and make it meet what we have to submit at this point, right? With more data, right? We know more now. We got smarter over the last 3 years. So like, I want to just ground that's awesome. I think that from what the decisions that we're going to have to do for land use, things we talked about earlier today, and in this presentation, I think it's just being very clear that, these topics are going to come up. I think you're going to have topics in trees, you're going to have topics in streets, like the hot topics, housing, and, the alignment with the council and even the planning commission makes that a lot easier. Where I have the biggest concern from a planning perspective and where my frustration probably sits the most is with those agency requirements. And what I mean by that is I feel we are ready and ripe to not have just one bus stop. I think that the growth that's coming is missed in the big landscape of discussions at a regional level. And so I think that if I had to put energy into anything, it's that continued effort to put us out there and to make it very clear that the people here want those services as well, right? Like we're not an outlying suburban city anymore. We're very connected. And so I think that's where those challenges come in. That's kind of a long-winded answer to your question, but I don't know. I don't have a lot of the policy levels at the council don't keep me up. It's the policy at the county, state levels that kind of keep me up a little bit.
And I don't mean to, I mean, it's not my role to, they're done. I'm still trying to just raise a few issues, but a couple council members asked a little piece of a question that reminded me of like 25 years ago, what I thought was kind of a false choice between economics or economic development and environmental protection. But it's come up here now at the table that housing versus economic, environmental protection. So like the tree canopy versus new housing. And so do you have any like thoughts about that real quickly? I mean, is that like a worry or something like that? Or
I honestly don't think that we being Covington, being a lot of us here professionally that have done work in other cities have really ever saw those as pitted against each other. I think that we've seen them as reasonably related, as they should be. That's good planning, right? That's good planning when we think about what's the balance of our housing and our tree canopy, what's the balance of our economics and our populations. Like there's a really great Venn diagram that someday I will show that talks about that interrelation, right? The health of communities and the growth of a city, right? And I think that we've just done a really good job doing that. So more so it's starting to feel like it's getting a little bit pitted. And I only say that because, you know, like last year, you know, when we were testifying and my talking points would be like traffic, trees, you know, here's the things. And they're like, yeah, no, you can't talk about those. Right. And so, you know, again, that's a little bit where I'm like, oh, are we so hyper focused that maybe we are missing some bigger picture stuff? But
just now you said your message, I think, is a hopeful one. The city's done a good job of balancing.
I think they've done a great job. I mean, I had the pleasure of working with other cities when I left, and I mean, I came back here for a reason, obviously, and I don't just say that.
So
to,
it
like,
wasn't a pleasure.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? You see it. And I think amongst our professionals, I mean, the three of us talk about this all the time. You know, how do you build a park and still protect the critical areas, right? How do you provide open space and have people be housed, right? Like, how do you do that? So I don't know. I feel like I'm on a soapbox right now, so I'll be quiet.
I was just trying
but
to
they're
help
good.
with the headlines at the end, but no, thank you. And thanks to Jenna too.
Yeah. So what we'll do, we'll get you these kind of screenshots to the council. Is there a desire to see all the policy language? Or is that something we can kind of give you when we meet with the planning commission? Cool. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Right.
To the plan.
There you go. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena.
Thanks, Jenna.
Yeah, thank you, Jenna.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, we're running about 10 minutes ahead, so let's come back at 2:15 and we'll go into our last discussion of the day, which has a number of topics.
And then you. They hear people go, is it? Like when you drive.
We only have about 4 issues left. They're all under the umbrella of discussing council and commission operations. And the very first one is just the question of should the council develop some guidelines for issuing proclamations? When I was talking to all of you, I think I heard maybe one incident, but I don't know if there was I didn't really detect a groundswell for this, but anyway, to hand that over, maybe you want to comment first as a mayor who does issue these proclamations.
So we get, I wouldn't say we get a lot of proclamations, but we probably only approve maybe half of what is brought forward to us. So you only see half of what is requested. And I know the one that is brought up was a cultural one that the questions were brought up about, but all the other cities in King County, South King County were also doing that same proclamation for that culture. And that's all. It wasn't about a religion, culture. It was celebrating culture. And so I'm open to suggestions on if we want to change how the proclamations come forward, but that's what we've been doing for 20 some years.
We do have some policies and guidelines, once we saw this on the agenda that we pulled from other cities that Mark could share, if we want to start with that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about this because the way that Covington does proclamations is very similar to how most other cities do it. Because the way proclamations are set out is they're ceremonial. They're supposed to commemorate something of importance in the community, an individual, something along those lines. Like ours, it's just the mayor's vested with the authority to initiate and execute proclamations as a ceremonial commemoration of an event or an issue. It's not a statement of policy by council. It's not any statement by council. It's just the mayor taking an opportunity to recognize something through his ceremonial duties. And what I think is important to note is that what the mayor is doing is separate from council action, because the mayor is not speaking on behalf of council. The mayor has no authority to speak on behalf of council. The mayor serves as a ceremonial representative. And so if council wants to say something about an issue, you always have the ability to do so by putting something on the agenda through the normal process, whether that's contacting Regan through the email process or having council put something on its own. But what I always want to keep in mind for council is that the council business is oftentimes in meetings, it's a moment for the council to conduct business. And so having the mayor take the ceremonial side of things gives the mayor the opportunity to commemorate something, but then allow council to focus on the business of transacting getting the things done that the city needs to accomplish during each meeting. So we did look at a couple of other cities, and they're all across the board for how they do it. But it hates me. Anyway, but one of the things that we were talking about is that because the way we have it set up is it being a mayoral proclamation, and that isn't vetted through council. So what some cities do is they require a submittal of a standard form. So then it's all set out already for what they're requesting. And then it's just the mayor's signature on it and not all of council, because what I can understand is that if not everyone agreed with the proclamation for whatever reason, and it doesn't matter, anyone could support a cause or not support a cause depending on your own personal beliefs, but it would just be a mayoral proclamation at that point. The mayor would sign it, and council, it would stay within the ceremonial role of what the mayor is supposed to, is the mayor's representative of, not of council, but of the city. And what I've seen a lot of other cities do is they have a form, because and Krista can speak to this as well, but this ends up becoming a big burden on staff as well, of trying to not only draft a proclamation, get things done, make sure that the person is going to be coming to accept the proclamation. So there are ways, so what we've kind of put out here is the best way that we could do this without even making any changes would be just require a standard form, so that it'd be easier on the mayor to have things set out, and also on staff for processing. And then you could just include the mayor's signature on it, and council, if you wanted to take action on something, could do so through any other action, putting something on the agenda as you see fit. But I know this came up from a variety of things, and I just wanted to give you my brief thoughts on it, but happy to answer any questions or go through this in greater detail with you.
I don't have any problem with the way it is right now, but that's.
So currently our proclamations do have all council signatures, just to clarify.
Thank you, because I was like, do they now? I don't even
Yeah,
know.
and I like the fact that
I
it
will
has.
never get one.
I always like the fact that council's signatures are on there, because that way it comes from the entire council in the city.
I do think it should only be mayor's signature if it's coming from mayor. I mean, I haven't had a problem with any of them, but if I'm not part of the decision process, I would prefer my signature not be on there.
I would agree with that. And then as far as the form that I'm assuming those who want the proclamation will fill out, do we currently have a form? No. Do we have any kind of standardization to make it easy so that like regulations as far, like, for example?
We don't have anything.
No.
It's
We're not.
it's just been a mayoral decision.
And
I
someone
think-
just sends an email.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
They send it in and mayor signs.
Okay,
Because
so,
we did get some information from Auburn that they were getting a lot of proclamation requests, and when they actually instituted the form that people would be required to fill out, the volume of requests actually decreased because it was requiring people to do the work of requesting the proclamation, saying why you want it,
Yeah.
and actually really drafting it
Yeah.
while reserving the right for the city to make any changes as we see fit or not issue it, or for the mayor to not issue it in any way.
well, I mean, I would want valuable proclamations to be heard and to be proclaimed. But also, there should be a little bit of effort, that separates somebody who would really, doesn't care enough to fill out the form. Simple things like, is it political? Is it a religious proclamation? Does, like, just our basic,
Want to improve
Do's and
the
don'ts.
political and religious now?
I'm sorry?
We don't. do-
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, but if they don't know that they're gonna apply it, and maybe if they see it on the form, maybe we can have something, it would just make it easier. Something to simplify, staff time. Just a thought. If you don't agree, that's fine.
Yes, go ahead.
Am I hearing that staff might be amenable to having a form? Is that it'd make it their job easier just because there's fewer to? Krista says yes.
Right, so that I included that bullet
Yeah.
point on there because that would specifically make Krista's life easier and Joni and everyone else that's in the processing of these. So that's more of a staff, a staff
wish.
tweak.
Yeah.
So rather than looking at how council wants to do proclamations, because there's legally council, you can proclaim what you want by putting something on the agenda and speaking as a group. And like, for example, you do that all the time when you take a position on supporting like school district levies or fire district or whatever. And then, so those are really making a proclamation of your policy position on something, but not every single thing that comes to council needs to be proclaimed by council speaking with one voice. And that's why we do have a ceremonial mayor who takes on some of these responsibilities to make these proclamations that aren't speaking on behalf of council but they are still part of the city and taking a ceremonial stance.
So it would be, have the form to make it easier on staff, still give the mayor working with the staff the discretion to decide which ones to issue. And maybe according to what Jennifer's suggesting, have only the mayor sign it because he's doing it on behalf of the city, but not asking all of you to sign it when you didn't really play a role in the decision. That kind of the way to sum it up. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of would agree with that, although I would say, there are some proclamations that I personally love to be part of, like Purple Light Night, or some of these things that we do that are community events, right? And we kind of do it year after year just because it's kind of part of our culture, and for the most part, we've all agreed to it once and we would agree to it again. But again, we aren't part of the decision making on it in the end of the day. And so without having, I guess the proclamation piece would be if we decided to amend an agenda and say, no, we don't want to have proclamation with our names on it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that would work.
You wouldn't be able to because they're pre-printed before the council meeting.
You'd have to
Logistically,
cancel
it
it out
would
of the
be
agenda.
hard to do that because a lot of times we get these proclamations and they're time
It would add to the
sensitive, and so
complexity.
Right.
we would have to have them approved
Right.
by council at a previous meeting, before.
So
If you wanted your signatures on it.
so it's either
All
all
or none.
or one.
Or one, yeah.
But we get to stand
One
up with
for
them.
all.
And that's, I don't know that
It's
having our
symbolic.
signature on them.
That's
Right, it really matters one to the other, but.
It's very symbolic. I honestly didn't know that my signature was.
I want to
on
make
it.
sure everyone heard what you just said. I thought that was important.
So when Mayor Wagner stands up and brings the recipient up front, to receive it, we all join him down in front of the dais.
Well, in some cities, they don't. Only the mayor's, because the mayor's signature's on there,
Oh.
only the mayor gets up.
Okay.
But in yours, you are doing, that's your
Well, it's because
practice or
everybody's
tradition.
signature's on there.
If I don't like it, I'll sit.
Joe's the one that brought this up.
If I could jump in, one of the things that I am trying to avoid is a situation where the mayor is issuing a proclamation and only 2 of the council members come down, or if there's like a split. Because what I don't want to have anyone is feeling like they're being forced into something that they may or may not believe themselves. So, and that's why I think ceremonially having it be, and I think that's why most cities do just have the mayor do it, is because that's takes some of it's not really policy decisions that are being made. It's just statements that this is a thing that exists and we should recognize it.
I just think it's gonna be odd that if only the mayor's signature's on it, but I get it. But it's really gonna be odd in this city if only my signature's on it. People receive it, and then only the mayor stands up front to give it. So,
I mean, no, it's
considering,
great to have my signature on something I'm not a part of.
Okay.
That's, I mean, my signature means
I
something.
get it, but I'm
mean-
just laying out what we've gone through and how we as a council, as a community and council have been. But if council wishes to change that, then that's fine.
I have a potential, and I haven't talked to Regan about this, but sorry, Regan. One potential way to get around some of these issues is if there's, at the beginning of each year, council sets a calendar of proclamations that they wish to make. And then those could all be ones that council agrees upon, whether it's
Like Purple Light Night.
Purple Light Night, but just things that council owns to be involved in. Because then it could be consensus for those to be council proclamations, but any extra proclamations, anything else would be done by the mayor, as the mayor currently does, and it would just.
Sorry, but I mean, in my opinion, sometimes we all get up, sometimes we don't. That just feels odd to the community.
Would get up, wouldn't you? I would
Not
say
if
we would get up for a proclamation. It's a community proclamation.
I think if it was on the calendar and that council had already agreed to the proclamations in advance, then I believe that's the council's signatures would be on it and you would be able to come
I
down.
think just Jeff signs and we all get up.
But I also like this, yes, but also the idea that our signatures can be on the recurring ones that we do annually, and we get up for all of them.
So how does the person feel that only the mayor's signature on, but all the other proclamations have everybody's on?
Do you think they
Ju-
see those?
Why don't you jump in, and then Sean, I just want to let you know. Joe's gonna go next and then we'll call on you.
Right.
In
Okay, go.
in all my time on the council, there was only one proclamation that I wanted to read beforehand, knowing what the proclamations were. If I read, just looking at the agendas, I've never really had any issues with them. There was just one I wanted to read beforehand. I read it, and it was not what I thought. What I thought, because of what was on the paper versus what I read, changed my mind. It was fine. So I am 100% okay with my signature being on the proclamations. I'm 100% okay. I want to stand up there because we're honoring either members of our community, people who have done important things for our community, or important people in general. Now, sometimes do I think we need a proclamation for some of those? No, but it's a tradition that we do? Yes. And I'm good with sticking with our tradition. So for me personally, I want my signature on them, and I want to be down there celebrating those people that we're giving those proclamations to. That's me. The rest of you, I know we all have our own ideas, but I'm good with how it is. I just sometimes I would like to read them beforehand, just because, like, what is this group that we're honoring? So can I get a little bit more information? And I think that's a reasonable request for us to know what they are exactly.
But then again, that complicates it, right? And I mean, the stuff I have to sign at work and in my life. I don't know. I grew up, you don't sign anything without reading it. So to have my signature on something I haven't read.
Do we get the proclamations before?
Oh, Sean, yes, sorry, thank you. Yeah. Come on into the conversation, please.
Are you, did you call me? I still,
Yes.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. I liked, well, to date, I haven't really had a problem with the way the proclamations have been, approved, and, you know, I haven't had any that, I felt uncomfortable with my signature on, but I can understand how others, might feel uncomfortable with that. So I like Mark's suggestion that, you know, we have a preset list, and any above and beyond, you know, it would be the mayor's discretion to sign those and issue them. I guess if there, I would maybe add one friendly amendment, is that if we do get a request, that might give us enough time to share it with the rest of the council, and then we could all say if we wanted our signatures on it or not. Just one other thing as an example, the RFA, the fire, Regional Fire Authority, they do proclamations as well. But it's the chief that presents them, and he's the only one that goes down in front of the dais and presents those. None of the board members join him in front. So I guess I'm just saying other governing bodies do it differently depending upon, I guess, their culture. So that's it.
You finished? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I think I may backpedal what I said. We vote for our mayor, well, we appoint our mayor, and so we trust them to make those decisions. And as long as there's guidelines, and it sounds like there are, like, we don't do political, we don't do religious, like, we keep it to being positive influences in the community. I'm okay with my signature on there. Definitely think we should all be up there, because we're supporting as a council. And if somebody had a concern, then maybe that could be addressed. I mean, because I don't know how many times there has been a concern, maybe. You know, I mean.
And it was just recently.
Yeah, it was just the one time.
Yeah, I mean, if half of them are not getting through, and maybe even like if we do a form, that might help.
And we
Keep
could
it better.
also make, the one issue was, you know, one of them up there, and I made a couple little edits on it that I think made it read that was acceptable, and
More secular.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
Mhm.
That, you know,
Absolutely.
even if it is
I
one
mean-
time, that's all it takes. Sometimes it's that one time. And it's okay if you make, but the point is, we don't get these proclamations beforehand. We never do. I don't actually know why we did. And if we just trust, that's fine with me,
Mhm.
but I don't think it's wrong for us to want to see what we sign.
Yeah.
I'm okay
Yes,
with
that's
that
it.
too.
One thing with council signing it and seeing it beforehand is council can't take action together outside of a meeting. So what Regan said earlier applies, that if you wanted to agree to have your signatures on something and approve a proclamation, you couldn't all just do that outside of
Over the phone. with
over the
me or
phone.
something.
Where
We can send it to you so you can have it, but the council can't make a decision.
right, we can't. Regan can't collect all the signatures and say, "Oh yeah, they all decided this," outside of a public meeting.
Yeah, we'd have to bring it to a council meeting, vote on it, and come back to another council meeting to present it.
Right, too much work.
Well, how about this? You have a form to help make that easier for the staff, and as Christina was saying, to make sure that people really follow through in their request. We leave it to the mayor's discretion, working with the staff, but at the start of the year, you do put together a list of likely propositions or proclamations that maybe you already know, like you mentioned, I think, National Night Out.
They're all right there, the ones with
Okay,
the
well, I
stars.
can't read them that well, but
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So then, and then why don't you just stick with this idea of everyone's signatures on it, and you all would get up and go greet the person and honor them, and just be conscientious in the next year that the privilege of having everyone's signature without really having your involvement is not abused.
Correct. Don't
Mhm.
abuse
Yeah.
it. We vote.
But there-
we vote
but there-
for that.
but there are-
Never
Don't
have.
vote
And
for
if you
their
vote-
signatures.
But there are the guidelines,
We
so.
vote him in.
And I mean, and the other part of it too, though, is that like the mayor might change at some point. I'm not saying, I mean, you know, we don't
For
know.
sure.
Yeah, you never
man.
know, every 2
You
years.
never-
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
who knows?
and somebody that's been
I
doing
could
it
walk
for.
out there and
Oh,
There
go.
definitely
Get
probably
off
would
there.
not be
Yeah.
us.
Can I just
say that the right mitigation in
Mhm.
my, from where I sit, is having a forum. And
Mhm.
with a direct, is this
Mhm.
proclamation a religious proclamation? Yes or no? Is this proclamation a political proclamation? Is this proclamation a
Whatever
human
we-
rights
yeah.
proclamation? And that really quickly takes
Sure.
care of any issues.
Sure.
And I'm okay.
Human rights might be okay.
Well, sorry. and
Yeah.
it-
Okay.
I mean, because I guess then we're doing it on behalf of supporting the residents of our
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
community, and that's kind of why we have our name on there.
Yeah.
That's why we do proclamations,
Mhm.
to support our residents.
And I agree with the statement that, you know, we do vote our mayor into that position, so we need to, we trust him enough to be our mayor. I feel like I trust him enough to make the decision on what's appropriate and what's not. But the form will help staff,
Mhm.
and should maybe even thin out some that were just kind of
No,
We get some
light.
interesting ones, huh, Jeff?
and that would help you,
Yeah.
Mayor? Having a
It
form?
doesn't bother me the way it is.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're going.
So we'll put a form together that people have to use when they're submitting a proclamation. We'll keep all council signatures. And then we can send it to council beforehand.
I'm okay with that.
For council's approval.
No,
No, just so we can,
awareness.
just so we can read and
As part
judge
of the packet?
Judge Regan's writing of it and tell him where he needs to put a
You
comma.
won't know what parts.
Maybe just
I
stick
don't
it in the
draft
agenda.
those.
As part of the packet, yeah.
Just make it
That
part of
just
the
seems
packet.
like extra work, but
Well, I don't know that they'll be part of the package because of how those are processed, but
Oh, with that same email.
yeah, because we don't get.
we'll get
until-
them to you, whether it's with the,
Yeah, because sometimes we don't get them until
right.
they're not printed still.
Oh.
And then let's revisit it.
Okay,
next year and see
that's
how it
fair.
went, and then
Carlo.
we'll create a big.
Writes most of our proclamations. Chris is writing them now.
Yeah, he took those.
Yeah.
That sounds like a job for AI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like that.
Yep.
We wouldn't tell you.
Well, there's a bunch of templates, because if we're gonna,
A lot of the proclamations come pre-written
Good.
and we may do a few tweaks, but
There's one I'm still questioning right now, so
Uh-oh.
been questioning it for what, 5 weeks now?
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you questioning the one we just gave to Regan? Is that what it is?
Can we take it back? I'm thinking back.
No, wait, it's on my stuff. It's mine.
It's got my signature on it?
Okay.
Okay.
Here comes another fun topic.
Uh-oh.
So the question that is posed in front of you, and that's, well, we've all talked about it, all of you who have spoke with me, and I got a sense of this issue from Regan and Jeff and Sean, is the role of the adult leadership on the youth council still needed?
Yeah, Ethan will jump in and share a little bit on that.
Yeah, we have a staff liaison that works out of the Parks and Rec Department with the Youth Council, and we were doing check-in this last year, and basically, we've observed, so we have a staff liaison, but we also have 1 to 2 adult volunteers that are leaders for the Youth Council. That was set up originally a number of years ago when the Youth Council was first formed. Going to check in this year, we have identified that can actually be pretty challenging, kind of having staff liaisons, not just coordinate and kind of help facilitate the youth council, but they're also sometimes trying to facilitate and coordinate the adult leaders. So it becomes a little challenging. So I'll share with you a few things. I asked our coordinator for this, the staff coordinator, to just kind of talk about what issues or challenges have they come up with, what are the benefits of having the adult volunteer leaders as well, and then just kind of doing a review as to what other youth councils, how are they organized at other cities. So just kind of diving into that. Some of the issues that we've run into that the adult leaders, if we have multiple ones, they may start debating their own political views at the meetings. Sometimes their leadership style might be a little overbearing, forgetting that this is a youth-led youth council. And then adult leaders not talking at all, so they're not invested, maybe sometimes not even showing up to the meetings. And then also the adult leaders trying to push their own agenda. So there's those type of things. I think just kind of taking up kind of a lot of the space in the room of the youth council meetings, I think is kind of what happens. Some of the benefits and value that we've seen with the adult volunteer leaders is that there can be mentorship and connections with the youth council members. They are a resource and provide networking opportunities for the youth council members. There's also stability and continuity, as the youth council members tend to turn over pretty quickly because they grow up, become adults, and move out of youth council, but the adult leaders can stay there longer. As far as what other cities do, we did a survey of Auburn, Renton, Tukwila, and Maple Valley, all of which have youth councils somewhat similar to what we have. And no other city actually has adult volunteers besides the Maple Valley Community Center's Youth Council. They have 2 adult volunteers that happen to be former members of the Youth Council. The city of Renton used to have adult volunteers, but had issues similar to what we've kind of observed as well. And now they have 2 adult staff leaders. So I think the question is, we can kind of continue with the model we're doing where we recruit and appoint adult volunteer leaders, have a staff liaison. It's a little more work than just having a staff liaison, or we can transition to just having a staff liaison.
Hey, Joe, and then Beth.
That sounded loud. I am okay with just a staff liaison for this. Nothing against the adult leaders we have had in the past. We've had some great ones. I think though that if we really want this to be student-led, then we need to just have, I think, the less adults in the room, but they're still to say, hey, let's get back on track, might be the better, instead of having the 2 in there who might wind up debating each other over what the kids are supposed to be talking about.
Yeah, what's your thought?
I would agree. I know that when I think it was January 2017 or some such thing when this was put together, and we had, a fantastic adult leader that looked at it from I'm just sitting back, letting them do their thing, and I'm just there to kind of be a resource. And it doesn't always turn out that way. And so if it's a fairly new council or commission, so, I mean, if we want to try something different and see how it goes, I mean, we can always change it later if it's not working, but I would be okay with the staff's suggestion of maybe looking at moving the adult positions. The adult volunteer positions, I should say.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll agree, I have a bunch of kids, and so I've been still in some youth organizations, and even when adult leaders know their role, I see them taking that space that belongs to the kids and creating bias and driving decisions. And when they do that, they're taking away the kids' power, which is the opposite of what this youth council's intent is. So I say we should definitely make the change, and we can change it back if it doesn't work.
And I agree. And I think, sorry, yes, I agree with what's been said, and the fact that we have an adult already in a leadership role that's a staff liaison. And does she come to every meeting or just help facilitate? Yeah. Okay. And not that they need to have someone at every meeting, but they've got someone that's a mentor. They've got someone that can give advice when needed. But I think for their growth and development, letting them be self-directed is the best thing that we can do.
And Christine?
My question is, did this come from, how did this come about as a conversation? Was from staff, not from the youth council?
No, from staff, and it's not it's not an observation of any single adult leader either. Because there have been great ones, and even the ones that might be challenging have great qualities as well. But we do have one vacancy right now. So it was kind of an opportune time to say, like, okay, before we fill that, let's kind of revisit this and see which direction we want to go. Which does also the other side of that is we do have one position filled, and I don't know what the term is, but I'd have to check.
This year.
Okay, so you
It's
can
soon.
let it finish.
I'm always in favor of youth growing up and taking the wheel, really. I just wanted to know whether that came from them themselves, but yeah, I'm in favor of it.
I don't know if it's been discussed among the youth, but
That's
that's
okay.
possible, but I didn't hear about it.
All right.
And I appreciate that, that the staff person had the foresight to bring that up as, should we revisit this? Because that's good.
And Mark.
Just briefly, one of the things I appreciate about the staff liaison is they keep keep the youth council within legal guardrails because they are still, the youth council is subject to every single rule that you all are subject to. And so sometimes an adult leader may not know what things they can and can't say, like if for something that's related to a ballot measure or something like that. Whereas it is easier when you have a staff member who's been trained on it because they know what to keep out of the meetings and what they can and can't do. So just to keep, just another point to think about as you're making your decision here.
So we've heard from 5 of the council members, and Sean, do you want to jump in? What's your opinion about this?
Well, I think like everyone said, I think the youth council would probably be better served with just the staff liaison. And we have the power to change this in the future if we want. So we can tinker with these things, and if it doesn't still not working the way we want it to, then yeah, I think we can reassess it in the future. So
Hey, thanks.
Yep.
I, going off what Beth said and everybody else, that, this was a new council that we created many years ago, and we needed that, and time has changed that. I think moving forward, and I think there's consensus to bring this back to a future council meeting, because we'll have to change the procedures, bylaws, whatever it is for the commission.
It's just a resolution, so it'd be very
Okay.
simple.
Okay. And like I said, everybody said, it's nothing against any particular, there's nothing's gone wrong. It's just time for the youth council, because they've really stepped it up.
1% change. 1% change.
See what you started, Regan. There we go. Okay.
I've
Thank
been
you.
back for a
Consensus.
couple weeks and then some steps forward as they try to figure it out. Sometimes it goes that way.
Okay, the next topic for discussion started with somewhat of a simple question about should council members be attending commission meetings? And here on the agenda, maybe it's a little bit of a bigger set of questions or a little bit more philosophical, but I heard from a number of you that simple question, should we be attending, opens up some bigger issues. Like, well, what's the nature of our relationship? Can we give direction and guardrails? And then let the commissions go do their thing, because they're citizens with different perspectives and maybe grassroots or neighborhood oriented ideas. Do we want to, or might we just kind of suffocate some of their creativity before they get started? And then there was also the question about, well, then do the commissions understand that once they bring recommendations back to us, we have the authority to make changes? So they got into a little bit of a bigger discussion. Maybe some of that's too much for today, but I wanted to put this and capture your questions and thoughts in these questions right here on the agenda.
We literally just removed somebody from the youth council. This would be opening a can of worms. I don't personally think that, short-sighted, in the near view, like, yes, it might be a good idea to have some clarity for commissions, but in the long run, I don't think it's a good idea. That would create confusion, especially if there's a commission or a council member present at a commission meeting, and then something different happens at the dais, and they're like, well, but you said. And for clarity, for professionalism, and to let them do what they do. Like I said, we just removed somebody from the team. Why would we give the adults somebody? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just confused. What are you talking about, having us attend a meeting? What?
maybe I can.
That's what's on here. It's
Mhm. Yeah,
asking us
attending
if we
meetings.
attend
If
commission
you want,
meetings.
we could start with what the
Mark.
current, with what the
Yeah.
current rules are. Mark has.
And that's what I wanted to jump in with, because the policy of the council is already set
Yeah.
out in council rules, is that council members don't attend meetings to avoid undue influence on the commissioners. So commissioners can give their recommendations, and council can do what it wants with the recommendations. But that's, I think, the original policy, and I'll just read this. To avoid any undue influence on the city's advisory bodies and to prevent unauthorized or misrepresented communications between the council and advisory bodies, council members are prohibited from attending any meeting of the city's advisory bodies in an official capacity unless specifically authorized to attend by consensus of the city council. And it goes on to say that council members are encouraged not to attend even in their unofficial capacity, because it could be seen as trying to influence something one way or another. But as council, it does have a caveat that if a council member does choose to attend a meeting of any of the commissions in an unofficial capacity, they have to say that they are attending and speaking in their personal capacity and in no way representing the opinions or position of the city councils as a whole. So the policy here is trying to avoid too much intermingling between an individual council member having outdue influence on a recommendation that's made by the commission before it gets up to council. So it's avoiding steering a recommendation before it even gets up to the council. But there are a lot of different ways to do this, but that's policy reason behind it as it stands.
So in a city close by, there was a council member who would go, even though they were told not to, would go to commission meetings and sway the commission on their recommendation to bring it to council. And they went as far as borderline aggressive threats to the commission. So, but I'm just telling you what happened in a city close by.
And I think that's exactly what the current rule is trying to avoid.
Yep.
Is even putting council members in a position where they don't even know that they're influencing something just because their presence and their opinions and the way they voted on issues in the past. You can telegraph what you think about something without saying a word. So I think it's just trying to avoid those entanglements, so you don't have. So commissions are able to do their work and make their recommendations, and then you're able to make your decisions based upon what they say without it being unfairly or influenced in any way by a council member before it comes to council for a decision. It's the whole.
Two little pieces. While I actually really do respect each person who is on this council right now, this may not be the council several years down the line. And, for that reason, I also don't think that we should allow that. And then, a wise person told me that everything's about perception.
That was me.
Oh, yeah. When I was first elected, he might be sitting next to you, but everything is about perception, and I can't imagine going to a commission meeting and in your personal role and for them to be able to completely separate that, right? So it's all about perception, and that's not a good perception.
I'm just gonna join. Sean, you've had your hand up for a minute. You want to jump in here, please?
Yeah, just dovetailing on what some have said, I appreciate Mark's rereading I guess the guidance on council members' participation in commissions. As he said, we're all free to attend in our personal capacity if we want to. I don't think we should change the rules. Well, I'll just say this. I don't think there's a need to change the current rules. And those came out kind of similar to what Jeff mentioned, a while back. Before I was on the council, we did have a council member that would regularly attend the planning commission meetings, and until we had some direction, we didn't quite know what their role was in sitting in the audience for every one of the planning commission meetings. So I think it makes it more clean, the way the rules currently are. Now, that said, I think what's driving this is we're hearing through the grapevine, some of our commissions would like more direction or more interaction with the council. And so what I propose or would recommend is that at our next meetings with our individual meetings with the commissions, is have on the agenda a review of what their current mandate is. What are they supposed to do? And then kind of have a working meet, if it needs to be updated and changed, that would be a time to talk about it. If the council wants to expand or contract their roles, that would be the place to do it. And then on other regular meetings, I think we should dedicate a part of those joint sessions with them to working meetings. What are issues they want direction from us, and be intentional about that, as opposed to these meetings, quite frankly, tend to often be just report outs with some opportunity for council to provide direction. But I think if we thought about it a little more, we could provide much more meaningful direction to those commissions. So those are my two suggestions. We take the opportunity to take the temperature of every one of our commissions, see if they feel like they understand their mandates. And then two, dedicate a portion of every commission meeting to a working session to say, what is it you really need clarity from us? And we come out of that meeting with clear consensus on what we want them to do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, so Christina, you made the comment that we just had to, was that? Remove
About the youth.
Yeah.
No one.
Do you understand?
I do, like, why remove the babysitter from there and then add a babysitter to all the other ones?
Oh, okay.
That's
I
it.
see what you, okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
And actually, to me, those are almost two different things, because that's appropriate, like in a public meeting, I think we should give our commissions, like Debbie said, it's a one-way sometimes. That's all it is. And so I agree that if they need more attention and direction, completely agree.
Yeah. So to Sean's point, having that would make it more of a two-way. They're presenting to us quite often, but it gives us the option or the opportunity to say what guidance do you
Are
need?
you saying during their monthly updates or during the,
The
we're talking
joint.
about during the joint meeting?
The joint.
We don't want to
session.
have that going on during.
Right. No, the joint session.
No, that's what Sean said too.
One
So
brief.
take the temperature and then just during working sessions with each of the commissions, have a kind of roll up your sleeves and just make sure they have the right or correct direction.
And the only thing to keep in mind is that any action that's taken because these are all special meetings that are set out, is that the action has to be on the agenda. So it's not a freewheeling discussion of direction that council is giving the commission. It has to be something that's on the agenda for council.
And we'd have to formally get consensus.
Okay, Beth, go ahead.
So I'm in agreement that we should leave our council attending commission meeting policy the way it is. I think it's appropriate. I don't know that anyone has since gone to a meeting, but I don't know if that would be the same for like a workshop. I know sometimes they've done open houses like with Lake Point and everybody was there, and maybe the planning commission sponsored it, but it wasn't their working meeting where they're making decisions going out. But and I'm wondering if maybe to tag on to what Sean said, that maybe the first meeting that we meet with our commissions in the beginning of the year are more like giving them updates on the state of the city and where we're at and some things that we might need to see. And then let them talk about some of the stuff they're working on too, but then they would do more of a report out at the end of the year, or maybe there's just a way to build into the agenda an opportunity to talk about. So, I mean, we love hearing from them, but they also love hearing from us just as much. So
I think we're gonna need a lot longer meetings.
Yeah.
Because what I'm hearing right now is we need a time for council to share what they want from the commission. review kind of the resolution that adopted that commission to make sure the commission's doing that work. And then what Beth just mentioned, that takes up a considerable amount of time. And really, these joint meetings are for the commission to come to council and say, here's what we're doing.
Right.
So if we want, what I'm hearing is a real shift in what those joint meetings should be.
I'm not gonna say a better idea. I have another idea. Maybe we just review they're not mandates, the ordinance, the policy for each of these commissions as a work, get them ahead of time, do a work session and revise where necessary. And perhaps that would help the commissions because that's what they're supposed to be using. I really cringe when I hear council directing a commission. We have authority. We can say right now, hey guys, this is what we want. That's why we're all here. Why would we be telling volunteers what to do and what we want from you? That's so not okay with me. So
that's why we appoint them.
Yeah,
To tell us.
so I mean, if our staff liaisons are saying, hey, they're struggling, then we take those particular commissions and review.
Because I haven't heard that.
I'm going off this.
Okay.
If they're struggling with
I think a council
direction.
member mentioned.
So if they're struggling with direction, then we look at the direction they've been given and see if we need to clarify, but us separate from them.
Yeah, and I think what I'm
Do you-
understanding is what we've done, that there have been commissions that have wanted some direction from council. And they've come to that joint meeting and asked that, and council has shared that. So we definitely include that when a commission wants it, we include that on their.
I think we pick it up in interviews, like, I will say that does come up. It's almost like some people think that their job is as a volunteer to serve the city, period.
Right.
Not understanding that the commission is actually a step further than that and not performing tasks as directed by the city. That makes sense.
So making sure the commission understands what their objectives are from the council.
Yeah, we're not there to tell them.
And
what
so
to do.
would the council do that review with them at the beginning of each of those joint meetings?
Honestly, I think the staff, we go through, we look, make sure it's clear, revise it if we need to, and then the staff liaison reviews it with them. It's what I think, to make it a simple.
Well, and,
Sean's got it.
but I would only say if we have commissions that are struggling, and they're struggling with what they feel they need to be doing, then that's when we should. I don't think we just do blanket and go through every single commission and change it, because if they're working fine, everything's going well,
Yeah.
they're working, like, let's say
Yeah.
parks, and they're reporting
Yeah,
to
Perk
Ethan.
doesn't seem to
and
ever
they-
want feedback.
Yeah, I mean,
Laura's
I
got that.
look,
locked
they
down.
ask for feedback every time we do a joint session.
Yeah, they
But I
don't
mean,
guide it.
I don't feel that we need to go through and redo everything, only if a commission feels they're struggling, like SJ was struggling and they wanted some help. Now we've got, 7 new members on there. And when they meet and they want help, then let's provide that. But I don't think we need to do a blanket and we don't need to take up our joint session and do that unless, because they've come in when the commission asks us for feedback during that, we can give it to them at that
Yeah.
time.
I want to make sure we're doing what council wants. How would what we're saying be different than what we're doing currently?
Personally, I don't think we need to change them.
We may, I don't know what direction they have. I can't tell you off the top of my head what each.
On,
of them-
on what their
Uh-huh.
understanding of what they're
And
supposed to
do
do.
they, and do they go back and look at that charter?
When was the last time you met with PCSJ?
We
As a
haven't,
joint
because
section?
we'll be meeting with them this year.
Yeah,
But
so that might be.
Sean
the
has
issue.
his,
Sean, you want to jump in again?
No, I didn't, I forgot to put my hand down, but I'll take the opportunity. I can see, again, I appreciate the thoughtful conversation. I'll just put the skunk on the table. I think there are a couple commissions that we could spend several hours talking about their mission. And social justice being one of them, and I think the Human Services Commission would really like the opportunity to talk more with council about what they should and shouldn't do. The others I think are out operating quite well and probably don't need to tinker with. But I think with the 7 new members on social justice, might be a good opportunity to just get in the room with them and say, this is what we think this commission should be. And I'll just say from my perspective and my experience, I think part of the reason that we had trouble with that commission is they had a different idea of what they were supposed to do than what the council thought. And I think my personal opinion, I think they were closer to what we probably thought, well, I thought they were supposed to do. And we came in conflict. I'll quite frankly say, I don't think it's always supposed to be about creating events for, this type of food or that or other. I think they really wanted to get into some real meaty social justice type issues. And that I think was a frustration for many of them. So, and for human services, I'm hearing similar things. They would like more direction from the council. And quite frankly, I think they want more money is really what it comes down to, more resources, to put it more politely. And we got to find a way to figure out a way to actually actively consider that and find more resources for our human resources program. So that's it.
Thank you. Beth?
I think everybody's gonna be different because like you said, there are some commissions that have had people on there a long time. They know their role, they're very familiar, they know the staff, and they won't really require, they probably have fewer questions, but I think it's, you mentioned the equity, cultural and human services. And I mean, quite frankly, human services is responsible for allocating what, $130,000+, like, and that's quite a bit of responsibility. And of course they want to make sure they're doing right by what why was the commission started? What are the priorities now that, and we're tasking them to help figure those things out and give their recommendations. So I think, to get back to what John said, there was a reason the Equity, Cultural, and Social Justice Commission was formed. That mission, whatever that is, and if it changes, or if it morphs, like, they need to understand the reason behind it. And pretty much everybody, except for one person, been on that council since then. So it should be fairly easy for us to reiterate either what that is or what it should be if it's supposed to change.
So we can include that at the top of
it's fine.
each of our agendas. Yeah. For our joint meetings.
And I think some of it too is just every member is going to have a different level of confidence or experience. And so some people might just want to have a little more face time with us because they want to get to know us, and so that they can feel like, not that they're asking us to tell them exactly what to do, but what are we trying to achieve? We give them the what a lot of times, and they figure out the how. And if they go, oh wait, but there's something else we need to do, then they can give us the recommendation on that too. Like, it's a starting point. It's morphs. It's not.
Is reviewing those adopting resolutions something council members would want to do with the commission? Like, one of you take turns and do that, or how do you foresee that happening?
I think staff is doing fine with it right now. I mean, Ethan, you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, maybe not on the specific point, but I was just going to, and I think it's just kind of, Beth kind of spoke to it a little bit, but each commission's a little bit different. And so it might be almost more of a case by case basis, but I know when I'm working with the Parks and Rec Commission, and we're usually planning a little bit for the joint meeting, is we know that that's our one time a year to kind of give an update or maybe discuss with the council whatever items they choose to do so. But I also preface it or talk about it in terms of they could request other study sessions with the city council. It doesn't just have to be one time a year. And so I think that's always an option available to any of the commissions, or even if the council wanted to engage with the commission more than once a year, like, that's a tool. So it doesn't need to be, I don't think it, from just thinking about this, I don't know if there's one or two commissions that you're like, oh yeah, we might want to engage with them a bit more. I think that's fine to do it with those, but it may not be the most efficient use of everybody's time to go with everybody. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Mark?
Yeah, where I've seen the more direction from council and other jurisdictions going to commissions is when the commission keeps giving recommendations that the council has to change. So that when a recommendation comes from the commission and council goes against that recommendation over and over again, that's when there's usually a come together moment where council gives direction on what they're looking for that commission to do. Because if the commission isn't making recommendations that council is even remotely interested in, then that commission isn't doing the work that the council may or may not want it to do. I've only seen that happen once, that there was just a rogue commission doing things that were just very, very bizarre, and the council had no interest in even considering because they weren't really within that commission's purview. And that's when the council jumped in and said, hey, we need you to do this work, because this is the work that we've set out for you. But
would council want to leave it to the commissions, kind of going with what Ethan said, and we inform them? We can try to reserve some study session dates, that there's dates available if they'd like more FaceTime with the council to get council's opinions and objectives and all that. So it doesn't eat into the time, that one meeting a year that they have with you to share what they're doing. And I know CDIS, whether it was last year or the year before, sent out to the council a week in advance saying, please come prepared because we want to ask your opinion on these things. So commissions do that when they want your feedback. But if we worked with our commissions to make sure that they know there are available dates to meet with the council if you need or want that additional time.
Sure.
And we leave it.
Can I ask, it's not on the agenda, but very much related to this. We are going to be kicking off ECSJ. What is our plan for success? Do we need to consider a session almost right away? Would that be helpful for them or not? And I'm gonna, I mean.
Daphne is a liaison for that, Daphne Hernandez, and she just kicked off their first meeting this month. I think they had one last Thursday. So it was the first time all the new folks had gotten together. I know her, and I talked a little bit before that, you know, and she was just going to bring up the previous work plan that they had scheduled to talk with you all about in August, but we didn't have quorum. So she was just going to pick that back up and, you know, introduce everyone, you know, the general kickoff first meeting of the year type of work. I say all of that because I think that at a minimum, yes, I think it would probably be beneficial for the council and that commission to talk about that work plan that they had done in 2024, but never got presented, to make sure that there is alignment.
Well, and is that a work plan that the current commission aligns with? I
Right.
really don't
And
want
I
off the bat for them to be given a work plan
Right.
that they don't, that
they're not ready. And that was Daphne's
invested in.
concern too. So she was just gonna like, hey, this is where we left off. You know, how do we do this? So, I haven't got to touch base with her on how that went yet. But that's something I can talk with Regan about, and then maybe there's a strategy there. I do think that commission, you know, it's in its forming, storming, norming kind of, you know, and I think having some new folks on there, it would just be beneficial.
Okay, I think we should do that. I don't want it, well, none of us, I don't think, want it to fall apart.
We also don't want to squash anything, so we'll leave it up to Daphne and your
Yeah,
discussion on.
yeah, Daphne and I will touch base with Regan, and then we'll take it from
Yeah.
So we've used a lot of different words, but I think there's kind of a consensus that for the most part, you are not trying to change the dynamics within the commissions or between the council and the commission, but you're recognizing that some commissions might want more FaceTime or more of a two-way conversation with all of you. We could get rid of words like struggling or direction, but just say, as Regan did, let's reserve some study sessions, offer the commission's times in those study sessions to meet with you for these purposes if they so choose. And then you're mentioning the Social Justice Committee. They're just getting started, all brand new members, give them a little time to talk about their work plan, and then maybe they'll want to come and talk with you too. be able to have that two-way conversation.
And could I have the ECSJ resolution sent, emailed to me? I would love to
It
review
should
it.
be on the website.
Oh, as part of the, yeah,
think
you're
they're
right.
all-
Yeah. I'll just do that. Yeah.
Their mission.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we're getting close to 3:30, and we still have this one other issue about options for streamlining the process of appointing and reappointing commission members to ensure that it's not unnecessarily time consuming and still attracts a high level of council engagement in these interviews. So you see some questions right here on the agenda. Should you be considering amending the starting time for these interviews? Should you consider changing the duration from 20 minutes to back to 15, or for allow one additional interview in the course of 1 hour? Do you want to consider scheduling a special meeting once a month for commission interviews on a different date than the regular meetings? And then also, this is a little bit of a different issue, but just reevaluating the process for reappointments to commissions so that maybe they don't take as much time and effort. So I don't know if anybody up on the staff wanted to kick this off, but.
That was it.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
That's a lot, there's a lot of
Thanks, Jim.
suggestions. Yeah.
So looking at our previous several months of interviews, we've been pretty concise in getting our interviews done within 15 minutes, if not. And we're not rushing them, because that's the last thing we want to do is rush our candidates. So I personally don't have a problem changing it back to 15 minutes. The reason we expanded it to 20 minutes is because when we interview reappointments, people that are reapplying, they tend to take longer. So I don't know if we want to take that into consideration, because do 20 for those and 15, but I don't know how that would be for scheduling. If you're doing 20 minutes for reapplying and 15 for new appointments. But so, I mean, that's just an option, but even the last couple of them that have been reapplying, we've been getting it done in 15 minutes. So.
I was thinking what we do is reappointments, we set aside, say the second meeting of the month is for reappointment interviews only. We don't have new appointment interviews on those days. And those can be 20 minutes, because some of our commissioners have the gift of gab and will take a question that maybe needs to be 3 or 4 words and turn it into 2 or 3 paragraphs, which is great. We want to hear what they're talking about and what they've learned, what they want to continue to do. We want to hear these things. Maybe we keep those at 20 minutes, but one meeting a month is where we do reappointments, and the other one is where we just do new appointments, people who are applying for the first time. Maybe that's the way we do it.
Well, that sounds good. There may be 2 whole months go by where we don't have any reappointments. And now we've left that whole month, that whole one
Yeah, it
meeting a
seems like
month.
there's more new than re.
Well, whichever way it goes, I mean, there aren't always just new, and there aren't always just reappointments.
But we also may have meetings where we're not doing any interviews because we have a study session that day. So there's a chance that we go 2 whole months without any interviews because we're doing 4 study sessions. There's always those what ifs.
But with the main point you're making, whether it's on just keep them separate meetings.
Yeah.
How would that be for scheduling on Krista's and Kia's end?
Have the current schedule. I know you can hear me in
No, you're fine.
I've pulled up the current schedule of our joint meetings to give you an idea of what dates would not be available for a 6 p.m. special meeting.
But going.
Oh.
I was gonna say, going off of what Joe suggested, just allowing Joni and Krista and her team to schedule it to fit, because not everybody that reapplies is gonna be available on the 4th Tuesday for people, because that's why they're mixed in now, because the availability of when people are available to interview.
Right.
It makes it hard.
There was one conversation somewhere where we had, at a round table like this, where we, maybe I'm mistaken, but we talked about maybe not re-interviewing commission members, so often? Am I wrong?
That's for the youth council.
Can we, do we, just planting a seed, but do we,
We should re-enter.
should we? Is it every 2 years for every commission?
Yeah, some of them are 3.
It's an individual. It's time.
And it gives us a chance to hear what
Okay.
they feel is going
Then-
good or not.
Okay, and then on the re-interview, I believe there's 8 questions, correct? Or is that
Now
the
maybe
new?
we short.
So there is one question, actually 2 questions. There's, what do you think the greatest problem is in Covington? And then the next following one is, how do you solve that? Can we make that one?
That's a great
How do you-
idea. Yeah.
Do that?
Yes.
And I
How do you
think
solve it?
I think we got rid of the conflict on all of them.
Do you have any conflict? I know. It's like,
That's
Because
weird.
it's on the application.
Never seen it.
I don't know.
At least to concise it, if we wanted for to maybe
That's a
15
great
minute.
idea. Make it
So,
15 minutes and.
Can we make it 15 minutes and then see how it goes? And then if we need to readjust it, like we're running out of time, then we can come back in a couple of months and readjust the time, because this isn't this isn't changing our council procedures or anything. It's just changing how we schedule. So we don't have to bring it back.
Yeah.
So if that works for Krista and Joni and for schedules, just schedule everybody.
Whether they're new applicant or.
Yeah, for right now, and we'll see how it goes.
And then trying to reduce the number of questions, is Christine?
Right.
Yeah, just combine that with the question.
That one specific one that's kind of always redundant.
Right, yeah. You already answered this.
I know,
Yes,
but
I'm
yeah,
gonna-
they always answer.
Krista, can you send me all the questions, each of the commissions? I
Jim.
can go through.
Oh,
That's there.
So if we change them all to 15 minutes, can we say that we amend start times only at 6 o'clock? Because we could fit 4 interviews in.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have any break in between that and council, but it's rare that we have 4 interviews anyway. I think.
I felt like we had a lot of 5:40 and
We would.
and
Yeah,
5:20 starts.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll be able to fill that hour.
We're already scheduled out through April.
So I wouldn't worry about,
Everybody.
since you've already got it scheduled, I wouldn't, unless you want to take the time to call them to reschedule, but.
Like a snowball.
If we're backlogged and waiting.
Yeah, I mean.
Gotta wait.
Leslie, the point here, are you saying you can do it between 6 and 7 PM and not have to convene earlier?
Yeah.
Or you-
That's what we're kind of hoping.
We're
but it
hoping
doesn't
that,
sound
like,
like that's
it's hard
gonna
for
be
people to get here
Well, that's all
early
right.
after work.
It's just
Yeah.
another 20 minutes, half hour, but yeah.
I mean,
So don't schedule before 6?
Well, if we have a lot of candidates and
Yeah,
schedule at
I think it's
5:45.
fine because I literally text Jeff and say, I'm gonna miss the first interview. Like that's
Yeah,
it,
that's
and I know it's okay, and I feel like, yes, council, it's okay, because most of the other ones are there, and it's just the way it is.
If something happens, just
That's
text.
why we so.
Yeah, because we all. So, but
Right, it's,
Yeah.
yeah. It's okay if
So
someone
we'll
can't get there
work
on
to
time.
keep them all 6 or later, but.
but if you've got an overabundance, start at 5:45 or 5:30. Start at 4:30 if needed.
4:30.
Okay, anything else on this? We got further questions. You're gonna combine numbers 1 and 2. You're gonna do 15 minutes, whether they're new appointees or reappointments. You're trying to do it between 6 and 7, but you'll look at how many people need to be interviewed on any given date. And so it might be a matter of going at 5:45, or it sounds like it could even be 5:30, probably not 4. Okay.
No, well, I was just gonna say, I mean, if it ends up getting worse, backlog problem, I have no problem picking another Tuesday if we had to do that. Like, I don't say we need to incorporate that in, but like, I don't know how many openings we'll have. I mean, we guess we can cross that bridge if we feel like we need to do it. I'm just saying, I would be amenable if we had to add another day, 9 times out of 10, I mean, not Wednesdays, but Tuesday.
We just added another time slot. Let's
If
see
we
what
had
happens.
to add another, to get through something.
Okay.
Anybody want to just throw out any future issues that are on your minds that you think are going to be facing the city in the next year or two?
Just what
Budget.
happens down in
Yeah,
Olympia.
budget.
Unfunded mandates.
You're not thinking.
So normal stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll write that.
Things we always concern ourselves with.
And what are you taking away from today's meeting?
All of you. We work really well together as a team.
Yeah.
Leadership and council.
Nothing we can't do.
Yeah.
Indecisive.
The fact that each year we get to take the time on a Saturday and get together to talk about where we've been and what we are looking to do for our future.
I always enjoy it because it's not an official council meeting. It's much more casual, which I do much better with since I talk. And it's hard to keep my mouth closed. But it just, yeah, it's a much more casual environment. We get to share the time with leadership instead of, you know, you guys across the room. And I don't know, it feels more productive than any other time of the year besides our budget.
Anybody else?
Our staff makes the impossible possible. I don't know how.
Yeah, you're right. When we were like sharing the, you know, as always, when we're like, what did we accomplish? Like, we didn't do this, staff did this. Like, literally, like, job, Jennifer, getting that road expanded. Good job.
Our job's to make you look good, so you take that credit.
Make the impossible possible.
I want to just mention, the reason these meetings go so smoothly and so well is because of Krista Bates. Because of her organization, it has to make, yeah, so please thank Krista, because it really is, there's all the behind the scenes stuff to make this go smooth as Krista.
I do better behind the scenes, once I get in front of a mic.
It
echoes you.
Yeah, but I got
Yeah.
here at 6:45 this morning and you had everything almost completely done. I asked if you needed help and you said, yeah, you yourself and you get it done.
Thank
She does.
Coffee, really, cats.
And Sean, we miss seeing you today, seeing your face, but do you have any parting words?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't be there. Look forward to seeing everyone next week. Just echo what everyone said. You know, this is probably the 11th summit I think I've been to. And I guess what I'll take away from this is, while we continue to have challenges, we also have opportunities in the city, and the things that we were confronting 11 years ago, you know, we've addressed, and we're working toward bigger things for this city. So I think sometimes it's important to take the temperature of where we've been, because you know, if we're always looking forward, it looks like there's insurmountable challenges, but if we look back, sometimes we can see how far we've actually come, and this city has a lot to be proud of, and a lot of that's due to, you know, the people sitting in that room as well as the staff that isn't there. But in the grand scheme, it really comes down to our residents and our people that are helping us create a culture of a city that's moving onward and upward. So thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Sean. All right, with that, yes, Carla.
Now that the summit is over, we're moving on to your second most favorite part of the year, which is State of the City. Oh, she's excited. So keep an eye out on your email. I'll send around a sign up for filming times, and aiming for the second half of February. And we're actually going to be filming all here inside. So there won't be any screeching cars or airplanes flying over, or wind or anything like that. So, and if any of you have a specific topic you are just dying to cover, rather than being assigned something based on what I think, email me and just let me know.
Yeah, I always get stuck with finance.
Carla, I'll take finance.
Okay.
I'll cover anything you want.
Yeah. Okay.
I do it. I'll have to do anything.
Yeah, just let me know.
Okay, we're adjourning only 3 minutes late, but since I walked in here today forgetting that we were thinking we were gonna adjourn at 4:30, I'm declaring for historical purposes that we got done 57 minutes.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you.